For the sake of the life-saving favor she had shown him years ago, Chen Siyuan willingly became a stay-at-home husband after their marriage, following Yao Menglan's wishes so that she could work outside without any worries. But what he got in return was a divorce agreement. You're nothing but a good-for-nothing, a parasite, sucking my blood and wasting my youth. Sign it. Ding, daily intelligence system activated. The host's current marital status has been detected to be extremely terrible. His position within the family is in grave danger, and his dignity has hit rock bottom. Beginner mission triggered. Get divorced immediately. Mission reward. 1 divorce gift pack. Warning. If the host chooses to continue groveling and maintain his current humiliating status, the system will immediately unbind itself and deem the host a hopelessly useless person, with no chance of ever turning his life around. Divorce. He had to get divorced. Yao Menglan, don't regret this. Regret? The most correct thing I, Yao Menglan, have done in my entire life is divorcing a useless man like you. A few years later, Chen Siyuan had already become the richest man in the world. Yao Menglan knelt and begged Chen Siyuan to change his mind. Honey, I was wrong. What do I have to do for you to take me back? ## Chapter 1, Divorce. Click. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Siyuan, wearing an apron with cartoon patterns on it, poked his head out from the kitchen. His face was filled with an ingratiating smile, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Honey, you're back? Today, I really put my heart into it. I made your favorite cola chicken wings and braised pork ribs. I even specially stewed rock sugar snow pear soup for you to nourish your complexion and soothe your throat. Yao Menglan's pretty face was covered in frost. Without even looking at him, she tossed the Chanel handbag in her hand onto the low cabinet at the entrance with a loud smack, producing a dull thud. Her sharp gaze swept up and down Chen Siyuan, and the corners of her lips curled into undisguised ridicule. Cooking. Chen Siyuan, besides wagging your tail and spinning around in the kitchen, what else can you do? What use are you? Look at Zhang's husband. He was just promoted to director last month, with an annual salary in the 7 figures. Li's husband owns his own company and bought another large luxury apartment in the city center just last week. And look at you. Good for nothing. You're completely useless. The smile on Chen Siyuan's face instantly froze, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over his head, leaving him cold from head to toe. He was somewhat at a loss. Menglan, back then, wasn't it you who said that as long as I took good care of the household and made sure you had no worries, you could focus on working hard on your career? Huh, you think you're worthy of bringing up the past? Yao Menglan sneered, as though she had heard an enormous joke. I really must have been blind back then to fall for you. Stop using those old, rotten stories to brush me off. The fact is, you're just a useless piece of trash. You stay at home all day eating my food and spending my money, yet you can't earn a single cent. Chen Siyuan's heart felt as though an invisible hand had grabbed it tightly, but he still endured the bitterness in his heart and forced out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Carrying the steaming dishes out of the kitchen, he said, Let's eat first. The food is going to get cold. Eat. All you know is eating. Seeing his pathetic, submissive appearance, Yao Menglan's pent-up anger suddenly flared even higher. She suddenly swung her hand, and her arm slammed hard into the plate Chen Siyuan was holding. Clang crash. The food instantly scattered across the spotless floor, with soup and broken porcelain pieces splashing everywhere. Chen Siyuan looked at the mess covering the floor, and a deep pain flashed through his eyes. He silently turned around, intending to find a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess first. Enough! Yao Menglan's sharp voice pierced the air like a spike. Chen Siyuan, I'm completely sick of looking at that pathetic face of yours. I've had enough. We're getting divorced. As she spoke, she quickly walked to the entrance and pulled a neatly stacked pile of A4 papers and a gold Parker pen from that Chanel handbag. Smack! The divorce agreement was viciously thrown onto the coffee table in the living room, producing an ear-piercing sound. Sign it. Sign it right now. Yao Menglan's voice contained not a trace of warmth, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Chen Siyuan was completely stunned. His gaze was firmly fixed on the black and white words on the paper. The 5 large characters, divorce agreement, seemed to burn his eyes like red-hot brands. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the familiar yet strange woman before him. You're serious? You prepared this long ago. Yao Menglan crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin, her posture arrogant and resolute. Of course, I've put up with you for a long time. Chen Siyuan's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't want a divorce. He really didn't. A scene from many years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The image of a petite figure fearlessly dragging him out from beneath the wheels of an out-of-control truck on a rainy night. He had always remembered that life-saving favor. It was also the reason why he had been willing to stay at home, cook and take care of the household, and silently give everything he had. Menglan, can we talk about this properly? If there's something I haven't done well, I can change. His voice carried a hint of pleading. Change? How are you going to change? Can you go out and earn a publicly listed company for me? Or can you become a business genius overnight? Yao Menglan's tone was full of disdain and mockery. You're just a hopeless fool. You're mud that can't be shaped into anything. You're a parasite, a leech clinging to me, sucking my blood and wasting my youth. Each vicious word was like the sharpest arrow, piercing through his heart and leaving Chen Siyuan's last shred of dignity and hope riddled with wounds. Ding! Just then, a crisp electronic notification sounded in his mind. The host's current marital status has been detected to be extremely terrible. His position within the family is in grave danger, and his dignity has hit rock bottom. The daily intelligence system has officially activated. Hostbound, Chen Siyuan. Beginner mission triggered. Get divorced immediately. Mission reward, 1 divorce gift pack. Warning. If the host chooses to continue groveling and maintain his current humiliating status, the system will immediately unbind itself and deem the host a hopelessly useless person, with no chance of ever turning his life around. Daily intelligence system? Beginner mission? Divorce gift pack. It felt as though a firework had exploded inside Chen Siyuan's head. He usually read plenty of online novels at home. System novels, tycoon novels, Return of the War God stories. He knew them all inside out. He never expected that such a stroke of luck falling from the sky would actually land on him one day. Looking again at Yao Menglan's mean and cold face before him. Divorce? Divorce. He had to get divorced. He, Chen Siyuan, didn't want to be a useless man for the rest of his life. He took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly became firm. He grabbed the gold Parker pen from the coffee table. Under Yao Menglan's astonished gaze, he didn't even carefully read the contents of the agreement. He directly flipped to the last page in the signature section. Swish, swish, swish. With bold and flowing strokes, 3 large characters, Chen Siyuan, were signed at the bottom of the divorce agreement. Yao Menglan had originally thought that he would continue acting like a pathetic puppy, wagging his tail and begging her desperately. She never expected him to agree so readily. This made her feel as if she had thrown a punch at cotton, making her even more furious. Good. Very good. Chen Siyuan, you've got guts. She suddenly stood up from the sofa and rushed into the bedroom, rummaging through the cabinets and drawers. Soon, the household registration booklet, ID cards, and all the other documents were thrown onto the table in front of Chen Siyuan with a loud smack. Let's go. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. I feel disgusted just looking at you for one more second. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the clerk routinely asked them questions, and the two of them answered in unison that they were voluntarily getting divorced. There was no arguing. No hesitation. Click. The official seal came down. 2 dark green divorce certificates were soon handed into their hands. Almost the instant Chen Siyuan received the divorce certificate, the cold electronic voice sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the beginner mission, get divorced immediately. The divorce gift pack has been activated. Received 3 pieces of daily intelligence. First, your ex-wife, Yao Menglan, is currently being fiercely pursued by a diamond bachelor at her company. He comes from a prominent family and possesses enormous financial resources. Second, the Metro Line 3 you are about to take home will be completely suspended 1 hour from now due to a sudden equipment failure. It is recommended that you take bus route 107 instead. Third, Tianxing Old Residential Complex in the western part of the city will announce a demolition plan 3 days from now. The compensation plan is generous. It is recommended that the host immediately purchase property in this residential complex and wait for its value to appreciate. Holding the divorce certificate, which still felt somewhat unfamiliar in his hand, Chen Siyuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. At the same time, he was full of doubt about these 3 pieces of intelligence. Is it really that amazing? Is this for real? Especially the news about the demolition. If it was true, then. Chapter 2. My former sister-in-law. The 2 of them returned to the home they once shared, one following behind the other, in silence. Chen Siyuan didn't say anything unnecessary. He dragged his old, worn-out suitcase out from under the bed and began silently packing his own belongings. He didn't have much. A few changes of clothes and some daily necessities quickly filled the suitcase. When he picked up the suitcase and walked to the door, preparing to change his shoes and leave, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the woman sitting on the sofa, whose makeup was exquisite but whose face was as cold as frost. Yao Menglan, don't regret this. Yao Menglan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and let out a scoff. Regret? The most correct thing I, Yao Menglan, have done in my entire life is divorcing a useless man like you. I'd really like to see how you plan to survive without me. Are you going back to that tiny, rundown apartment your family has owned for generations? No job, no savings. I'd like to see how you're going to live from now on. What are you going to eat? Chen Siyuan remained silent for a moment before a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. That diamond bachelor at your company treats you pretty well, doesn't he? Yao Menglan's expression suddenly changed. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she instantly exploded. What nonsense are you talking about? It's none of your damn business. We're already divorced. Chen Siyuan nodded knowingly. Oh, so you already found someone else. No wonder you were so decisive. Bah! Yao Menglan immediately shouted angrily. Stop slandering me. He's 100 times better than you. 1,000 times better. You're not even worthy of one strand of his hair. I must have been blind back then to fall for a useless coward like you. Chen Siyuan couldn't be bothered to say another word to her. He opened the door and walked out without looking back. Bang! The cold air outside rushed toward him, making him shiver and clearing some of the confusion from his mind. That diamond bachelor Yao Menglan had found. It wasn't exactly some earth-shattering secret. Yao Menglan had obviously been working overtime and attending social gatherings more frequently recently, and she had even switched to a more expensive brand of perfume. He had noticed it long ago. He simply hadn't been willing to think too deeply about it. The first piece of information from the system had essentially confirmed something he already knew. It was probably true. But the latter two pieces of information, especially the subway shutdown and the demolition of the old residential complex, concerned things that hadn't happened yet. Could this thing really predict the future? Chen Siyuan shook his head. This wasn't the time to dwell on it. After leaving the upscale residential complex that had once made him feel suffocated, he let out a long breath and felt that even the air was much fresher. Out of habit, he walked toward the entrance of the subway station. Chen Siyuan suddenly stopped. What if what the system said was actually true? He turned around and walked toward the bus stop. After checking, he found that bus route 107 did indeed pass near the old, run-down apartment where he lived. There were neither too many nor too few people on the bus. Chen Siyuan found a seat by the window, sat down, took out his phone, and aimlessly browsed local news. Suddenly, a breaking news alert in bold appeared. Breaking Lin High City Metro Line 3 has been completely suspended due to an equipment malfunction 5 minutes ago. The restoration time is currently unknown. Citizens are advised to plan their travel routes in advance. Chen Siyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He abruptly sat upright, and his heart began pounding violently. Holy crap! It really stopped. What the system said was actually true. He opened the details of the news. The cause of the malfunction and the time of the suspension were clearly written there, and they were exactly the same as the information provided by the system. An indescribable heat instantly surged from the bottom of his heart straight to the top of his head. What kind of damn system was this? This was practically the god of wealth descending to earth. Since the subway shutdown was real, then the demolition plan for Tianqing old residential complex in the western part of the city. It was definitely real too. He was getting rich. This time, he was really going to get rich. When the bus arrived at his stop, Chen Siyuan practically jumped off. He rushed back to his 60-square-meter home in 3 quick strides. His parents weren't home. They had probably gone to the market to sell vegetables. After closing the door, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and fiercely pumped his fist. Yao Menglan, didn't you look down on me? Didn't you call me useless and a parasite? Once I have money, I'll see who really can't live without whom. He would make her understand that even without her, he, Chen Siyuan, could not only survive, but live 100 times, 1,000 times better than before. He would never again have to look at her expression, and he would never again have to lower himself and cook for her as some damn stay-at-home husband. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Siyuan took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. The most urgent thing now was to raise money. He immediately turned on his computer and searched online for information about Tianqing old residential complex. Sure enough, this residential complex was famous throughout Linhai City as an old, rundown neighborhood. Most of the buildings had been constructed decades ago. The apartment layouts were strange, the facilities were outdated, and there wasn't even a property management company. The housing prices were also the lowest in the entire city, with an average price of just over 2,000 yuan per square meter. It was practically being sold for peanuts. There was no time to waste. He immediately pulled up his phone contacts and started making calls. Hello, uncle. It's Siyuan. I'm a little short on cash recently and wanted to borrow some money from you. Not much, just 50,000 yuan. What for? Oh, I've got my eye on a project. It's guaranteed to make money. Auntie, how have you been feeling lately? Well, it's like this. I want to borrow some money from you. 30,000 yuan will be enough. I promise I'll pay you back very soon. After making a round of calls, his relatives were quite straightforward. By piecing together money from here and there, he managed to borrow a little over 300,000 yuan. After all, in the eyes of his relatives, although he had been somewhat spineless before, his character was still decent. But this was still far from enough. He then turned his attention to his college classmates. Hello, old Wang. Do you still remember me? Chen Siyuan. Yeah. How have you been lately? Well, I ran into an emergency and wanted to borrow some money from you to get through it. Next month. No, definitely the month after next. I'll pay you back. Monkey, it's me, your Siyuanga. Borrow money. Yeah, borrow money. Whatever you have is fine. We can talk about the interest. Among his college classmates, those who had good relationships with him and those who remembered their old friendship gradually lent him more than 100,000 yuan. Altogether, he managed to raise nearly 500,000 yuan. To the relatives, friends, and classmates who lent him money, Chen Siyuan all subtly mentioned one thing. Let me tell you guys about a way to make money. That Tiansheng residential complex in the western part of the city, you should go take a look recently. You might find a surprise. The result was exactly what one would expect. Siyuan, did something happen to you? That crappy place called Tiansheng? Even dogs wouldn't go there. Chen Siyuan, you didn't go crazy from getting divorced, did you? Buy a house there? Do you have too much money to burn? All right, I lent you the money. Just be careful and don't get scammed. Everyone thought he was talking nonsense. They brushed him off after a few casual remarks, and no one took his words seriously. Chen Siyuan didn't bother explaining either. Once the demolition news was announced, they would know what they had missed. With nearly 500,000 yuan, based on Tianjing's housing price of around 2,000 yuan per square meter, he could probably buy 2 houses of around 100 square meters each, or 3 or 4 smaller apartments. Although that was quite a lot, he still felt that it wasn't enough. An opportunity to make a fortune through demolition might only come once in a lifetime. He had to maximize his profits. Just as he was racking his brain, trying to figure out where he could get more money, Yao Qingzhu called him. Chen Siyuan was somewhat surprised. Yao Qingzhu? Why was she calling at a time like this? Did she know that he and Yao Menglan had divorced and was calling to comfort him? Of the entire Yao family, Yao Qingzhu was the only one who had treated him fairly well. His parents-in-law had always felt that he and Yao Menglan were from completely different social backgrounds and weren't a good match. It was only because Yao Menglan had been determined to marry him back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have been qualified to become a live-in son-in-law. However, Chen Siyuan and Yao Qingzhu actually hadn't met very often. They would only run into each other when he and Yao Menglan visited the Yao family during festivals and holidays. When he and Yao Menglan had first gotten married, she would often come over to their home to hang out. Later, for some unknown reason, she stopped coming as often. Still, Chen Siyuan answered the call. Qingzhu, is something wrong? Yao Qingzhu's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Brother-in-law, I heard from a friend that you've been borrowing money everywhere. Did something happen to you? If you really need money, you can tell me. I still have some money here. Chen Siyuan's heart warmed. Yao Qingzhu was still the same as before. She had always treated him so well. But with his current status, things were really somewhat awkward. He gave a bitter smile. Qingzhu, well, your sister and I were divorced. So, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't feel comfortable troubling you anymore. There was a silence of several seconds on the other end of the phone. Then Yao Qingzhu suddenly let out an incredulous cry. What? You and my sister got divorced? Chapter 3, Betting Everything. There seemed to be something besides shock in her voice, a trace of barely perceptible excitement. Before Chen Siyuan had time to think about it, Yao Qingzhu said somewhat hurriedly, Brother-in-law. Oh no, Siyuan. Even though you and my sister are divorced, that doesn't affect us being friends. So if you run into any trouble, tell me. Tell me. If there's anything I can help with, I'll definitely help. Chen Siyuan's heart felt even warmer. But borrowing money from his former sister-in-law, Chen Siyuan still felt somewhat embarrassed. However, when he thought about the profits he would get after Tianqing residential complex was demolished, Chen Siyuan gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. I really do need some money. What was there to be embarrassed about? By the time he had decided to become Yao Menglan's stay-at-home husband, he had already lost whatever pride he had. Once Tianqing residential complex was demolished, he would pick up the dignity he had lost, piece by piece. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Even his voice sounded a little hoarse. I need a lot, 3 million yuan. Is that okay? After saying it, even he felt that he was asking for too much. This wasn't 30,000 yuan, nor was it 300,000 yuan. It was a full 3 million yuan. Yet on the other end of the phone, Yao Qingzhu didn't hesitate for even a moment. 3 million, right? Okay, send me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you right now. Chen Siyuan. His entire body was stunned. Sheath agreed just like that. 3 million yuan. He had originally only wanted to test the waters, or perhaps it was a desperate all-or-nothing gamble. He never expected Yao Qingzhu to agree so readily. Qingzhu, Siyuan, don't overthink it. I just want to help you. Yao Qingzhu seemed to know what he was about to say and interrupted him. Her tone was exceptionally cheerful. Hurry up and give me your account number. Chen Siyuan mechanically recited a string of numbers. He even suspected that he was dreaming. A few minutes later, ding, the notification sound of a text message rang out from his phone. XX Bank, your savings account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 3 million renminbi on X/X at XX. XX. Current balance, RMB 3,000, XXX.XX. Chen Siyuan stared at the message, his eyes wide. Yao Qingzhu actually had this much money, and she had really lent it to him just like that. A warm current instantly spread through every inch of Chen Siyuan's body. In this world, aside from those relatives and classmates who remembered their old friendship, there was actually someone who trusted him and helped him without hesitation. He tightened his grip on his phone, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Qingzhu, thank you. Siyuan, why are you being so polite? Yao Qingzhu chuckled on the other end. Use the money for now. There's no rush to pay me back. Chen Siyuan nodded heavily, even though Yao Qingzhu couldn't see him. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, Qingzhu, I'll remember this favor. By the way, if you still have some extra money on hand, I suggest you go take a look at Tianqing old residential complex in the western part of the city and buy a few apartments. Tianqing residential complex? Yao Qingzhu was somewhat puzzled. Can the houses there even be bought? I heard they're old and run down. Trust me, go take a look. In the next few days. Chen Siyuan's tone was firm. Although Yao Qingzhu didn't understand, she still readily agreed. Okay, since you say so, Siyuan, I'll find some time to go take a look. After hanging up, Chen Siyuan's mood remained unsettled for a long time. Yao Qingzhu's money was truly a lifesaver in his hour of need. No, it was like a divine weapon arriving in the middle of a raging fire. 3.5 million yuan. That was enough. Early the next morning, Chen Siyuan put his bank card in his pocket and headed straight for Tianqing old residential complex in the western part of the city. He casually found a real estate agency that looked relatively legitimate. The young agent's eyes lit up as soon as he heard that Chen Siyuan was there to buy property. But when he heard that it was Tianqing residential complex, his enthusiasm immediately dropped by more than half. Sir, the houses in Tianqing are indeed cheap, but the conditions. Chen Siyuan waved his hand and said directly, take me to see the available properties. I'm buying quite a few today. The agent took him around. Sure enough, there were a huge number of properties listed for sale. The prices were ridiculously cheap, with the lowest even being less than 2,000 yuan per square meter. The owners were all acting as if they were desperate to get rid of hot potatoes. Chen Siyuan returned to the agency and sat down on the sofa. With an imposing air, he said, Buddy, I have 3.5 million yuan here. The agent's eyes instantly widened. 3.5 million. Had he just encountered the god of wealth? Now, take all the properties that can be bought with these 3.5 million yuan, sort them from the lowest total price to the highest, and get all the owners here for me. Remember, every property I can buy. I want them all. We'll go to the housing authority and complete the procedures right now. The agent's mouth fell open and remained that way for quite a while. All of them. He had been in this business for quite a few years, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone buy houses like this. especially in a crappy neighborhood like Tiansheng that nobody even cared about. Yes, all of them, Chen Siyuan said decisively. The agent swallowed hard, feeling as though he were standing on a cloud. How huge was this commission going to be? Okay, okay. Boss, please wait. I'll contact them immediately. He immediately picked up the phone. His voice trembled slightly with excitement as he notified the property owners one after another. Hello? Uncle Zhang. Someone wants your property in Tiansheng. Yes. The transaction can be completed immediately. Sister Li. Yours. It's sold. Hurry up and bring your property deed and ID card over. The entire real estate agency instantly erupted into chaos because of those phone calls. After making a round of calls, the agent rubbed his hands together and approached with a broad smile, unable to suppress his curiosity. Boss, why are you buying so many properties in Tiansheng? Are you planning to do something with them? To put it bluntly, hardly anyone wants the houses here. Chen Siyuan picked up the tea on the table, took a leisurely sip, and said calmly, the company is buying them as staff dormitories. We're doing it because they're cheap. The conditions don't matter. The agent immediately understood. Oh, so that's it. I was wondering. That makes sense. At Tiansheng's prices, using them as staff dormitories is definitely a good deal. Before long, the property owners who had received the news gradually arrived. Each of them had faces filled with disbelief, excitement, and urgency. They knew better than anyone how difficult it was to sell properties in Tiansheng. They had been listed for several years without anyone showing interest. Now someone suddenly wanted to buy them in bulk. It was practically like a dream. They were afraid that Chen Siyuan would change his mind, so one after another, they urged him to hurry and complete the procedures. Thus, a large group of people surrounded Chen Siyuan and headed straight for the housing authority. Transfer of ownership. Signing. Payment. 1 property, 2 properties, 3 properties. They kept working until the afternoon, when the housing authority was almost about to close. Only then was the final transaction completed. 11 properties. A full 11 properties in Tiansheng Old Residential Complex had all been transferred into Chen Siyuan's name. When he received the stack of brand new property certificates, Chen Siyuan's heart finally settled completely. Phew, he let out a long breath. Next, all he had to do was wait 2 more days for the demolition news to be announced. Walking out of the housing authority, Chen Siyuan's heart was filled with countless emotions. Ding! Yao Qingzhu is currently viewing properties in Tiansheng Residential Complex. If the host goes there now, he will happen to run into her. Chen Siyuan's heart stirred. Yao Qingzhu, his former sister-in-law, clearly knew that he and her sister had divorced, yet she was still willing to lend him such a huge amount of money. She had even never asked him to write an IOU. This friendship was simply too precious. He had to properly thank her. Chen Siyuan immediately headed to Tiansheng Residential Complex. No matter what, he had to invite her to a meal and thank her in person. Chapter 4. Siyuan, I believe you. At Tiansheng Old Residential Complex, beneath a gray, weathered residential building, Yao Qingzhu was holding her phone, her brows slightly furrowed as she answered the call somewhat absent-mindedly. On the other end was her sister, Yao Menglan's slightly shrill voice. Qingzhu, I heard Dad say that you asked him for 3 million yesterday? What did you take it for? Yao Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously avoided the topic. Sis, why did you suddenly call me? Cut the crap. Yao Menglan's tone was unquestionable. I'm asking you about the money. 3 million isn't a small amount. What did you use it for? Tell me honestly. Yao Qingzhu bit her lower lip, her voice somewhat lacking confidence. I had an urgent need for it. An urgent need? What kind of urgent need requires 3 million? Yao Menglan pressed. Yao Qingzhu, are you hiding something from me? Under Yao Menglan's barrage of questions, Yao Qingzhu's voice became quieter and quieter. Sis, the money. I lent it to Siyuan. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterward, Yao Menglan's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and fury. What? You lent it to Chen Siyuan? Yao Qingzhu, have you lost your mind? Do you know that he and I are already divorced? And you still lent money to a useless man like him? A parasite. Yao Menglan's furious shouting seemed to pierce Yao Qingzhu's eardrums, even through the phone. Yao Qingzhu took a deep breath and said softly, Sis, I know you two are divorced. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of imperceptible determination. But you're divorced from him, and I'm still friends with him. Friends. Yao Menglan sounded as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. What does Chen Siyuan have to offer to be your friend? What right does he have? What does he need so much money for? 3 million. Aren't you afraid he won't be able to pay you back? Yao Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before telling her the truth. He said he wanted to buy houses in Tianqing residential complex. Another exaggerated, undisguised burst of laughter came from the other end of the phone. Tianqing residential complex? Ha ha ha. Yao Qingzhu, listen to yourself. That man must have been so devastated by the divorce that he's gone crazy. Who doesn't know that Tianqing residential complex has the lowest housing prices in all of Linhai City and is the least desirable place around? Even dogs wouldn't want to go there. He wants to buy houses there? I think he just wants to throw all his money away. Sure enough, he really is a completely useless piece of trash. Yao Menglan's tone was filled with schadenfreude. When he can't pay the money back, let's see how you're going to explain it to Dad. Yao Qingzhu's cheeks became slightly hot from her words, but she stubbornly retorted. So what if he can't pay it back? At worst, I'll use my own allowance and slowly pay Dad back. Just then, Yao Qingzhu caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the corner of her eye. It was Chen Siyuan. Her heart panicked, and she hurriedly said into the phone, Sis, I have something to take care of here. I'll talk to you later, okay? I'm hanging up. Without waiting for Yao Menglan to say anything else, she quickly ended the call. Chen Siyuan had already walked up to her, a gentle smile on his face. Qingzhu, what a coincidence. You're looking at houses here too. He paused, then looked at her sincerely. I just finished taking care of something over there. I happened to see you here, so I thought that no matter what, I had to invite you to a meal and properly thank you. Yao Qingzhu had just been scolded by Yao Menglan, so her mood was still somewhat complicated. Hearing this, she quickly waved her hand. Siyuan, there's no need to be so polite. Do we really need to talk about these things between us? We do. Absolutely. Chen Siyuan's attitude was unusually firm. You must do me the honor of having this meal. Without the money you lent me, I wouldn't have been able to get things done today. Seeing how serious Chen Siyuan looked, Yao Qingzhu couldn't bring herself to refuse again and could only nod. Then, okay. A smile appeared on Chen Siyuan's face. Great. By the way, how did the house hunting go? Did you buy any? Yao Qingzhu replied. Yeah, I looked around. The houses here really are very cheap. I'm planning to buy 2 first and see how it goes. Only 2. Chen Siyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone became more advisory. Qingzhu, if you still have enough money on hand, I suggest you buy a little more. Yao Qingzhu looked at him in confusion. Buy more. She pursed her lips before speaking softly. Siyuan, I honestly don't know what the point of buying houses in Tianqing residential complex is. Although they're cheap, you can't just hoard every house you come across. The houses here are old and run down, and the location isn't good either. The risk is too high. She paused and casually added, as if joking, You're not going to tell me that these houses are going to be demolished, are you? Meeting her puzzled gaze, Chen Siyuan's lips curled into a meaningful arc. He slowly replied with a question. Just assume they're going to be demolished. Yao Qingzhu's eyes instantly widened, and her small mouth fell slightly open. Ah. She was completely stunned and stammered. Really? Demolition is such a huge matter. Our family hasn't received any inside information at all. Yao Qingzhu's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Besides, is there even any reason for Tianqing residential complex to be demolished? She genuinely didn't understand. The direction of Linhai City's development was almost completely opposite to the area around Tianqing residential complex, so this entire area could basically be said to have been left behind by Linhai City. The smile on Chen Siyuan's face remained unchanged, but his tone carried an air of certainty. If you believe me, then buy. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Chen Siyuan's words were like a huge stone thrown into Yao Qingzhu's calm heart, stirring up enormous waves. Reason was frantically shouting, Don't believe him. This is absurd. Asterisk. Whenever Linhai City carried out demolitions, hadn't there always been all kinds of rumors spreading everywhere more than half a year in advance? The Yao family was considered a prominent family in Linhai City. How could they possibly have received no information whatsoever about a piece of fat like Tianqing residential complex? But as she looked into Chen Siyuan's open and confident eyes, the deep feelings hidden inside her heart quietly began to influence her. What if Siyuan was telling the truth? The Chen Siyuan she knew had never been someone who made reckless claims. Seeing her expression constantly change, Chen Siyuan knew that she was struggling internally. He appropriately added, Qingzhu, with something like this, the sooner the better. Listen to me. Ideally, before tomorrow, complete the ownership transfer procedures for all the properties you've taken a liking to. His expression was unusually serious, carrying a sense of decisiveness. Yao Qingzhu's heart suddenly sank. She looked at Chen Siyuan, at those eyes of his that seemed capable of seeing through everything. In the end, emotion defeated reason. She nodded firmly, her voice carrying a slight tremble that even she herself hadn't noticed. Okay, Siyuan, I believe you. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Hashtag Chapter 5. The 200,000 yuan scratch-off ticket. Night fell, and the city lights began to illuminate the streets. Inside a private dining room at an elegant restaurant, Chen Siyuan raised his glass, his expression more solemn than ever. Qingzhu, I have to toast you with this glass. His voice carried a hint of emotion. Even though I'm already divorced from your sister, you still trust me unconditionally. You even lent me 3 million without asking any questions. I, Chen Siyuan, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Yao Qingzhu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly picked up the glass of juice in front of her. Siyuan, please don't say that. She took a sip of juice and looked at him seriously. Even if you're no longer my brother-in-law, in my heart, you've always been a really good person. Compared with everything you've done to help me, this little bit of money is nothing. Chen Siyuan's heart warmed, and he drained his glass in one go. During the meal, the two talked about many things. From all the little things that had happened in the past to their uncertainties and hopes for the future. After dinner, Yao Qingzhu insisted on taking Chen Siyuan home. You're carrying a huge fortune right now. Safety comes first. She smiled teasingly. She still didn't know that Chen Siyuan had already spent every last cent of the 3.5 million yuan that day. Chen Siyuan didn't refuse either, adding a teasing note to his voice. Then thank you, little Qingzhu. Hearing Chen Siyuan call her that, Yao Qingzhu froze for a moment. Then 2 blushes slowly crept across her cheeks. Then, let's go. When they returned to the somewhat old but cozy home, Chen Siyuan pushed open the door and immediately saw his parents sitting upright on the old sofa in the living room, their expressions solemn. The air was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were about to break. You're back. Chen Siyuan's father, Chen Zhangwo, spoke first, his voice low and hoarse. Dad, Mom, why are you still awake so late? Chen Siyuan's heart sank. He knew that what was coming could not be avoided. His mother, Zhang Guolan, had slightly swollen eyes. Clearly, she had been crying. Siyuan, tell Mom the truth. Have you been borrowing money from people everywhere recently? Zhang Guolan's voice trembled. Chen Zhangwo added, I also heard that you told the people who lent you money to go buy houses in that godforsaken place called Tianxing Residential Complex. Did someone scam you? Or have you been possessed or something? Zhang Guolan's voice was filled with worry. Chen Siyuan sat down on the small stool opposite them and remained silent for a moment. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Dad, Mom, there's something I have to tell you. He raised his head, his eyes calm but carrying a hint of exhaustion. Yao Menglan and I are divorced. As for the money, I did borrow quite a bit. Menglan's younger sister, Qingzhu, lent me 3 million. Boom! The elderly couple froze as if they had been struck by 2 bolts of lightning. What? Zhang Guolan's voice suddenly rose, becoming almost piercing. Divorced? She couldn't believe her ears and abruptly stood up. Siyuan, did you do something to betray Menglan? Huh? Chen Siyuan shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. No, Mom. It was her. Yao Menglan looked down on me because I had no ability. She despised me for staying home and being a house husband these past 2 years, calling me a useless freeloader. So she kicked me out. Zhang Guolan suddenly felt her vision go dark and staggered, fortunately being caught by Chen Zhangwo. Tears immediately streamed down her face. My poor son, you two have been married for more than 2 years, and you don't even have a child. And now she says she wants a divorce, and that's it. What are you going to do from now on? You don't have a job, and now you've borrowed so much money from other people. That adds up to more than 3 million. How are you going to pay it back? The old woman pounded her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing his heartbroken mother, Chen Siyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He walked over and gently took his mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful sense of conviction. Very soon, I'll make sure you two can live a good life. From now on, you won't have to get up before dawn every day and work so hard selling vegetables at the market. Chen Zhangwo remained silent as he smoked. Amid the swirling smoke, his expression was difficult to make out. After a long while, he stubbed out his cigarette, raised his bloodshot eyes, and spoke in a hoarse voice that sounded like a broken gong. How we live doesn't matter. We're already old. How many more years can we possibly live? We just want you to have a good life. His father's words struck Chen Siyuan's heart like a heavy hammer. His nose stung, and he forced back his tears before softly comforting his parents a few more times, assuring them that he knew what he was doing and telling them not to worry too much. That night, the Chen family was destined to remain sleepless. Chen Siyuan told them not to worry, but how could they possibly do that? The elderly couple tossed and turned in bed, practically spending the entire night wide awake. The next morning, the first light of dawn appeared. The cold, familiar mechanical notification sounded right on time in Chen Siyuan's mind. Daily intelligence has been refreshed. First piece of intelligence. Target Yao Qingzhu will return to the Tianxing Residential Complex Real Estate Agency at 9 a.m. today. She is expected to purchase an additional 5 properties and complete the ownership transfer procedures. Second piece of intelligence. Among the lottery tickets sold today between 10 o'clock and 11 a.m. at the Fine Lai Scratch-Off Lottery Store, B12, Ruixing Plaza, Linhai City, there will be a Good Luck Continues scratch-off ticket with a grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Third piece of intelligence. At approximately 3:15 p.m. today, your mother, Zhang Guilan, will accidentally be struck on her left calf by a young man with yellow hair riding a modified yellow motorcycle while organizing her vegetable stall. She will suffer minor abrasions and a sprain and will require timely medical treatment. The third piece of intelligence was like a basin of ice water poured directly over Chen Siyuan's heart. His heart lurched, almost jumping into his throat. His mother would be struck by a motorcycle that afternoon. Although it was only a minor abrasion and sprain, just thinking about the pain his mother might suffer made Chen Siyuan's heart ache. No, he absolutely could not let that happen. He glanced at the time. It was only a little after 7 in the morning. The winning lottery ticket would be sold between 10 and 11, while his mother's accident would happen at around 3:15 p.m. There was still time. Chen Siyuan took a deep breath and quickly made a decision. First, he would get his hands on that 200,000 yuan scratch-off ticket. Once he had the money, his mother would also feel more at ease following his arrangements. He hurriedly washed up. He didn't even have time for breakfast before heading straight out, making a beeline for Ruixing Plaza in Linhai City. Ruixing Plaza was bustling with people, and quite a few lottery players were already trying their luck outside the Fine Lai Lottery Store at B12. Chen Siyuan squeezed his way inside, his eyes immediately locking onto the scratch-off ticket called Good Luck Continues. Boss, give me 20 of these Good Luck Continues tickets. He bought 500 yuan worth in one go. Since the system had said the winning ticket would be sold between 10 and 11, buying more tickets would surely increase his chances of getting it. He walked over to a small table nearby, picked up a coin, and began scratching the tickets one by one. Hashtag Chapter 6. I really won 200,000 yuan. The surroundings were noisy, but at that moment, all of Chen Siyuan's attention was focused on the lottery tickets. Nothing. 5 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. After scratching more than a dozen tickets in a row, the biggest prize he had won was only 50 yuan. Chen Siyuan wasn't discouraged. He trusted the system's intelligence. He picked up the third-to-last ticket and carefully scratched away the coating. Nothing on the first row. Still nothing on the second row. When he scratched the third row, 3 identical images of the god of wealth suddenly appeared. Beneath them, the corresponding prize amount was clearly printed. Yen 200,000. He won. Chen Siyuan's heart jolted, and an overwhelming surge of joy rushed through him. He instinctively glanced around. Fortunately, no one had noticed him. He quickly stuffed the winning ticket and the remaining tickets into his pocket, composed his expression, and hurried out of the lottery shop. 200,000 yuan. He squeezed the thin piece of paper in his pocket, yet it felt incredibly heavy. Now it was time to find Mom. Chen Siyuan immediately rushed toward the vegetable market in the eastern part of the city. It was the peak time for people buying groceries in the morning, and the market was filled with noise and activity. He wandered around the area near exit number 2, where his mother usually sold vegetables, and quickly spotted the familiar figure. Zhang Guilan was hunched over, skillfully weighing vegetables for customers and collecting money. Fine beads of sweat covered her forehead. Mom! Chen Siyuan hurried over. Hearing his voice, Zhang Guilan looked up. She was somewhat surprised to see him. Siyuan? What brings you here at this hour? Have you had lunch yet? Mom, stop selling. Hurry up and pack everything. Come with me. Chen Siyuan grabbed her arm and tried to pull her away. Hey, what are you doing, you silly boy? Zhang Guilan shook off his hand and scolded him. There are still so many vegetables left. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't sell them? She pointed at the remaining vegetables and radishes on the stall. Chen Siyuan became anxious. Mom, I have something urgent to deal with. Something incredibly good. What could possibly be more important than selling vegetables? Zhang Guilin said dismissively. Chen Siyuan leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. Mom, I won the lottery. I won 200,000 yuan. What? Zhang Guilin's eyes instantly widened, and even her voice changed. T 200,000. She grabbed Chen Siyuan's arm, her face filled with disbelief. Is that true? You're not lying to Mom, are you? Of course it's true. Chen Siyuan carefully took the winning ticket from his pocket and waved it in front of her. Look, Fine Lai Lottery. The grand prize is 200,000 yuan. Zhang Guilin leaned closer and examined it carefully. Although she couldn't understand much of it, she recognized those several zeros. An enormous wave of delight instantly overwhelmed her. Oh my goodness. My God. You really won 200,000 yuan. She was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. Then she suddenly looked worried. But what about these vegetables? Oh, Mom, when can't you sell vegetables? Chen Siyuan said anxiously. You have to come with me to the city lottery center to claim the prize. I'm scared to go alone. Hearing this, Zhang Guilin was both exasperated and amused. You're already a grown man, and you're afraid to claim a prize? Besides, this is 200,000 yuan. It's safer for you to go alone. If I go with you, we'll attract too much attention. I don't care. You have to come with me. Chen Siyuan began pestering her relentlessly. If you don't go, I'm not going either. Just pretend I never won the money. You child. Zhang Guilin had no way to deal with him. Seeing her son acting as though he would throw a tantrum if she refused, and thinking about the 200,000 yuan, she eventually gave in. Fine. You win. Mom will go with you. Although she complained, her face was already blooming with a smile as she quickly began packing up the vegetable stall. Soon, the mother and son arrived at the city lottery center. The prize-claiming process went fairly smoothly. After deducting 20% in individual incidental income tax, 160,000 yuan was deposited into Chen Siyuan's bank account. Looking at the balance notification on his phone, Zhang Guilin's eyes turned red with excitement. 160,000. Siyuan, our family has money now. Chen Siyuan smiled and supported his mother. Mom, this is only the beginning. From now on, you and Dad don't have to work so hard. You don't need to get up before dawn every day and sell vegetables anymore. You can stay home, play cards with the neighbors, chat with them, and enjoy your retirement. But Zhang Guilin immediately put on a stern expression. How can we do that? We have to save this money properly. She counted on her fingers as she lectured him. You and Menglan are divorced. If you get married again in the future, you'll need a bride price, a house, a wedding banquet. Which of those doesn't cost money? With the current cost of living, how can 160,000 yuan possibly be enough? It might not even cover a down payment. Chen Siyuan was somewhat helpless. Mom, don't worry about money. We'll have plenty of money in the future. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Guilin glared at him. I think winning a little lottery money has gone to your head. You're dreaming. Just then, a passing woman pointed at the basket of vegetables Zhang Guilin had brought and asked, Sister, are you selling those vegetables in your basket? They look pretty fresh. Zhang Guilin's eyes immediately lit up, and her professional instincts kicked in. Selling. Of course I'm selling. They were just picked from the field. They're fresh. Without another word, she put the basket on the ground and immediately started setting up a stall right there. Ma'am, would you like 2 pounds? Young man, these radishes are pretty good too. Want some? Chen Siyuan watched, completely amused and speechless. His mother really was. She never forgot her old profession wherever she went. He had no choice but to squat down and help his mother greet customers, weigh vegetables, and collect money. As the vegetables in the basket were almost completely sold out, Zhang Guilin counted the loose change while happily muttering to herself. There are quite a lot of people around this lottery center. Maybe I should come set up a stall around here from now on. Chen Siyuan was just about to persuade her otherwise when, suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of a yellow modified motorcycle speeding toward them at an incredible speed. The deafening roar of its engine sounded particularly out of place amid the noisy surroundings. The rider was a young man with dyed blonde hair. He was driving terrifyingly fast, and it looked like he was about to crash straight into Zhang Guilin, who was bending down to pack up the remaining things. Mom, watch out. Chen Siyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost entirely on instinct, he lunged forward and violently pulled Zhang Guilin to the side. Whoosh! The motorcycle roared past almost exactly where Zhang Guilin had been standing moments earlier, kicking up a powerful gust of wind. The sudden pull made Zhang Guilin lose her balance and fall hard onto the ground. What happened? Chen Siyuan watched as the blonde-haired young man sped away without even looking back, the motorcycle quickly disappearing around the corner. Cold sweat broke out across his back. He lowered his head and looked at his mother's left calf. Fortunately, she hadn't been hit. She might have twisted her ankle slightly when he pulled her so suddenly, but that was definitely far better than being directly hit by the motorcycle. Chen Siyuan was still shaken as he thought. Holy crap, is this thing actually following us? We even changed locations, and we still ran into it. Asterisk asterisk. He steadied himself and immediately asked in his mind. System, what's going on? I already brought my mom here. How did the accident still happen? Does this thing actually follow us wherever we go? Hashtag Chapter 7. Tianqing Residential Complex to be demolished immediately. The cold, mechanical notification sounded in his mind. The intelligence only stated that your mother, Zhang Guilin, would be struck on the left calf by a yellow modified motorcycle. It did not specify the exact location of the incident. After hearing this, Chen Siyuan was completely speechless. Well, so the intelligence could dynamically update itself. The location wasn't fixed, it was the person that mattered. Chen Siyuan was both amused and exasperated. This system really was almost too intelligent. He helped his shaken mother to her feet. Mom, are you okay? How's your ankle? Zhang Guilin patted her chest, still shaken. Oh my, that scared me half to death. I think I twisted my ankle a little. It's nothing serious. She looked at Chen Siyuan suspiciously. Siyuan, what exactly happened? That blonde-haired kid was driving like a madman. Before Chen Siyuan could figure out how to explain, Zhang Guilin suddenly slapped her thigh, as if she had figured something out. Oh, Siyuan. Mom understands now. Chen Siyuan froze. Mom, what do you understand? Zhang Guilin grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with lingering fear, but also with a strange hint of excitement. Didn't you win the grand prize today? 200,000 yuan. Yeah. Chen Siyuan nodded, still not understanding where she was going with this. That's it, Zhang Guilin said firmly. You've hit the jackpot and run into great fortune. As the saying goes, extreme happiness can bring sorrow, and fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Your luck is just too strong. So Mom took some of the bad luck for you. Chen Siyuan. He was completely baffled. What kind of bizarre logic was this? The more Zhang Guilin spoke, the more convinced she became. Think about it. That blonde-haired kid might have hit you much harder. Instead, Mom only twisted her ankle. This is just a little bit of bad luck that came with your great fortune, and Mom took it for you. That's good. The corner of Chen Siyuan's mouth twitched. He was both amused and touched. His mother really was something else. She was even willing to take his bad luck for him. But then an idea suddenly occurred to him. This excuse might actually be useful. He immediately followed her line of reasoning and said with a serious expression, Mom, you're absolutely right. Looks like you've been attracting some bad luck lately. You shouldn't be going outside. Really? Zhang Guilin asked doubtfully. Of course, Chen Siyuan emphasized. You said it yourself. I hit the jackpot, and you took the bad luck for me. So you have to stay home and rest for a few days and avoid going out. Zhang Guilin began to feel a little uneasy after hearing her son. Recalling the dangerous incident just now, she was indeed still shaken. Okay, Mom will listen to you. I'll stay home for the next few days and won't go anywhere. I'll wait until this unlucky period passes. A huge weight lifted from Chen Siyuan's heart. Excellent. As long as his mother stayed home for the next few days, once the demolition plan for Tianqing Residential Complex was announced, she would never have to work so hard selling vegetables again. He supported his mother, hailed a taxi, and took her home. Hashtag 1 day later. A piece of explosive news spread throughout the city like a thunderclap. A large amusement park project originally planned for the southern part of the city had been forced to stop after a rare community of nationally protected plants and animals was unexpectedly discovered during construction surveys. After urgent discussions and a reassessment of potential new locations by the city government, planning bureau, and investors, various factors were taken into consideration, including transportation, population flow, land area, and future development potential. In a dramatic turn of events, the new site for the amusement park was chosen in the western part of the city, Tianqing Residential Complex and its surrounding area. Furthermore, Because the project was on a tight schedule, the authorities ordered that Tianxing residential complex be demolished immediately. The moment the news came out, the entire city of Linhai was thrown into an uproar. The housing prices in Tianxing residential complex, no, it should now be called the demolition compensation, instantly became the hottest topic of discussion throughout the city. As the undisputed king of the buildings in Tianxing residential complex, Chen Siyuan signed the demolition agreement almost immediately after receiving notification from the neighborhood office and demolition authorities. The demolition compensation package was astonishingly generous. When the long string of numbers appeared in his bank account, the SMS notification nearly shook his phone off the table. More than 8 million yuan. After deducting the 3 million yuan he had borrowed from Yao Qingzhu and repaying the nearly 500,000 yuan he had borrowed from other relatives, friends, and classmates, Chen Siyuan still had a fortune of more than 5 million yuan in his account. When Yao Qingzhu received Chen Siyuan's call and the bank transfer notification, she was completely stunned. The full 3 million yuan had been returned. Not a single cent was missing. She felt as though she were dreaming, a completely unrealistic fantasy. Chen Siyuan, is this real? Her voice trembled. Of course it's real, Qingzhu. Thank you for believing in me back then. Chen Siyuan's voice carried a smile. Yao Qingzhu pinched herself. It hurt. It was real. After hanging up, she looked at the several million yuan that had also appeared in her own account because of the demolition compensation. Her heart felt as though it were about to leap out of her chest. Although she had bought far fewer properties than Chen Siyuan, the few properties she had purchased were larger units in better locations. She had also made several million yuan in net profit this time. It was even more thrilling than winning the lottery. The main thing was, it had happened so quickly. It had only been a few days. Yao Qingzhu's father even took the unprecedented step of calling her personally. His tone was full of amazement and curiosity, with even a faint hint of ingratiation. Qingzhu, Dad heard that. Tianxing residential complex is being demolished. Yeah, it's being demolished. Yao Qingzhu was still somewhat dazed. Did you know some inside information beforehand? Your eye for opportunities is really incredible. Yao Qingzhu gave him a few perfunctory replies, but her heart was in turmoil. How could she have had any inside information? She had merely, inexplicably chosen to believe Chen Siyuan that one time. Meanwhile, when the relatives, friends, and classmates who had lent Chen Siyuan money learned that Tianxing residential complex was being demolished, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Then came the regret and self-reproach. Oh my, Siyuan even advised me to buy 2 apartments back then. Why didn't I listen? I actually thought he was fantasizing. Exactly. If I'd bought 1 or 2 apartments, wouldn't I have made 2 or 3 times my money by now? That would be several million yuan. Who could have known? That rundown neighborhood actually got demolished, and they're paying so much compensation. Envy, jealousy, and regret intertwined in their hearts. At the same time, Yao Menglan heard the news from her mother, Lu Yufan, and her entire body froze. Her mind buzzed, completely blank, as if 10,000 bees were swarming around her ears. Useless. Parasite. The 2 words she had once used to describe Chen Siyuan now felt like 2 loud slaps across her face. How could he possibly make so much money in such a short time? Yao Menglan felt the world spinning around her, and she could barely remain standing. Hashtag Chapter 8. Feisty enough, I like it. Yao Menglan gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She didn't believe it. She absolutely refused to believe it. How could that useless loser, who was worthless in her eyes, suddenly become a nouveau riche worth several million? This had to be fake. It had to be false news. Her fingers trembled slightly as she quickly found Yao Qingzhu's name in her contacts and dialed her. The call was answered almost instantly. Sis. Yao Qingzhu's extremely excited, almost shrill voice came through the receiver like an electric current, stabbing straight into Yao Menglan's eardrums. Yao Menglan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down before asking in a dry voice. Mom said the Tianxing residential complex is being demolished, and Chen Siyuan got a huge sum of money. Is that true? On the other end, Yao Qingzhu seemed completely unaware that there was something wrong with her sister's tone. She was still immersed in the overwhelming joy of this sudden windfall and couldn't wait to share it with someone. It's true. Sis. It's all true. I can't believe it. Luckily, I listened to Siyuan back then. The 3.5 million yuan I invested just a few days ago has nearly tripled. I made several million yuan in pure profit. Sis, do you know? This is the first time I've ever made this much money entirely through my own ability. Every word Yao Qingzhu said was like a sharp knife, precisely stabbing the most painful spot in Yao Menglan's heart. Especially the words. Luckily, I listened to Chen Siyuan, which made Yao Menglan's vision go dark. Yao Menglan's face instantly went from pale to green, then from green to black, as if someone had overturned a paint palette. Grinding her back teeth, she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. So, you've already received the money? Of course, Yao Qingzhu replied matter-of-factly. The demolition office worked really fast. The money was transferred to my account ages ago. What do you think it's fake? Boom. Yao Menglan's mind completely exploded. Her last shred of fantasy had been ruthlessly shattered. Holding the phone, she felt as though a lump of cotton had lodged in her throat. It was dry and bitter, and she couldn't utter a single word. Yao Qingzhu was still chattering excitedly on the other end, but Yao Menglan couldn't hear a word anymore. Yao Qingzhu had received the money, so Chen Siyuan must have received his too. The last bit of reason she had left was all that maintained her final shred of dignity. Heh! A cold laugh escaped her throat. Didn't Chen Siyuan just get lucky? Good for him. With that, she hung up the phone with a sharp click before Yao Qingzhu could even respond. Hearing the beep, beep of the disconnected call, the ecstatic smile on Yao Qingzhu's face slowly froze. Only then did she realize what she'd done, blinking her eyes. Oops, she stuck out her tongue and muttered softly. Did I say something wrong? It seemed like every single sentence had hit her sister right in the heart. She scratched her head, feeling a little guilty, but that guilt was quickly swept away by her overwhelming happiness. Who cared? She was a bona fide little rich woman now. But all of this really was thanks to Chen Siyuan. Thinking of this, she immediately found Chen Siyuan's number again and called him. Hello, Siyuan. Chen Siyuan had only just returned home. He was somewhat surprised to receive her call. Qingzhu, what's up? There was uncontrollable laughter in Yao Qingzhu's voice. I'm calling because I want to treat you to dinner. I absolutely have to. And you're picking the place. Order whatever you want. Chen Siyuan smiled when he heard that. He understood. Yao Qingzhu had made a huge profit by following his advice, so treating him to dinner was only natural. Okay. He readily agreed. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Yao Menglan's chest heaved violently like an angry pufferfish about to explode. She viciously threw her phone onto the sofa, feeling an unbearable knot in her chest. Lucky bastard. He had just gotten incredibly lucky. She paced back and forth across the living room, repeatedly comforting herself. That's right. It was all luck. He was nothing but a poor nobody. He'd never seen so much money in his entire life. Now that he'd suddenly gotten several million yuan, wouldn't he be floating on air? A trace of contempt and disdain flashed through Yao Menglan's eyes. With his poor, pathetic taste, there was no way he'd be able to control himself. He'd buy luxury cars, wear designer brands, frequent high-end clubs, and recklessly blow his money. It wouldn't be long before the several million yuan he'd gotten would be completely squandered. Thinking of this, Yao Menglan finally felt a little better. But that wasn't enough. She continued thinking. He divorced me, so he'll have to marry someone else eventually, right? If he remarries now, which woman wouldn't want a house, a car, and a huge bride price? Even if he'd made some money from the demolition this time, after buying a house, buying a car, and scraping together another fortune for the bride price. How much of those few million could possibly be left? Maybe, in the end, he'd become that penniless poor man once again. With that thought, the anger burning inside Yao Menglan finally began to subside. She let out a long sigh, sat back down on the sofa, and a sense of superiority surprisingly returned to her face. That's right. A person's vision and mindset were innate. A loser would always be a loser, even if he happened to pick up a gold ingot. He and I are already people from two completely different worlds. Bzzz. Her phone suddenly vibrated. Yao Menglan glanced at the caller ID. Gong Zihong, a wealthy heir who had recently returned from overseas and begun pursuing her aggressively. His family was rich, and their status was considered a good match for the Yao family. Under normal circumstances, Yao Menglan might have had the patience to entertain him, perhaps even enjoy being courted. But right now, she had a raging fire burning inside her and had absolutely no interest in it. The trace of superiority on her face was instantly replaced by impatience. Yao Menglan swiped to answer, her voice as cold as ice. Hello. A slightly exaggerated, deliberately lowered male voice came from the other end, as though he believed it sounded particularly magnetic. Beautiful Menglan, are you free tonight? I've just reserved a table at Cloud Top Restaurant. I'd like to invite you to dinner and enjoy the starry night view of Starry City together. Yao Menglan's brows furrowed even tighter. Cloud Top Restaurant. That was a place a loser like Chen Siyuan would never be able to enter in his entire lifetime. But when she thought of the several million yuan Chen Siyuan had just gotten his hands on, another stab of pain pierced her heart, sending a nameless rage straight to her head. I'm not free. Yao Menglan's voice became sharper, filled with undisguised irritation. I have things to do today. I'm very busy. Gong Zihong on the other end was clearly stunned. He obviously hadn't expected such a blunt rejection, but he quickly returned to his gentlemanly tone and chuckled. Oh, what a shame. It's fine. Your career comes first. I understand. So, shall we make plans for another day? We'll see. Yao Menglan didn't want to say another word to him. She coldly tossed out 3 words before abruptly hanging up. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, the smile on Gong Zihong's face stiffened slightly, followed by a flash of gloom. But he quickly adjusted his expression and chuckled at his phone as if speaking to himself. Interesting. Feisty enough. I like it. Hashtag Chapter 9. Chen Siyuan. Over here. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Chen Siyuan calmed himself down and decided to tell his mother about the demolition compensation first. He walked into his mother Zhang Guilan's room. Zhang Guilan was sitting on the bed, folding clothes. Every piece was folded neatly, with sharp, crisp edges. Mom. Chen Siyuan sat down beside her. What's wrong, son? Zhang Guilan replied. Chen Siyuan took a deep breath and slowly said, the demolition compensation for Tianxing residential complex has been deposited. Zhang Guilan's reaction was a little slow. Oh, it has. Tianxing residential complex was demolished. She looked somewhat dazed. Hadn't her son just bought property in Tianxing? And now, it was already being demolished? Looking at his mother, Chen Siyuan said word by word, after deducting all the loans and debts, we still have 5.37 million yuan left. What? Zhang Guilan seemed not to have heard him clearly. She even dug at her ear. What did you say? How much? Knowing that his mother wouldn't be able to process it immediately, Chen Siyuan patiently repeated himself. 5.37 million yuan. Zhang Guilan's eyes instantly widened. She abruptly sat upright on the bed, completely forgetting about the pain in her ankle. Son, don't scare your mom. Is this really true? Her voice trembled. Did you read it wrong? Wrong. Did you count 1 extra 0? Or 2? Chen Siyuan smiled and immediately took out his phone. He opened the bank notification showing the deposit and handed it to his mother. Mom, see for yourself. Would I lie to you? Zhang Guilan snatched the phone from him and held it close, carefully counting every 0 in the message. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. It really was more than 5 million. Zhang Guilan's hands began to tremble so badly that she almost dropped the phone. She looked up at her son in disbelief. Her lips moved for a long time before she finally found her voice. My goodness. Our family really has this much money now. Chen Siyuan nodded firmly. Yeah, I told you a long time ago that we'd only get richer from now on. Her excitement lasted only a few seconds before her expression collapsed again, replaced by deep concern. Son, she grabbed Chen Siyuan's hand and said nervously, tell Mom the truth. Did you get lucky again somehow? This luck is a little too good. It's almost frightening. People always say fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. We got incredibly lucky this time. So there won't be some terrible misfortune waiting for us afterward, will there? Seeing his mother's worried expression, Chen Siyuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. He knew that she was simply accustomed to being poor and was afraid that the family might lose their money. He decided that he couldn't fool her anymore with that explanation about taking on bad luck. He smiled and gently patted the back of her hand. Mom, think about it. If I hadn't gotten reliable information beforehand and was merely making a wild guess based on luck, would I have dared to borrow 3.5 million yuan to buy those properties? Wouldn't that have been gambling? When have I ever done something that reckless? Zhang Guilan froze. That's right. Although her son had been timid and useless in the past, he had never been a gambler. Borrowing 3.5 million yuan was a huge debt that could have ruined the rest of his life. How could he possibly have dared to do something reckless like that? Chen Siyuan continued. So this wasn't simply luck. I got the information beforehand. It was a guaranteed profitable investment. You can put your mind at ease. Our family will only get better from now on. Nothing bad is going to happen. After hearing his explanation, The heavy stone in Zhang Guolan's heart finally fell. Oh, oh, so that's how it was. Goodness, you scared me to death. She let out a long sigh of relief, and a genuine smile finally appeared on her face. But she still reminded him anxiously, "Son, that's more than 5 million yuan. That's enough money to last a lifetime. You have to keep it safe. Don't spend it recklessly. Put it away quickly. Then we'll take a look at some houses in the city and buy a big one. And get yourself a nice car. Then hurry up and find a good girl and bring home a wife for mom to meet." Hearing his mother's endless stream of urging, Chen Siyuan couldn't help but smile helplessly. He waved his hand and responded perfunctorily, I know, I know." Then his tone suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with a confident light that Zhang Guolan had never seen before. "Mom, buying a house and a car is nothing. What's this little bit of money worth? Money is meant to make more money. Just wait and see. I'll only have more and more money in the future." Zhang Guolan stared blankly at her son, feeling as though she were dreaming. Was this really the same son who had once been timid and submissive in the Yao family, barely daring to breathe too loudly? She muttered to herself, "That's strange. When you married Yao Menglan, our family wasn't just unable to make money. We could barely make ends meet. But after getting divorced, you suddenly seem like a completely different person, and money just started coming to you." Hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Chen Siyuan's lips. He leaned close to his mother's ear and whispered with a completely serious expression, "What else could it be? She must have affected my financial luck. She was bringing me bad luck." Zhang Guolan froze for a moment, then surprisingly nodded in complete agreement. "You know, that actually makes sense." Chen Siyuan smiled and stood up. "All right, Mom, get some rest. I need to go out. I've got dinner plans." His mother's gossip radar instantly went into overdrive. Her eyes lit up. "Dinner? With whom? A man or a woman?" Chen Siyuan casually replied, "A woman. A woman." Zhang Guolan was so excited that she nearly jumped off the bed again. She grabbed her son's arm and lowered her voice, but her tone was filled with excitement. "Quick, go take a shower. Change into clean clothes. Wear that new shirt and make yourself look sharp. Son, listen to Mom. You have to seize your opportunities yourself." "Got it." Looking at his mother's expression that clearly said, "I know what's going on," Chen Siyuan was speechless. He helplessly pulled his arm free. "Mom, what are you thinking?" He secretly muttered to himself. Asterisk, I could be with anyone, but Yao Qingzhu? She's my former sister-in-law. How could that possibly happen? Asterisk. Half an hour later, at an elegant Western restaurant in the city center, Yao Qingzhu had arrived long ago and was excitedly poking at the dessert in front of her with a knife and fork. The moment she saw Chen Siyuan walk in, she immediately waved at him enthusiastically like a puppy that had just spotted its owner. "Chen Siyuan, over here. Hashtag chapter 10. I'm still going to sell vegetables." Chen Siyuan sat down across from her. Before he could even speak, Yao Qingzhu eagerly leaned toward him, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Come on, tell me. How much did you make?" Chen Siyuan picked up the lemon water on the table and took a sip, his expression calm. "Not bad. 5.37 million yuan. Then he asked, "What about you? You invested more principal, so you should have made even more, right?" Hee. Yao Qingzhu let out a bright, bell-like laugh and proudly shook her head. "I made several million too. You have no idea, my dad, who practically never pays attention to me, actually called me personally today to praise me." Chen Siyuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what did he praise you for?" A rare seriousness and emotion appeared in Yao Qingzhu's voice. "You know how things are in my family. My eldest brother, Yao Yensong, is going to inherit the family business, while my second sister, Yao Menglan, started her own company and is a business genius. And then there's me. Ever since I was little, I've been good at absolutely nothing. But when it comes to eating, drinking, and having fun, I'm number one. So my dad decided a long time ago that I could just be a rich second-generation kid who did nothing but enjoy life. After all, with my brother and sister around, I'd never go hungry." She gently poked at the cake on her plate with her fork, her voice becoming softer. "Actually, I know I'm not cut out for business. I can't compare with my brother or sister. But who doesn't want their father's praise?" As she said this, she looked up at Chen Siyuan, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. "I've dreamed of hearing my dad tell me that I had good judgment and courage. I never expected that you would be the one to make that dream come true." Looking into Yao Qingzhu's sparkling eyes, Chen Siyuan felt his heart soften for no particular reason. His former sister-in-law had always been willful and spoiled, but deep down, There was an innocent stubbornness in her that refused to admit defeat. Compared with her selfish, arrogant sister, Yao Menglan, the two were practically polar opposites. He smiled, his tone carrying a hint of affection. Sure, if I come across another opportunity like this where you can make money without losing anything, I'll let you know. Yao Qingzhu's eyes instantly lit up, brighter than the crystal chandelier above them. Really? You're not kidding. Chen Siyuan nodded seriously. When have I ever lied to you? That's wonderful. Yao Qingzhu was so excited that she could barely contain herself. She felt as though her life had just boarded a rocket, and the person who had lit the fuse was sitting right across from her. The next second, her mind went blank, and she acted entirely on instinct. She suddenly stood up, leaned across half the table, opened her arms, and threw them around Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan, thank you. Thank you so much. Through his thin shirt, he could clearly feel the warmth and softness of her body. A faint fragrance, something like flowers mixed with shampoo, drifted into his nose. Chen Siyuan froze completely. His hands hovered awkwardly in midair. He didn't know whether he should put them down or push her away. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. He could clearly feel that, unlike Yao Menglan's deliberately slim figure, Yao Qingzhu's body had a natural fullness and springiness to it. The warm, soft sensation made his heartbeat skip. This is my former sister-in-law. Warning bells rang loudly in Chen Siyuan's head. Just as he was about to remind her to be more careful about appearances, Yao Qingzhu suddenly let go as if she had been electrocuted. Ah! She took a step back, her pretty face instantly turning bright red, all the way to her ears. She clasped her hands behind her back like a schoolgirl who had done something wrong, lowering her head while nervously tracing circles on the floor with her toe. I didn't mean to. Her voice was barely audible, filled with embarrassment and shyness. I was just too excited. Right. I was too excited. Seeing her adorable, flustered appearance, the awkwardness in Chen Siyuan's heart suddenly vanished. He even found it a little amusing. He coughed twice, deliberately picking up his glass to hide the momentary distraction. Ahem. I understand. I understand. But inwardly, he muttered. Asterisk that excited? Anyone who didn't know better might think you were planning to marry me. Asterisk. To break the slightly awkward atmosphere, Chen Siyuan immediately changed the subject. He picked up the menu and waved it in front of Yao Qingzhu, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Since you're so grateful to me, I'm going to take full advantage of you today. Yao Qingzhu immediately looked up as if she had found a lifeline and nodded repeatedly. Order whatever you want. The most expensive steak here, the most expensive red wine. Order whatever you like. She patted her chest proudly. I'm paying. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for both of them. When it came time to pay, Yao Qingzhu indeed swiped her card without even blinking. After leaving the restaurant, Yao Qingzhu got into her red BMW Mini and offered to drive Chen Siyuan home. Chen Siyuan didn't refuse. The car moved smoothly through the bustling streets. As the cool night breeze blew past, Chen Siyuan suddenly spoke. Looks like I should buy a car too. It's inconvenient going anywhere without one. Yao Qingzhu's eyes immediately lit up again. You're buying a car? When? Tomorrow, I guess. Chen Siyuan thought for a moment. The sooner I buy one, the sooner it'll be convenient. Yao Qingzhu immediately volunteered. Perfect. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I'll go with you, she said excitedly. I know the 4S dealerships in Linhai City really well. I guarantee I'll help you get the best car for the lowest price. Seeing how excited she was, Chen Siyuan smiled and nodded. Okay, tomorrow morning, then. I'll contact you. It's a deal. Back at the old house in Tianxing residential community, Chen Siyuan opened the door and immediately saw his father, Chen Zhengwo, sitting on the worn-out sofa in the living room. He was holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his brows tightly furrowed. His mother, Zhang Guolan, sat beside him with an expression that was both excited and helpless. The moment Chen Zhengwo saw his son, he sprang to his feet like an anxious lion. Son, come here. Chen Siyuan walked over with a smile and glanced at his mother. Mom, what's wrong? He winked at her and whispered, See? Dad doesn't believe you. Zhang Guolan laughed and slapped her husband lightly. Look at you. Do you really think I'd lie to you? Chen Zhengwo completely ignored his wife's teasing. He stared intently at his son, his voice hoarse with excitement. Your mother said, the demolition compensation has been paid? More than 5 million yuan. Is that really true? Chen Siyuan knew that for a father who had spent his entire life working the land, such a figure was even more unbelievable than a fairy tale. He said nothing. He simply took out his phone again, opened the bank notification that was enough to change his entire family's fate, and handed it over. Chen Jingwo took the phone with trembling hands and counted the zeros one by one. Once, twice, 3 times. He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide as bells, bloodshot with shock and overwhelming joy. Yet more than anything else, there was an indescribable bewilderment in them. It's real. Chen Siyuan took back the phone and looked at his parents with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Dad, Mom, from now on, you don't need to go to that vegetable market in the eastern part of the city anymore. It's too hard, and it's too dangerous. Our family has money now. You two should enjoy your retirement and live comfortably. Zhang Guolan's face filled with relief, and her eyes even grew slightly moist. But after hearing this, Chen Jingwo's expression suddenly darkened. He slammed the unlit cigarette onto the table, his voice rising sharply. Nonsense. He glared at Chen Siyuan and shouted, "What do you mean, enjoy retirement? We just got a little money, and already you want your parents to become useless? Money is dead. People are alive." There was a deeply ingrained stubbornness on Chen Jingwo's face. This money may look like a lot, but how long will it really last once you start spending it? We come from farming families. Don't you understand the principle that if your hands stop working, your mouth goes hungry? A person can't get a little money and immediately lose their head and forget where they came from. I'm still going to sell these vegetables, and I'm still going to earn this money. Chapter 11 is for you to spend money on. Looking at his father's face, flushed with excitement, and the stubbornness in his eyes, Chen Siyuan felt a sense of helplessness. He knew that his father's lifelong belief was that earning a living with his own 2 hands was a matter of course. Getting him to suddenly stop and enjoy a life of leisure is harder than getting him to ascend to heaven. Chen Siyuan sighed, his tone softening. Dad, that's not what I meant. Let me ask you, how much money can you and Mom earn, working from dawn till dusk, guarding the market all day long? Chen Jingwo stiffened his neck, as if he had been insulted. How much we earn is our business. 300 or 500. That's still hard-earned money we made through our own abilities. Yes, it's hard-earned money. Chen Siyuan nodded, but then abruptly changed the subject, his voice tinged with heartache. But it's hard-earned money. It's money earned by risking your life. He looked at his mother, Zhang Guolan, who was standing to the side. Mom, tell me, you were just setting up a stall yesterday, and that blonde guy almost bumped into you. Zhang Guolan's face paled slightly. She nodded subconsciously and quickly glanced at her husband. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingwo's momentum immediately weakened by 3 points, but he still refused to back down verbally. That was an accident. Selling vegetables isn't as dangerous as you make it out to be. Chen Siyuan shook his head, his expression turning serious. Dad, one accident is enough in this world. I don't want to be worried about your safety while I'm out working hard for this family. If you all stay at home and take good care of yourselves, then I can go out and earn money without worry. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, both Chen Jingwo and Zhang Guolan fell silent. Their son's safety and their own safety are what they value most. Seeing this, Chen Siyuan knew that the time was almost right and decided to add another powerful ingredient. Besides, Dad, Mom, you don't want me to be talked about behind my back, do you? Huh? Zhang Guolan was taken aback. Who's talking behind your back? Chen Siyuan deliberately feigned a troubled expression. Neighbors. Think about it. Everyone knows now that our house was demolished, and we received millions in compensation. And the result? I, Chen Siyuan, am carrying millions of yuan, while my own parents are out selling vegetables in the market every day, exposed to the wind and sun. What will they say about me? They'll definitely say that Chen Siyuan is an ingrate, an unfilial son. He's made his fortune, and now he doesn't even know who his parents are. Chen Jingwo's face flushed red instantly, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Besides his family, the thing he valued most in his life was his reputation. Being criticized for being an unfilial son is more painful than being beaten up. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that his son's words made perfect sense. Seeing the changes in his parents' expressions, Chen Siyuan knew he had grasped their weakness. He unleashed his final trump card. Dad, Mom, were you both saying yesterday that after I divorce Yao Menglan, I should quickly find a good girl to marry? These words seemed to strike a nerve. Chen Jingwo and Zhang Guolan simultaneously raised their heads, their expressions changing. Zhang Guolan asked even more urgently. Yes. This is of utmost importance. What's wrong? Chen Siyuan shrugged, looking completely at ease. Think about it. When I'm dating a girl, she asks me, What do your parents do? What should I say? I said. Oh, my family just got over 5 million yuan in compensation from our demolished house, and my parents are still selling vegetables at the market. What do you think the girl and her family will think when they hear this? Won't they think that our family is obsessed with money? Or that I, as a son, am particularly incompetent and can't even support my parents? If the girl gets angry and refuses to talk to me anymore, do you think I'll lose my wife because of you selling vegetables? The living room was deathly silent. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and sudden realization. They considered a million possibilities, but never imagined that their insistence on selling vegetables would actually affect their son's lifelong happiness. This is outrageous. Compared to my son's happiness, selling a few cabbages and earning 100 or 200 yuan is nothing. Chen Jiangwo's taut nerves seemed to be completely severed by those words. He slumped back onto the sofa, then suddenly slapped his thigh as if he had made up his mind. I'm not selling it anymore. He gritted his teeth and practically forced out those 3 words. Starting tomorrow, we will no longer sell this vegetable. Zhang Guilin nodded repeatedly, looking at Chen Siyuan with lingering fear in her eyes. Yes, no, we won't sell it anymore. We can't let it delay my son from finding a wife. Chen Siyuan felt relieved, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. He immediately took out his phone and struck while the iron was hot. That's right. As he operated the machine, he said, Don't just sit there. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to each of your cards first. If you want to buy something or eat something, just go and spend the money. Huh? 100,000. Zhang Guilin was startled. You don't need that much. You child, you're wasting money. Ding dong. Ding dong. The couple's phones both beeped with text message notifications at the same time. Chen Siyuan put his phone back in his pocket and explained with a smile. Mom, you can take this money without worry. Don't complain about the small amount. The main thing is that I need to keep the rest as capital, so that the money can make more money and bring you back even more money in the future. Your job is to stay home, get well, be happy, and wait to hold your grandchildren. You child. Zhang Guilin was dazzled by the long string of zeros in the text message on her phone. Her first reaction was not happiness, but heartache. Why are you transferring so much money to us? She grabbed her son's arm and said urgently, Your father and I have our own savings. We've told you to save your money carefully so you can use it when you get married. Chen Siyuan felt both warm and amused looking at her mother's expression that said, I'll get angry if you waste money. He patted his mother's hand with his other hand, his tone incredibly firm. Mom, please don't disbelieve me. I assure you, I will definitely earn much more money than this in the future. His gaze swept over his parents' faces, etched with worry, and he said, word by word. So, this money is given to you so that you can spend it. Don't always think about saving it for me, and don't be reluctant to spend it. He knew that his parents had been frugal their whole lives, and that lecturing them wouldn't change their mindset. We must use what they care about most to break through their last line of defense. Chen Siyuan deliberately sighed, making a troubled look on his face. Dad, Mom, I did this for your sake, and for my own sake too. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin took the bait and asked in unison, What do you mean by that? Chapter 12. This is the real ladder to heaven. Chen Siyuan cleared his throat and began his performance. Think about it. I'm single now, so I'll eventually date someone and bring girls home, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin's eyes lit up instantly. Chen Siyuan pressed on while the iron was hot, continuing to describe the scene. When the young woman first came to visit, she saw that you two were still wearing your old clothes, and you couldn't bear to buy anything new for your home. What do you think that girl is thinking? He paused, then emphasized his words. She won't think you're being frugal. She'll only think I'm an unfilial son. She would think, Chen Siyuan has made a fortune, yet he makes his parents live such a shabby life. He must be an unreliable ingrate. If the girl gets angry and thinks I have character flaws and breaks up with me, do you think my wife will just fly away? Chen Siyuan was secretly adding to his thoughts. If there really were a girl who only looked at appearances and was materialistic, he would turn around and leave. There was no way he would bring her home. But these words are the best weapon to persuade parents. Really? Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin exchanged a glance, both seeing a profound shock in each other's eyes. Yes, why didn't they think of this? This is no longer a matter of saving money for themselves. It concerns their son's lifelong happiness. It concerns the reputation and continuation of the Chen family line. My son is right. Chen Jiangwo slapped his thigh, his previous stubbornness vanishing, his face filled with lingering fear. That's absolutely right. We can't hold you back from your important task. Zhang Guilin nodded repeatedly, as if she could already see a future good daughter-in-law running away because of their frugality. Yes, yes, we have to spend the money. We absolutely must. We need to dress smartly and presentably, so you don't embarrass yourself in front of your future wife. Seeing that her parents were even more anxious than she was, Chen Siyuan felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. He smiled and nodded, then brought up another topic. Oh, right, Dad, Mom, there's something else. I'm planning to buy a car tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jiangwo suddenly stood up from the sofa, his voice even louder than before. Purchase. I have to buy it. I'm going to buy it right now. He paced back and forth in the living room excitedly, muttering, these days, without a car and a house, what good girl would want to be with you? This is the important thing. The most important thing. Zhang Guilin wholeheartedly agreed, urging, your dad's right. Buy it quickly, buy a good one. We can't skimp on this money. In their view, this car is the stepping stone to their future daughter-in-law. Chen Siyuan smiled with satisfaction. Okay, then it's settled. He stretched and said, I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Go on, get some rest. The parents watched their son return to his room with great anticipation. Click, the door closed. In the living room, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin remained silent for a long time. Under the dim light, the couple looked at each other, their eyes brimming with excitement, anticipation, and longing. They could almost see a beautiful and virtuous daughter-in-law being led into their home by their son in his new car. Next year, they will be able to hold a chubby, healthy grandson. Old man, Zhang Guilin's voice trembled with a hint of joy. Chen Jiangwo nodded heavily, his eyes even getting a little moist. I closed the bedroom door, shutting out my parents' hopeful chatter. The gentle smile that Chen Siyuan had been wearing to deceive his parents vanished instantly. Instead, there was a profound calm. He walked to the bedside, sat down, closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system interface deep in his mind. 3 brand new messages were quietly floating there, emitting a faint glow. Message 1. Your college classmate Lu Wei is cursing you at home. Content. He believes that when you discovered the investment opportunity in Tianxing residential area, you didn't insist that he buy a house together, causing him to miss out on millions of yuan. He also claims that you are narrow-minded and can't stand seeing others do well. In Chen Siyuan's mind, Lu Wei's face, twisted with jealousy, was even clearly visible. He remembers it perfectly clearly. When he borrowed 3,000 yuan from Lu Wei, he sincerely reminded him of something. What did Lu Wei say in the end? Siyuan, are you out of your mind? That old, run-down place. Even a dog wouldn't live in it. And you think you can trick me into investing money? Do you think I'm stupid? That mocking and disdainful face still rings in my ears. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Siyuan's lips. I was thinking that although the 3,000 yuan wasn't much, it was a timely act of kindness, and I would find an opportunity to repay it tenfold or 100-fold in the future. Now it seems, there's no need for that. The human heart is truly the most vulnerable thing to test. With a thought, he casually crossed out the message and moved his gaze to the second one. Information 2. The former landlords of Tianxing residential area, Li Laosan, Widow Wang, and others, are conspiring to jointly demand demolition compensation from you. My bottom line, I want a 50-50 split of the demolition compensation with you. Otherwise, I'll petition higher authorities and contact the media to ruin your reputation. Upon seeing this message, Chen Siyuan was genuinely amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in the quiet room. A 50-50th split? Do you also want to ruin my reputation? Are these people's faces made of diamonds? When they signed the contract, they were all afraid he would back out, and they couldn't wait to get the money on the spot. They thanked him profusely and praised him as a living bodhisattva. Now that he's made a fortune, does he want to come back and reap the rewards? Do they really think they're that penniless college graduate who can be manipulated however they want? They're just a bunch of greedy clowns. A chilling glint flashed in Chen Siyuan's eyes. Too lazy to think any further, he looked directly at the last, and most important, piece of information. Opportunity information. Gu Jinxiong, father of Gu Changfeng, the richest man in Linhai City, will suffer an acute myocardial infarction in 3 hours while walking his dog on Binjiang Road. Boom. This message was like a thunderclap, exploding in Chen Siyuan's mind. The richest man in Linhai City. Gu Changfeng. This is a legendary figure who can shake the entire Linhai city and even the whole province with a single stomp of his foot. And now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to establish contact with him and build a relationship has been laid bare before him. Chen Siyuan suddenly stood up from the bed, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was exactly 8 p.m. 3 hours later, it was 11 p.m. He frowned slightly. This old man from the Gu family has a really big heart. He went to walk 3 large dogs by the river at 11 p.m. But upon further reflection, the system's meaning couldn't be clearer. Saving Gu Jinxiong would mean making Gu Changfeng, the richest man in Linhai City, owe him a huge favor. This favor is more precious than millions, tens of millions, or even 100 million. This is the real ladder to heaven. Chapter 13. Old Man, I saved your life. Chen Siyuan took a deep breath, forcing his heart, which was agitated by excitement, to slowly calm down. He did not act immediately. He knew that the more important something was, the less he should panic. Anxiety and impulsiveness will only make things worse. He sat quietly in the room until 10 p.m., guessing that his parents were already asleep, before changing his clothes, opening the door silently, and slipping out like a cat. It was already late at night downstairs, so he casually hailed a taxi on the roadside. Driver, to Binjiang Road. The taxi weaved through the city's neon lights and soon arrived at its destination. After getting off the bus, Chen Siyuan did not go directly to the riverbank, but instead looked around the area and quickly found a 24-hour pharmacy with its lights on. He strode in and, without uttering a single word, said directly to the pharmacist, "Hello, could you give me a bottle of nitroglycerin tablets?" After buying the medicine, Chen Siyuan clutched the small, potentially life-saving bottle tightly in his hand and put it in his pocket before leisurely walking towards the brightly lit riverside walkway. The night breeze from the river carried a slight chill, and as it brushed against his face, it made his already calm mind even clearer. Although it was getting late, there were still couples taking a stroll and young people jogging along the riverside road, making it far from deserted. As Chen Siyuan walked, he scanned everyone passing by with his sharp eyes. He is searching for his goal. He strolled back and forth on the pedestrian path twice, and time passed by second. Just when his patience was about to run out, a peculiar figure finally came into his view. He was an elderly man who looked to be in his early 70s, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, and was in good spirits with a steady gait. But what's most eye-catching are the 3 taut dog leashes in his hands. The other end of the rope was connected to an Alaskan Malamute, a Samoyed, and a Husky. The famous 3 silly sled dogs are all here. The 3 large dogs were clearly bursting with energy, running around and jumping up and down, pulling the old man off balance several times while he kept scolding them. Chen Siyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. That's him. Almost at the same time, the system's cold notification sounded in my mind. Target confirmed, Gu Jinxiong. Chen Siyuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Is a man in his 70s walking 3 large dogs in the middle of the night? Are they walking the 3 sled dogs? This thing's intelligence is inherently unstable. It disappears the moment you let go of it, and it runs around like a cannonball. Isn't this just making things harder for themselves, courting death? But soon, Chen Siyuan realized something was wrong. Those 3 dogs, though they looked noisy, were actually unusually docile. They would walk a few steps, then stop and look back to see if the old man was keeping up. The old man would give them a stern rebuke, and although they were unwilling, they would still obediently return to his side. The scene of him suddenly accelerating out of control, as he had imagined, did not occur at all. That's strange. Since the dog is so obedient, what exactly is the cause of the myocardial infarction detected by the system? Chen Siyuan patiently followed behind, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Time was ticking closer and closer to 11 p.m. Just then, something unexpected happened. The husky walking at the front suddenly sniffed the air a few times. The next second, as if it had discovered a new continent, it suddenly plunged headfirst into the bushes by the roadside. The other 2 dogs were also instantly intrigued and followed, barking loudly. Ah! A wolf! A wolf! A woman's scream shattered the tranquility of the riverside. Immediately afterwards, 2 disheveled people crawled out of the bushes. Chen Siyuan. He was completely dumbfounded. These days, how much does it cost to book a hotel room? Why would someone want to come here to jungle just for a little thrill? Jungling is one thing, but at least wait until there are fewer people around. Although there aren't many people on this riverside road, It's not a deserted place either. The man had just pulled up his pants when he pointed at Gu Jinxiong and started cursing. You old bastard. Do you even know how to walk a dog? If your dog bites someone, can you take responsibility? The woman beside him also turned pale and chimed in shrill voice. Exactly. You scared me to death. Let me tell you, I have a heart condition. If you get sick from this, can you afford to compensate me? Gu Jinxiong was furious at this hypocritical accusation. He tightened his grip on the dog leash and said in a deep voice, You were the ones who went into the bushes. My dog was just curious and went over to take a look. It didn't touch you at all. You didn't run into her? If you didn't run into her, would we be this scared? I think you're doing this on purpose. You're just letting the dogs out to scare people. The two argued back and forth, making unreasonable demands and giving the old man no chance to reason with them. Gu Jinxiong has always been a strong man. He has never been treated like this by a rogue. He was so angry that his face turned red, his lips turned purple, and he was pointing at the two of them, trembling all over. You all. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly clutched his chest, his expression one of extreme pain. He collapsed to the ground, feeling limp and weak. The woman, far from being frightened, put her hands on her hips and sneered. Oh, you're putting on an act now? Trying to scam me, huh? Let me tell you, I don't have any money on me. But Gu Jinxiong on the ground, apart from heavy breathing, showed no other reaction. The man finally sensed something was wrong. He nudged the woman and said, Don't say any more. He seems to be really unable to perform. Really? The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Run! Someone shouted, and the two of them, no longer caring about anything else, took off and disappeared into the night. At the scene, only the old man lying on the ground and 3 large dogs whining and circling around him remained. The Samoyed seemed to be the smartest. It anxiously nudged its owner's face with its nose, then tilted its head back and barked loudly, as if calling for help. The Alaskan Malamute stood warily in front of its owner, growling softly to keep anyone away. A few passers-by noticed the commotion, but none dared to approach when they saw the 3 enormous dogs. Now, Chen Siyuan rushed forward in one stride. Roar! The Alaskan Malamute, fiercely protective of its master, immediately bared its teeth at him. Before it could make its next move, the Samoyed next to it suddenly stretched out its mouth, bit its neck, and dragged it a step to the side. Chen Siyuan seized the opportunity and quickly squatted down, his movements swift and decisive. He pulled out the life-saving little medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out a nitroglycerin tablet, flicked it with his finger, and accurately put it into Gu Jinxiong's mouth. Nitroglycerin tablets are a fast-acting medication. Less than a minute later, Gu Jinxiong, lying on the ground, let out a long groan. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with the bewilderment of someone who had survived a catastrophe. The 3 big dogs immediately nudged their furry heads closer and affectionately licked his face with their tongues. Seeing this, Chen Siyuan squatted down beside him and said half-jokingly, Old man, I saved your life. Please don't try to extort money from me. I'm just a poor man. I can't afford to pay. Chapter 14. He seems to think, I'm your sugar daddy. Gu Jinxiong gasped for breath, taking a long time to catch his breath. He looked at Chen Siyuan with clear, unwavering eyes, revealing instead a shrewdness and gratitude born of long-standing power. Young man, I, Gu Jinxiong, am not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him. His voice was still a little weak, but every word was clear. Thank you for saving my life. Chen Siyuan smiled and reached out to pat the big head of the Samoyed that had come closer. It feels really good. You're lucky. My girlfriend has a heart condition, which is why I have a habit of carrying this medicine with me. I never expected to run into this situation. Without batting an eye, he used a non-existent ex-girlfriend as a shield. Grandpa, you've just had a relapse, so please don't move around too much. Sit down and rest for a while. Call your family, and they'll come pick you up. These 3 big guys also need to be taken back. Guzhin nodded, still feeling a bit shaken. For a brief moment, he really thought he was going to die here. He shakily pulled out his phone and dialed the number he knew best. The call was answered almost instantly. Dad? What's wrong so late? Changfeng. I just had a heart attack. Come to Binjiang Road. Pick me up. The voice on the other end of the phone changed instantly. Where are you? Don't move. I'm coming right away. Less than 10 minutes. A deep engine roar came from afar. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided almost silently to the side of the road, its prestigious headlights piercing the night. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a custom-made suit with a composed expression quickly stepped out. Gu Changfeng is the richest man in Linhai City. He saw Gu Jinxiong leaning against the bench, his face still pale, and his own face turned pale instantly. "Dad, how are you?" Gu Changfeng rushed over in one stride, his voice filled with barely suppressed terror. Gu Jinxiong waved his hand. "Changfeng, I'm fine, thanks to this young man." Gu Changfeng then noticed Chen Siyuan beside him, and the three well-behaved big dogs at his feet. He immediately understood the gist of it and bowed solemnly to Chen Siyuan. "Thank you. Thank you so much, young man. If it weren't for you, I don't even want to think about what would have happened." Chen Siyuan accepted the greeting without hesitation. Seeing that the time was right, he stood up and patted the dog hair off his hands. "Mr. Gu, right? I just took a picture of those two people who scared the old man with my phone." He waved his phone. "I wonder if you need it." Gu Changfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew his father's temper best. He must have suffered a great deal of anger to trigger his illness. "We need it. We absolutely need it. Hey bro, let's add each other on WeChat. You can send me the video." Gu Changfeng immediately took out his phone and opened his WeChat QR code. Chen Siyuan scanned the QR code and added the contact. "You have successfully added Changfeng and can start chatting now." "It's done." Gu Changfeng added him as a friend and, without saying a word, immediately wanted to transfer the money. A bright red transfer of 200,000 yuan was sent directly to me. But as soon as the transfer was sent, the interface displayed, "The transfer has been refunded." Gu Changfeng was stunned. Chen Siyuan smiled and put his phone back in his pocket. "Mr. Gu, there's no need to be so polite. I really love your three dogs. I just petted them for a long time. They feel great. Consider this a token of my appreciation." After saying that, he waved to the father and son and patted the Alaskan Malamute's rear end. "Goodbye, everyone." He turned and left as swiftly as a gust of wind, without the slightest hesitation. In the darkness of night, only a slender and upright figure remained. Gu Changfeng supported his father, looking in the direction where Chen Siyuan had disappeared, and remained silent for a long time. "Dad, this young man is not simple." Gu Jinxiong leaned against his son, a barely perceptible glint of light flashing in his cloudy eyes. "He's an interesting little guy. Changfeng, go and investigate him." The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Siyuan opened his eyes. His eyes held no trace of hangover fatigue, only clarity. For him, everything that happened last night was just a step in a well-planned strategy. He took a shower, changed into clean casual clothes, and looked refreshed and upright. As soon as I got downstairs, a bright red Maserati Ghibli was parked quietly in front of the old residential building, like a burning flame, completely out of place with the surrounding gray environment. Yao Qingzhu leaned against the car door, looking down at her phone. The morning light shone on her delicate profile, gilding it with a soft golden edge. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and her eyes lit up. "You're awake." She smiled and waved the paper bag in her hand. "The soup dumplings from the time-honored shop in the south of the city are still warm." Chen Siyuan walked over and took it naturally. "Thanks. Why are you being so polite with me?" Yao Qingzhu opened the car door. "Get in. Let's go to the car dealership." Half an hour later, at the largest Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Linhai City, the sales manager recognized Yao Qingzhu's car and her immediately. "The second young lady of the Yao family is a super VIP." He greeted us with a broad smile. "Miss Yao, what brings you here today?" His gaze swept over Chen Siyuan beside him, a quick glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. "Oh, I understand. Another pretty boy who caught the eye of Miss Yao. Look at that physique and that face. He certainly has the looks to be a gigolo." Yao Qingzhu pointed at Chen Siyuan. "It's not me. He's the one who wants to buy a car. I'm here to give him some advice." Understood, understood." The sales manager smiled even more enthusiastically, but his next words were all directed at Yao Qingzhu. "Miss Yao, you have excellent taste. This gentleman has an extraordinary air about him. He's a perfect match for our latest Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Look at this streamlined body and luxurious interior. It will definitely make you look good when you drive it." He talked on and on, spitting as he spoke, ignoring Chen Siyuan and relentlessly trying to brainwash Yao Qingzhu. It was as if Yao Qingzhu was picking out an expensive toy for her new pet, not Chen Siyuan, as if she were the one buying the car. Yao Qingzhu was completely confused, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Why are you telling me all this? He's the one buying the car. You should ask him what model he likes." The sales manager was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Ms. Yao, you're right. But shouldn't this kind of thing be decided by you, the lady of the house? The implication in those words couldn't be clearer. Before Yao Qingzhu could react, Chen Siyuan next to her couldn't help but laugh. He leaned close to Yao Qingzhu's ear and lowered his voice. He seems to think that I'm someone you're keeping. Oh. Yao Qingzhu's mind went blank for a second, and then exploded. She was stunned at first. Then her pretty face suddenly turned as red as a boiled shrimp, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Chapter 15, We Are Really Just Friends. Being kept as a sugar daddy/sugar baby? How could these people? How could they think like that? She was both ashamed and angry. She turned her head sharply and glared at the sales manager who was still smiling ingratiatingly. How could you? How could you do this? We're not buying it. Yao Qingzhu grabbed Chen Siyuan's wrist, turned, and walked away, her high heels clicking angrily on the polished floor. Oh, Miss Yao. Miss Yao, don't go. The sales manager was stunned. How could his commission, which was already in his hands, just vanish like that? He wanted to chase after them, but Yao Qingzhu had already pulled Chen Siyuan out the door. Cut. The sales manager watched the two figures walk away, gave a disdainful snort, and said sourly to his colleague beside him. Men these days are really getting more and more capable. You don't have to do anything. Just use a few seductive tricks to bewitch these naive rich heiresses, and they'll give you cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions without a second thought. TSK, being handsome really does pay the bills. In the car, Yao Qingzhu was still angry, her chest heaving. That's outrageous. How could they look at you like that? Chen Siyuan, on the contrary, seemed indifferent. He even opened the box of soup dumplings, picked one up, and stuffed it into his mouth. It tastes good. You can still eat. Yao Qingzhu glared at him angrily. Chen Siyuan slowly swallowed the soup dumpling before smiling and saying, What's there to be angry about? It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. Besides, it's my honor to be kept by a beauty like you. Yao Qingzhu was so angry at his joke that she lost her temper. Her cheeks turned even redder. She glared at him, but in the end, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She started the car and changed direction. Let's go? Let's try another one. Let's go to Audi. I want to see if everyone looks down on others. 15 minutes later, at the Audi 4S store. The salespeople here are clearly much more professional. Although she recognized Yao Qingzhu, after learning that it was Chen Siyuan who wanted to buy a car, she immediately focused all her attention on Chen Siyuan. Sir, what are your preferences? Do you prefer sedans or SUVs? Chen Siyuan thought for a moment and said, Let's go for a low-key SUV with good safety features and a larger interior space. The salesperson immediately understood. What do you think of this Q7? It's sophisticated and elegant, with top-notch space and safety features, which perfectly suits your style. Yao Qingzhu chimed in, This is good. It looks sturdy and it's safe to drive around in. Chen Siyuan didn't know much about cars, but seeing that Yao Qingzhu and the salesperson both recommended them, he nodded. Okay, this is it. What about the color? Black is better, it doesn't get dirty easily. From looking at the car to making the decision, it took no more than 10 minutes. Swipe your card, complete the formalities, all in one smooth motion. When Chen Siyuan took out his bank card and swiped it for over 1 million yuan without batting an eye, the salesperson next to him was stunned. Yao Qingzhu, looking at Chen Siyuan's nonchalant demeanor, had a glint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. This man always seems to bring her unexpected surprises. After completing all the formalities, it was already close to noon. Yao Qingzhu looked at Chen Siyuan beside her, still feeling a little dazed. She was lost in thought when Chen Siyuan suddenly turned to look at her. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Oh, okay. Yao Qingzhu snapped out of her daze and nodded. The two found a nearby restaurant with an elegant ambience. While waiting for the food, Yao Qingzhu couldn't help but ask curiously, You bought a car, what are your plans now? Chen Siyuan took a sip of tea and said slowly, I'm going to buy some things this afternoon. What is that? Some household items, and a few sets of clothes. A complex emotion flashed in Chen Siyuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Your sister bought all the clothes I wore before. He paused, as if stating something utterly ordinary. When we divorced, I didn't take any of the things she bought with me. Yao Qingzhu felt as if something had gently pricked her heart. She suddenly understood. This man is saying a complete goodbye to the past in his own way. Chen Siyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's kind of funny, really. I've lived for over 20 years, and I still don't know what clothes I should wear. They say clothes make the man, and I really should take care of my appearance now. Upon hearing this, Yao Qingzhu's eyes lit up immediately. This is her forte. You've come to the right person to ask me about this. She patted her chest, looking confident. Come on, after we eat, I'll take you shopping. Seeing her radiant appearance, Chen Siyuan couldn't help but smile. Then, I'll have to trouble you. Leave it to me. In the afternoon, at the most upscale Hunglong Plaza in Linhai City, in the men's light luxury area, Yao Qingzhu was completely at home. At home, pulling Chen Siyuan straight into a men's clothing store with understated yet luxurious decor. She didn't even glance at the price. Her fingers flew across the clothes hanger. This one, and that shirt. She glanced back at Chen Siyuan and said to the shop assistant next to her, "Get him his size and let him try it on." "Okay, please wait a moment." Chen Siyuan looked at her decisive and efficient queen-like demeanor and couldn't help but laugh and cry. For the next hour, he was completely reduced to a human clothes hanger. Casual suits, cashmere sweaters, trench coats. Every piece of clothing he wore seemed tailor-made for him, making his already tall and slender figure even more outstanding. Yao Qingzhu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and finally, her gaze fell on a finely crafted black leather belt. "Try this one too. It goes perfectly with your suit." Chen Siyuan held the belt and looked at himself in the mirror, his movements appearing somewhat clumsy. Yao Qingzhu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. "I'll do it." She naturally stood in front of him and reached out to help him straighten the hem of his shirt so that the belt could be threaded through. The two were very close. Chen Siyuan could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her hair. Yao Qingzhu's fingertips inadvertently brushed against the muscles of his waist and abdomen, and through the thin shirt, she could clearly feel the firm and powerful touch. A blush crept uncontrollably onto her cheeks. The female shop assistant next to him had been watching with a smile, and finally found an opportunity to interject. "You two seem to have a really good relationship. Are you just starting out dating or newlyweds?" Boom! Yao Qingzhu's mind went completely blank, as if a bomb had been dropped on it. Her face flushed even redder than it had been in the Mercedes-Benz dealership. "No, that's not it." She took a step back abruptly and stammered an explanation. "Don't misunderstand. We're just friends." The shop assistant covered his mouth, gave a knowing look, and deliberately dragged out his words. "Oh, got it. It's the ambiguous stage." "Oh my, that makes it even more exciting." Yao Qingzhu was speechless after hearing her say, "It's even more adorable now," her pretty face turning bright red as if it were about to bleed. She was both embarrassed and anxious and could only steal glances at Chen Siyuan's reaction. Chen Siyuan didn't show any particular expression. He remained as calm and collected as ever. He smiled and said to the shop assistant very seriously, "We really are just friends." Upon hearing this, the heat on Yao Qingzhu's face inexplicably subsided a little. She unconsciously pursed her lips, lowered her head, and remained silent. There seemed to be a slight, inexplicable sense of loss in my heart. Chapter 16, Let's bring the things inside. In the end, Yao Qingzhu practically booked out the entire store, having the shop assistants deliver all the bags directly to Chen Siyuan's home. The two came out of the mall after 5 p.m., which was almost time to finish their meal. Chen Siyuan suggested, "It's evening. How about we have dinner together again?" Yao Qingzhu shook her head, her voice lower than in the afternoon. "No, my mom wants me to come home for dinner tonight." "Good." Chen Siyuan nodded, not insisting. "Then be careful on your way." Yao Qingzhu responded and turned to walk towards her bright red Maserati parked by the roadside. He opened the car door, got in, stepped on the gas, and quickly merged into the city's traffic, leaving Chen Siyuan with only a red dot of light that sped away. Chen Siyuan watched the rapidly shrinking red in the rearview mirror until it completely merged into the endless flow of traffic and could no longer be seen. He looked away and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The brand-new black Q7, like a silent behemoth in the night, smoothly drove away from the city center. The closer I drove to home, the fewer tall buildings there were, and the streetlights became sparser. Half an hour later, the car turned onto a bumpy, narrow road. This is an old, self-built housing area in the eastern suburbs of Linhai City. Although they have urban household registration, they are no different from people from the countryside. The houses were low-rise brick buildings, the electrical wires were tangled, and there was a faint smell of livestock in the air. Chen Siyuan's brand-new, gleaming Q7, worth millions, was more conspicuous than a swan falling into a duck's nest when it drove into this place. The wheels crunched over the pebbles on the road. The sound was like a boulder being thrown into a calm pond. Wow. Look, what kind of car is that? An Audi. 4 rings. Look at that behemoth. It must have cost a fortune. That's Chen Jiangwo's kid, Chen Siyuan. At the intersection, people were playing cards at the game stalls, and others were chatting and relaxing under the wall. All eyes were instantly drawn to the car, which was fixed on it like a searchlight. A buzz of discussion arose. Where did Chen Siyuan get so much money to buy such a luxury car? A middle-aged man wearing a tank top slammed his deck of cards on the table, his face filled with disbelief. You don't know? They got incredibly lucky. A skinny guy next to him, smoking a cigarette, looked on with envy and resentment. I heard he bought a house in Tianjin community, but it was demolished just a few days after he bought it, and he got a lot of compensation. I heard it was several million yuan. Holy crap. Really? His family's few dilapidated houses. Absolutely. This kid's really made it big now. Another plump woman who was eating sunflower seeds chimed in. They've not only become rich, but didn't you see? Chen Jiangwo and his wife didn't even go out to sell vegetables today. They just stayed home. I think they're preparing to enjoy their son's blessings and retire early. As soon as he said this, a chorus of exclamations and sour comments erupted around him. Just then, a shrill female voice drowned out everyone else. Enjoying a life of luxury? I doubt it. The speaker was Aunt Wang, who lived next door to the Chen family and was a notorious gossip. She crossed her arms, pouted, and had a smug look on her face that said, I know the inside story. Do you know why he's been home every day these past few days? She deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Why? Everyone immediately turned their curious gazes toward her. Aunt Wang raised her voice even higher. His rich wife dumped him. They're divorced. Ah, this news has an even greater impact than the luxury car incident. Really, Aunt Wang? Don't talk nonsense. I'm lying. Aunt Wang glared at her. Why would I lie to you? I heard his mother talking to his father about this with my own ears. Just the day before yesterday. She glanced disdainfully at the Q7 that had slowly come to a stop in front of her house, not far away. If you ask me, it's normal for them to get divorced. With his pathetic appearance, lacking both ability and temper, what rich woman would be interested in him? It's only a matter of time before he gets dumped. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately refuted them. Hey, you can't say that. The speaker was Old Lee, who was at the chess and card stall. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. So what if I got dumped? He's rich now. I've met my ex-wife a few times. She's beautiful, but her aura, well, most men couldn't handle her. Now that we're divorced, wouldn't it be better to take this money and marry a young, beautiful, obedient, and filial woman? Exactly. If I had a few million, I'd dump my wife first. Some people in the crowd burst into laughter. The skinny guy who had been jealous earlier spoke up again, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I think he's a spendthrift. He just got the money and bought such a nice car. I doubt his compensation money would be enough for him to squander for even a few days. Old Lee glanced at him sideways, threw the cigarette but on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Hey, what are you saying? If you had millions, wouldn't you squander them? What? You're locking your money in the cupboard, waiting for the mice to come and gnaw on it. The skinny guy was speechless after being rebuked, and his face turned a deep liver color. Chen Siyuan ignored the comments outside the car, whether they were envious, jealous, or disdainful. He turned off the engine and opened the car door. Bang! The heavy thud of the car door closing silenced the surrounding noise for a moment. Everyone was looking at him. Just then, the Chen family's gate creaked open. Hearing the commotion, Chen Jiangwo and his wife ran out of the yard. The elderly couple were stunned when they saw the brand-new, imposing black SUV parked at the entrance. Son, this is... Chen Jiangwo stammered, his eyes wide like saucers, circling the car again and again, wanting to touch it but not daring to, afraid of smearing the paint with the calluses on his hands. Chen Zhongguilan was so excited that her eyes reddened, and she kept muttering, Oh my God! This car is so impressive, so impressive. Chen Siyuan smiled, offered no further explanation, and walked straight to the back of the car. Click! The trunk door popped open automatically. The trunk was full of bags and shopping bags with various foreign logos that the elderly couple couldn't understand, which were immediately exposed to their view. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan were completely stunned. Their mouths were agape, their eyes even wider than before, like two statues frozen in place, standing there dumbfounded. The air seemed to freeze. The chatter of the surrounding neighbors seemed to be sucked into the open trunk, and for a moment, all was silent. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan stared intently at the neatly stacked cardboard boxes and the colorful shopping bags stuffed into the gaps, their throats seemingly blocked by something, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Guilin swallowed hard. Siyuan, why did you buy so much stuff? This must have cost a lot of money. Chen Siyuan smiled slightly. What's the big deal? There will be more to come. Dad, Mom, don't just stand there. Lend a hand and bring these things inside. Chapter 17. It's obvious someone gave you a heads up. Chen Jiangwo snapped back to reality. He reached out his hand, then pulled it back as if he'd been electrocuted, his voice trembling. Son, how much money will this cost? You can't just squander a little money. In his entire life, he rarely even went to shopping malls in the city, let alone these foreign gadgets that looked ridiculously expensive. Not much. To be honest, the car is the biggest expense, Chen Siyuan said casually, not taking the money to heart at all. I bought myself a few outfits and some things for the house. He pointed to several large, square boxes. The TV, refrigerator, and washing machine will all be replaced with new ones. The old ones have been too long to make do with. He added, let's use it for now. When we make money later, we'll move to a bigger house and buy something even better. Change houses. Zhang Guilin's eyes lit up instantly, like two lamps lit in the dark. She grabbed Chen Siyuan's arm, her voice rising 8 octaves. Yes. We have to move. We have to buy a new house. Only by buying a new house can I find you a good wife. Look at you. You're divorced. You can't live like this for the rest of your life. In a mother's eyes, her son having money and a house is like having a ticket to the next happy marriage. Chen Siyuan smiled helplessly. Mom, let's talk about this later. With all the money I have now, what will be left after buying a house? Let's talk about it when we earn more. Oh, right. I'll take you to the mall tomorrow and buy you both some nice outfits and some other things you like. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo immediately shook his head vigorously. No, didn't you give us the money? We can buy it ourselves. You silly child, you've only just started to have a little money and you're already spending it all so recklessly. How can you spend it like that? Looking at his father's face, which was filled with heartache and stubbornness, Chen Siyuan knew this would be the outcome. No way, he said firmly. If I don't take you, who knows if you'll just save the money and keep wearing those shabby clothes. Chen Jiangwo was speechless, his face flushed, and he couldn't say a word. The three of them worked together to carry all the bags and packages into the house. The brand new designer clothes and beautifully packaged home appliances create a stark contrast with this old house, which is only a few dozen square meters in size and has yellowed walls. While muttering spendthrift son under her breath, Zhang Guilin happily ran into the kitchen, saying she was going to make her son's favorite braised pork. In the living room, Chen Siyuan and Chen Jiangwo silently unpacked the package. Just then, ring. Chen Siyuan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a junior high school classmate he hadn't contacted in a long time. Hey Siyuan, I heard you've struck it rich. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded almost insincerely enthusiastic. That house in Tianqing residential area, it was demolished, right? How much compensation did you get? A few million. Next time something like this happens, you'd better think of your brother. Chen Siyuan frowned slightly and gave a few perfunctory replies. It was just good luck. Okay, that's all for now. I have something to take care of. I hung up the phone. The food had just been served when my phone rang again. He is a distant cousin. The content was largely the same. They were all trying to find out how much money he had made, and their words were laced with sarcasm and innuendo. During the time it takes to eat a meal, I received 5 or 6 phone calls. They were all friends and relatives with whom they hadn't been in contact for 800 years. Chen Jiangwo silently smoked a cigarette beside him, watching his son hang up the phone again and again, a complex emotion flashing in his cloudy eyes. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and spoke in a deep voice. Son, having money really makes a difference. Chen Siyuan looked up, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Jiangwo slowly began. This afternoon, when I was strolling around the village entrance, those people who used to ignore me all came up to me today, offering me cigarettes and greeting me. Those faces, their smiles were brighter than flowers. He sighed, his eyes sharpening. Dad has something to tell you. Keep it in mind. In the future, if you really want to help someone get rich, you have to choose the right person. Some people won't be grateful to you even if you help them make money. He'll just think that you're the one who made him earn less, and that you're the one who blocked his path to wealth. Chen Siyuan put down his chopsticks and nodded. Dad, I understand. A little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. Chen Jiangwo looked at him with relief. It's good that you know. The next morning, Chen Siyuan had just finished packing his things and was preparing to take his parents to the city for a big shopping spree. Squeak. The courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside. Several people walked in carrying fruit and milk, their faces beaming with smiles. Oh, Siyuan's home. We came over to see Jiang Wo and his wife. Chen Siyuan was stunned when he saw it. These people who came were all distant relatives who were not related to us at all. He couldn't even remember the name of one of the leaders, only vaguely recalling that he should call him cousin. Now, we can't leave. The three had no choice but to return to the house and entertain these uninvited guests. After a few pleasantries, these relatives finally revealed their true intentions. Siyuan, you've really made something of yourself these days. The cousin whose name I couldn't recall plopped down on the sofa, acting as if he were in his own home. I heard you have a sharp eye for investment and made several million in one go. We're all relatives, you can't forget about us. If you ever find a way to make money like this in the future, you'll have to help us out. If any of your houses are going to be demolished in the future, you must tell us. Others immediately echoed this sentiment. Yes, yes, we're all one family. Siyuan, if you're eating meat, you should at least let us have a sip of the soup. Chen Siyuan sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. He knew these people weren't there for the soup. They were there to gnaw on the bones. He smiled faintly. Uncle, you think too highly of me. I just got lucky, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. It was just a coincidence. How could I possibly know which houses are eligible for demolition and redevelopment? If I had that ability, I would be a billionaire by now. Why would I still be living in this lousy place? As soon as he said that, the uncle who was leading the group immediately shook his head like a rattled drum. Siyuan, what you said is wrong. My uncle's smile seemed welded on, radiating shrewdness. If you really got lucky, could it be such a coincidence? What kind of place is Tianqing residential area? It's so run down, a godforsaken place. Who would buy there? He leaned forward, lowering his voice as if he were about to share some earth-shattering secret. Why didn't you buy it sooner or later? But it was demolished right after you bought it. If there weren't some inside information, who would believe it if word got out? The others nodded in agreement, chiming in with their own opinions, their eyes filled with a knowing look as they looked at Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. Uncle, then tell me, how could I have known? Is that even a question? My uncle slapped his thigh, looking like he knew it all along. I heard you even borrowed money to buy that house. If you weren't 100% sure you could make money, would you have borrowed money? Isn't it obvious that someone gave you a heads up? Chapter 18. Buying all your shares at the lowest point of the stock price. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan smiled. This time, there was a hint of chill in his laughter. Uncle, you have a really good memory. I think I contacted you when I borrowed money. He paused, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and said, word by word, I remember you said back then that I was out of my mind, throwing money into the water. You didn't lend me a single penny, did you? The air froze again. My uncle's smiling face froze instantly, as if he had been slapped hard in public, the stinging sensation burning. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, awkwardly rubbing his hands, his eyes darting around. Well, I really didn't have enough hands at the time. As you know, my meager salary is barely enough to support my family, let alone have any spare money. Oh, Chen Siyuan drawled out and nodded slowly. That settles it then. He spread his hands, looking completely matter-of-fact. Even if there's another good thing like this next time, I'll be the first to tell you. If you don't have money, you can only watch helplessly, can't you? These words were like a needle, precisely piercing the other person's last shred of dignity. The relative's face flushed bright red instantly, and his neck seemed to thicken. I can borrow it then. He practically shouted it out, as if afraid others would look down on him. Borrow. Chen Siyuan laughed again, as if they were talking about a very ordinary family matter. Okay, you borrowed the money and then bought a house. What if this information is inaccurate? He leaned back on the sofa leisurely and slowly posed a hypothetical question. Take this time for example. I just bought a house, and suddenly they notified me that they wouldn't demolish it anymore, and they would demolish it in another place. What if you can't pay back the money you borrowed and are stuck with those dilapidated houses? He looked at the other person with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Are you going to come to my house and tear down this old house to pay off your debts? To everyone's surprise, the uncle didn't even hesitate and confidently puffed out his chest. Of course. His voice was loud and clear, as if he were declaring a self-evident truth. The information you gave me was wrong, and it caused me to lose money. If you don't take responsibility, who will? Upon hearing this, not only Chen Siyuan, but even Chen Jiangwo, who had remained silent until now, turned pale. Bang! Chen Jiangwo slammed the enamel teacup he was holding onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. He had been an honest and simple man his whole life. But now his eyes were blazing with fury as he stared intently at the so-called cousin. What kind of logic is that? The old man's voice trembled slightly with anger. My son leads you to make money, so you should follow suit. If we lose money, will my son have to cover for you? There's no such thing as a free lunch. He suddenly stood up, pointed at the other person's nose, and said, Why should my son take you with him? Does he want you to come and demolish my house? This kind of person doesn't even deserve gratitude for a small favor. They're practically ruthless and greedy. They're literally sucking his blood dry. His angry shout was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, making the whole room buzz. The once arrogant cousin was now like a rooster being strangled, his face turning a deep purplish red, unable to utter a single word. The relatives behind him also lowered their heads, avoided eye contact, and dared not utter a sound. This man, who had been honest his whole life, possessed such formidable power when he lost his temper. The air froze once again, in this extremely awkward silence. Squeak! The old iron gate to the courtyard was pushed open from the outside again. Wow, the Chen family is really lively today. A loud, clear female voice rang out, full of energy. Immediately afterwards, another group of people, chatting and laughing, poured in, also carrying large and small bags of gifts. Judging from their demeanor, they were even more familiar with each other than the previous group. Chen Siyuan's temples throbbed twice. Here we go again. Are you trying to kill us? He looked at the two groups of people in the living room. One group standing awkwardly and the other enthusiastically squeezing in, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. If this keeps happening in waves, he won't be able to leave the house today. He might as well just hold a family reception here. He took a deep breath and forced a polite smile. Dad, Mom. He stood up, patted Chen Jiangwo on the shoulder, and winked at Zhang Guilin. You two entertain them first. I have some things to take care of. I just picked up my new car, and there are still some paperwork to complete. You guys talk, you guys talk. After saying that, without waiting for the newly arrived relatives to speak to him, he grabbed his car keys and walked out, disappearing faster than a rabbit. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin were left behind, one with a dark expression and the other with a forced smile, dealing with a group of family members with their own agendas. As Chen Siyuan sat in the spacious driver's seat of the Q7, he immediately closed the door, instantly shutting out the noisy chatter. The world is peaceful now. Once he had driven out of the village, Chen Siyuan let out a long sigh of relief, pulled the car over to the side, and leaned back in the soft leather seat, feeling utterly exhausted. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. The ancients were right. Just then, ding, a mechanical, cold, and emotionless voice rang in his mind. Immediately afterwards, a pale blue virtual light screen unfolded out of thin air in front of him. Host, the system is bringing you 3 breaking news items. Chen Siyuan's spirits lifted. It's here. He sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently on the light screen. News Item 1. Lonting Technology stock is expected to be maliciously shorted after the market opens today due to rumors of core technology leaks, with the share price projected to plummet by more than 30%, hitting a historical low. System suggestion: the host can buy in with all available funds when the stock price is at its lowest point. 2 days later, Lonting Technology will issue an announcement to clarify the rumors and announce a strategic cooperation agreement with Huaxing Group, after which its stock price will hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. Chen Siyuan's eyes lit up instantly. This is hardly news. This is clearly money being thrown down from the sky. His heart was pounding, and an overwhelming sense of excitement surged through him. Compared to the small amount of money made from stock trading, the millions from the demolition compensation are simply insignificant. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the 2 messages below. Message 2. Your cousin, Wang Fugue, is spreading rumors among relatives and friends that you are ungrateful and disregard family ties after becoming wealthy, and is inciting them to pressure you to disclose the source of your insider information. Message 3. Your third aunt, Chen Yufan, is planning to borrow 500,000 yuan from you under the guise of her son starting a business, with no intention of repaying it. Chapter 19 received the news first. Chen Siyuan looked at the two messages, and a mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Wang Fugui. So that's what my cousin's name was. As his name suggests, he is both rich and noble. He certainly has high aspirations. He was completely unmoved by this information. He had seen through the human heart in his past life. This life was just another one, but he saw it even more clearly. He started the car, intending to find a place to study how to open a stock trading account. Buzzing. My phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, and the coldness on his face instantly melted away, turning into a warm smile. It's a monkey. He answered the phone. Hey, monkey. Holy crap. Siyuan. You finally answered the phone. A pig-like scream immediately came from the other end of the phone, making his ears ring. You've made a fortune. Haven't you forgotten about your brothers already? Chen Siyuan smiled helplessly. How could that be? I just took care of some family matters. You're back from your business trip? Ho Yuding, also known as Monkey, was Chen Siyuan's bunkmate in college. They were so close they could share a pair of pants. When Chen Siyuan was short of money to buy a house, this guy transferred all of his savings of 80,000 yuan without saying a word. Don't even mention it. The monkey's voice was filled with regret. I'm so damn remorseful. Why the hell did I hesitate when you asked me to buy a house in Tianxing residential complex with you back then? The main problem is, I've already given you all the money. How am I supposed to buy it with my head? I don't dare to borrow money to gamble like you. Now you're a multimillionaire, while I'm still toiling away as a bricklayer. Hearing his brother's heartfelt complaints, Chen Siyuan felt a warmth in his heart. That's what brothers are like. They'll only be happy for you and feel sorry for themselves, without a trace of jealousy. All right, stop howling. Chen Siyuan laughed. How about I give you another 80,000 yuan? Get lost. The monkey laughed and cursed. Who the hell wants your money? I'm just heartbroken about missing out on $1 billion. The monkey chuckled again, his tone becoming somewhat lewd. Seriously, Siyuan, now that you're divorced, you're a diamond bachelor. Our promise from back then still stands. You have to be my best man at your next wedding. Last time you married that woman Yao Menglan, you didn't even have a wedding ceremony, and I ended up preparing a suit for nothing. Chen Siyuan's gaze softened. Don't worry. He looked ahead, his tone incredibly firm. Next time, I'll definitely let you take the position. When he married Yao Menglan, the Yao family was vehemently opposed and refused to hold a wedding ceremony, fearing it would bring shame to the Yao family. Then the monkey got down to business. By the way, I'm going back to Linhai tomorrow. Let's get together tonight. Hongsheng Hotel, it's on me. I'll treat you to the best of everything. Chen Siyuan couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, monkey, that's impressive. Have you struck it rich? You even dare to treat people to meals at the Hongsheng Hotel? The Hongsheng Hotel in Linhai City is a 5-star hotel. A single meal there costs more than a month's salary for an average person. The monkey on the other end of the phone instantly changed from being self-righteous to becoming even more lewd. Hee, how can I compare to you, Boss Chen? Well, the company's projects went well, so the boss rewarded us with a few hospitality vouchers. Why not use it? It's perfect for us to go on a feast and broaden our horizons. Chen Siyuan's smile deepened. This was the monkey he knew, always so genuine, never putting on airs. Okay, it's settled then. See you tomorrow morning at 11? The monkey was also excited. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, the carriage returned to silence. The warmth on Chen Siyuan's face quickly faded, replaced by calmness and focus. He opened his mobile banking app, glanced at the long string of numbers, and then opened the brokerage app. Open an account, verify your identity, and link your bank card. Completed in one go. His gaze fell on the code. Longting technology. He touched his stomach again. He was hungry because those weird relatives had delayed him. Going home now would definitely mean being bothered by those people again. So Chen Siyuan started the car again, preparing to go to the city to find food. At the same time, in a high-end villa area in Linhai City. Although it was midday, the crystal chandelier in the Yao family restaurant was still on, and the family was sitting around the long dining table, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. The atmosphere, however, was subtly quiet. Yao Qingzhu's older brother, Yao Yensong, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in his bowl. He spoke seemingly casually. I heard that Qingzhu made several million yuan this time thanks to the demolition of Tianxing community. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Everyone at the table paused for a moment. Yao Qingzhu tightened her grip on the chopsticks, but remained silent. Yao Yensong's gaze swept over everyone. his tone tinged with reproach. Hey, little sister, with such a wonderful thing happening, why didn't you tell the family beforehand? If you had told us earlier, we could have all invested some money together, and now we'd all be rich thanks to you. If he had received the news in advance, he could have bought all the houses in the entire Tianqing residential area. In just 3 days, the profits can double or triple. There's no business in the world that makes money so fast. Yao Qingzhu raised her eyes and glanced at her older sister, Yao Menglan, sitting opposite her, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. Didn't my sister already know about this? She even called me. She even laughed at me for being fooled and for not thinking straight. She's in this state. How could I dare to tell you? What if we lose money? You'll skin me alive. Whoosh. All eyes instantly focused on Yao Menglan. Yao Menglan's face flushed red and then turned pale, as if she had been slapped in public. She was furious when she brought this up. This information came from Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan even borrowed 3 million from Yao Qingzhu as initial capital. Chen Siyuan made money because of this news. Not only did she miss the opportunity, but now her sister is publicly exposing her shortcomings. This made her feel like a huge joke. She slammed her chopsticks down on the bowl and snapped back at them irritably. Is this my fault? Even if Qingzhu had told you that kind of ridiculous news back then, would you have believed it? Upon hearing this, Yao Yinsong was immediately speechless. He touched his nose and coughed awkwardly. I'm not sure I'll believe it. Who would have thought that Tianqing community, such a dilapidated place, would be demolished so easily, and with such high compensation? Yao Menglan snorted coldly. That's fine. Yao Yinsong's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Yao Menglan again before bringing the topic back. I've heard that this news was told to Qingzhu by Chen Siyuan. He made several million from this, right? The moment the name Chen Siyuan was uttered, the atmosphere at the dinner table became even more eerie. To be honest, no one in the Yao family, including Yao Qingzhu, was unhappy about Yao Menglan's divorce from Chen Siyuan. Mr. and Mrs. Yao felt that he was just an ordinary college graduate from a rural area whose parents were vegetable sellers, and that he was not good enough for their precious daughter. Yao Yinsong, the brother-in-law's elder brother, looked down on his brother-in-law from the bottom of his heart. A grown man, willingly staying at home as a stay-at-home dad, doing laundry and cooking. They're practically the epitome of being a loser. But how could someone they all looked down upon get the news before the Yao family? Chapter 20, Placing a Transparent Marble. That doesn't make much sense. Yao Yinsong's gaze sharpened, fixed on his sister like an eagle. Qingzhu, has Chen Siyuan told you where he got his information? Yao Qingzhu gently shook her head. No. Yao Yinsong frowned, his tone tinged with reproach. Why didn't you even ask? Yao Qingzhu put down the spoon in her hand and said in a low but clear voice, Brother, it's already a favor that they're willing to help me make money. Wouldn't it be a bit unfair of me to ask others about their methods of making money? TCH, Yao Menglan sneered, her sharp voice piercing the polite atmosphere at the dinner table. Friendship? Wasn't the money he used to buy the house a loan from you? The reason he can earn so much money is ultimately because you are his original capital. What's wrong with asking? It's perfectly natural. Yao Menglan's words, in turn, reminded Yao Yinsong. He stroked his chin, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and said thoughtfully, Do you think he might know some bigwig in the political world? How could that be? Yao Menglan retorted almost instinctively, her voice rising 8 octaves. This felt like a huge insult to her marriage of the past 2 years. She looked at her brother as if he were an idiot. He's been married to me for 2 years, and all he does all day is laundry, cooking, and scrolling through short videos. He's a complete and utter piece of trash. What big shots could he possibly know? He doesn't even know all the security captains in our neighborhood. Yao Qingfeng, Yao's father, who had been silent all along, slowly put down his chopsticks at this moment. He glanced at his 2 children, his cloudy but deep eyes revealing no emotion. However, his voice was calm and composed, immediately suppressing Yao Menglan's excitement. Judging from his decisiveness, even going so far as to borrow money to buy the house in Tianqing community, someone must have given him some inside information. Yao Qingfeng's gaze finally landed on Yao Menglan. We really underestimated him before. It seems he was hiding much deeper than we thought. Her father's words were like an invisible slap in the face, striking Yao Menglan hard across the cheek. It hurts more than anyone else's criticism. She couldn't take it anymore and suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a screeching sound. I've already divorced him. Can we please stop talking about him? After she finished speaking, The entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Yao Menglan's chest heaved violently, her eyes reddened, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. She glanced around, observing the shocked or embarrassed expressions on her family's faces, and suddenly a cold, smug smile appeared on her own. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you." Her voice was sharp and deliberate. "Tomorrow, I'm going to a business banquet at the Hongxing Hotel with Gong Zihong." Gong Zihong. Upon hearing this name, both Yao Yensong and Yao Chengfeng's eyes flickered slightly. Yao Menglan enjoyed the brief moment of attention, raising her chin even higher. She practically gritted her teeth, squeezing out each word as if to declare, or perhaps to convince herself, "Isn't he a million times better than that good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan?" After she finished speaking, her gaze, like a knife, shot straight at Yao Qingzhu, who remained silent. "Oh, right," she said with a condescending arrogance. "Gong Zihong said that you should come along too." Upon hearing this, Yao Qingzhu was completely stunned, her face full of bewilderment. "What am I supposed to do?" Uft. Yao Menglan laughed out loud as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. The way she looked at Yao Qingzhu was like looking at an ignorant child. Isn't this obviously him trying to curry favor with his future sister-in-law? They're much more sensible than some people, and they know how to behave. Yao Qingfeng, who had remained calm and composed throughout, finally spoke slowly. "Go." Yao Qingzhu raised her head and looked at her father. Yao Qingfeng put down his teacup, the bottom of which made a soft sound as it hit the table. "Since that young man from the Gong family has invited you, you should go," he said, looking at Yao Qingzhu with deep eyes. "Although the Gong family and our family have some connections, he and Menglan are considered a good match. But Gong Zihong has been abroad for several years, and nobody knows what he's like now. You go and help your sister check him out." The next day, it was broad daylight. Chen Siyuan opened the wardrobe, and the clothes that Yao Qingzhu had chosen for him yesterday were already neatly hung inside. He casually picked up a well-tailored Armani casual suit. The pure black fabric, understated yet luxurious, perfectly accentuates his tall and slender figure. With that Vacheron Constantine watch, her entire demeanor changed. The man in the mirror was both strange and familiar. Shedding the despondency and silence of the past 2 years, it has been replaced by a restrained sharpness. He smiled with satisfaction. Driving my newly acquired Audi Q7, I smoothly drove towards one of the landmarks of Linhai City, the Hongxing Hotel. The car had just come to a stop in the underground parking lot, and he hadn't even had time to turn off the engine. Buzz! That familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind right on time. Hint 1. Targets Yao Menglan and Gong Zihong have entered the Hongxing Hotel and are currently heading to the King's Hall on the 18th floor to attend a business banquet. Chen Siyuan paused for a moment while gripping the steering wheel. Oh, what a coincidence. He didn't seem to care, and a hint of mockery even appeared on his lips. So what if they come? The Hongxing Hotel has more than 10 floors. It's such a big place. How could we possibly bump into each other? Just as he was thinking this, the system's second broadcast came in. Hint 2. The invitation ticket held by friend Ho Yuding is actually an admission ticket to a business banquet in the King's Hall on the 18th floor. Chen Siyuan. Now, Chen Siyuan was truly speechless, and his composure was replaced by a hint of astonishment. What kind of amazing company did this monkey end up in? Even the hospitality vouchers are of this caliber? Tip 3. If the host does not wish to meet the target, Yao Menglan, a transparent marble can be placed 300 meters to the right of the vehicle at coordinates 284 for 111. Chen Siyuan raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that he was so aloof as to have no desire to show off in front of his ex-wife. Rather, his current assets were simply insufficient compared to a true tycoon like the Yao family. When he has billions in his hands, and then comes back to shower people with money, that's what a satisfying storyline should be like. If I go up now and get humiliated by Yao Menglan in front of so many people, I'll not only lose face for myself, but also for the monkey. He, Chen Siyuan, can't afford to lose face like this. He subconsciously touched the pocket of his casual suit. Sure enough, I felt a cool, rounded sensation on my fingertips. The system is really thoughtful. Chen Siyuan pushed open the car door, took long strides, and walked away following the system's instructions. 300 meters is neither too far nor too near. Soon, a virtual red crosshair appeared precisely on his retina, marking the concrete surface. It's just like a gun scope. He crouched down, took out the almost completely transparent glass marble from his pocket, and carefully placed it in the center of the crosshairs. Chapter 21, Then Wouldn't I Be Left Without a Female Companion? The marble fell silently. After doing all this, he stood up, dusted off his hands, which weren't actually dust, took out his phone, and dialed Monkey's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hey, Monkey, where are we? 18th floor. The King's Hall. Hurry up, it's about to start. I've been waiting for you for ages. On the other end of the phone, Monkey's voice was as impatient and loud as ever. Coming right away. Chen Siyuan hung up the phone, his face regaining its calm and composed expression. He turned around and walked straight into the magnificent lobby of the Hongsheng Hotel, pressing the up button for the elevator. Target, the 18th floor. Earlier, at the entrance of the Yao family villa, a black Bentley Mulsanne, like an elegant beast, silently glided to the door. The car door opened, and a tall, well-built man in a bespoke suit stepped out. He is Gong Zihong. With a perfectly timed smile on his face, the man walked straight over to the Yao sisters who were already waiting. He first opened his arms to Yao Menglan. Menglan, you're still as radiant as ever after just a few days. A blush rose on Yao Menglan's face as she went to greet her. Gong Zihong then gently pressed his hand against her smooth cheek. A standard foreign cheek kiss. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to Yao Qingzhu, who looked a little awkward to the side. Qingzhu, you've come too. As he spoke, he also planned to give Yao Qingzhu a blow like that. Yao Qingzhu was startled and almost instinctively took a big step back to create some distance. Her face flushed red, and she waved her hands repeatedly. I'll pass, Mr. Gong. I'm not used to it. Gong Zihong's movements froze in midair, but there was no embarrassment on his face. He withdrew his hand politely and smiled gently. It's all right. Qingzhu will get used to it eventually. After all, this is just basic social etiquette abroad. He looked Yao Qingzhu up and down again, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Speaking of which, the last time I saw you was 7 years ago. You were only 15 years old then, just a little girl. Now, she has blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Yao Qingzhu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and could only force a polite but awkward smile. Gong Zihong seemed oblivious to her embarrassment and turned around to take out 2 exquisite blue gift boxes from the car. He handed one of the larger ones to Yao Menglan. A small gift, nothing more. Yao Menglan took it with delight, opened it, and her breath caught in her throat for a moment. On the velvet lining of the gift box, a beautifully designed diamond necklace lay quietly, its main diamond sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Wow, what a beautiful diamond necklace. Gong Zihong smiled and handed another, slightly smaller gift box to Yao Qingzhu. This is for my sister Qingzhu. His tone carried a hint of boasting. This was specially designed and made by a fashion master. I hope you like it. Yao Qingzhu opened it, and inside was an equally sparkling diamond bracelet, with a simple and elegant design that was very suitable for her age. Gong Zihong took the necklace and went around to Yao Menglan's back. Let me put it on for you. The cool chain and warm fingertips touched the skin of her neck, and Yao Menglan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, this is the person Yao Menglan should marry, not that good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan. Gong Zihong fastened the clasp for her, stepped back, and admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. It suits you very well. He then opened the car door and gestured for us to get in. Let's get in. The banquet is about to begin. Yao Menglan originally wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but seeing her sister's long face, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and pulled her to sit in the back seat. The Bentley smoothly drove away from the villa area. Inside the car, Yao Menglan lovingly touched the expensive necklace around her neck. She glanced at her silent sister beside her, lowered her voice, and spoke with a tone full of smugness and disdain. Qingzhu, did you see that? Gong Zihong is a true young talent. He just casually throws away a necklace worth hundreds of thousands. This is nothing like that good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan. We've been married for 2 years, and he hasn't even given me a single blade of grass. Upon hearing this, Yao Qingzhu immediately felt indignant and frowned. Sister, you can't say that. No matter how good Gong Zihong is he as gentle as Chen Siyuan? Will he be like Chen Siyuan, making you ginger tea every night and driving halfway across the city to pick you up from get off work on rainy days? Money can buy a necklace, but can it buy true love? Yao Menglan's face darkened instantly, and she interrupted her sharply. Enough. Don't mention that good-for-nothing's name in front of me. It's bad luck. Startled by her outburst, Yao Qingzhu shut her mouth, feeling wronged. After several seconds, she muttered something in a low voice that only she could hear. Fine, I won't say. You were the one who brought it up first. The Bentley Mulsanne traced a graceful arc in the underground parking garage and came to a smooth stop. Gong Zihong got out of the car first, walked around to the other side, and opened the car door with great gentlemanly manners. Menglan, please. Yao Menglan lifted her skirt and gracefully extended one leg. The Jimmy Choo high heels she wore had sharp, cone-shaped heels, each 10 centimeters long. The next second, the heel landed precisely on an almost invisible transparent object. Click. A crisp sound. The heel of the shoe formed an odd angle with the ground. Ah! Yao Menglan let out a short scream, and her body uncontrollably tilted to one side. Sister. Yao Qingzhu reacted quickly and rushed over to support her swaying body. The excruciating pain instantly spread from my ankle throughout my entire body. Yao Menglan's face turned pale instantly. She supported Yao Qingzhu, who was in so much pain that she could barely stand, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. My foot. I twisted my ankle. Her voice was trembling with tears. Zihong, quick, take me to the hospital. It hurts so much. Gong Zihong's smile froze for a moment. He glanced at Yao Menglan's ankle, which had quickly become red and swollen, and frowned imperceptibly. Menglan, bear with it. Today's banquet is very important to me. It is my first formal appearance in the business world since returning to China, and I must make some connections. Upon hearing this, Yao Menglan's face turned green. She could hardly believe her ears. I'm in so much pain, and you're still thinking about your connections? Sis, I'll take you there. Without saying a word, Yao Qingzhu was about to help Yao Menglan back into the car. Gong Zihong stepped forward and stopped her. That won't do. Qingzhu can't go. If you leave too, won't I be left without a female companion? He said matter-of-factly. The banquet will begin soon. After saying that, he took out his phone and made a call. Don't worry, I'll have my assistant come over right away and take you to the best private hospital. Yao Menglan was so angry, she almost rolled her eyes on the spot. Chapter 22. Who else could it be but Chen Siyuan? By the time your assistant arrives, it'll be too late. I might as well just call my own secretary. Just as she was about to explode, Gong Zihong hung up the phone. Okay, my assistant Lu Charlie is upstairs. He'll be down soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door not far away opened with a ding. A sharp-looking man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses rushed out. President Gong. Charlie Lu saw the situation at a glance and immediately understood. Gong Zihong tossed him the car keys. Get Miss Yao to the hospital as quickly as possible. Yes. Charlie Lu took the keys and, without a moment's delay, carefully helped Yao Menglan, who was wincing in pain, into the back seat of the Bentley. Yao Qingzhu was genuinely worried. She turned to Gong Zihong and said, Mr. Gong, you should find another female companion. I have to stay with my sister. Upon hearing this, Gong Zihong showed a troubled expression. Qingzhu, this won't do. The person I invited today is your sister, and she's also the person I like. How can I just pick any woman to be my date? Yao Qingzhu was stunned. A question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. What about me? So I'm not human? Gong Zihong seemed to see through her thoughts and explained gently. Qingzhu, you are different. You are Menglan's sister, so you are my sister family. You are different from others. Inside the car, Yao Menglan watched as her younger sister confronted Gong Zihong without hesitation for her sake, and the anger in her heart inexplicably subsided by more than half. She looked at Yao Qingzhu, her expression softening considerably. All right, Qingzhu, you can go up with him now. I just sprained my ankle. It's not like I'm dead. Assistant Lu can take me there. Don't let this interfere with important business. Yao Qingzhu wanted to say something more. Yao Menglan waved her hand, signaling her to hurry up. Yao Qingzhu bit her lip and reluctantly followed Gong Zihong towards the elevator. Bite. The elevator doors opened with a click, and we arrived at the 18th floor. Gong Zihong stepped out of the elevator first, straightened his perfectly wrinkle-free suit cuffs, turned around, and naturally extended his arm to Yao Qingzhu. Qingzhu, take my arm. His tone carried an unquestionable sense of command. Yao Qingzhu stopped in her tracks, looked at the arms stretched across her face, and subconsciously shook her head. Mr. Gong, let's forget about it. She took half a step back, creating a safe distance. I'm not your proper female companion. This isn't appropriate. Gong Zihong's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned colder. How pedantic. He made a casual comment, but didn't press the matter further, and withdrew his arm. Whatever you say. After saying that, he stopped looking at her and walked toward the heavy, gilded double doors of the banquet hall. Yao Qingzhu bit her lower lip and had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet hall, Chen Siyuan and Hou Yuding were each holding a glass of champagne, huddled on the sofa. Monkey, I'll ask you one more time, what exactly does your company do? Chen Siyuan swirled the liquid in the glass, looking on with curiosity. How did they even manage to get a business banquet voucher of this caliber? Don't even mention it. Upon hearing this, Hou Yuding's face immediately fell, and he looked utterly dejected. I fucking thought it was a company perk, a way for me to broaden my horizons and relax. He took a big gulp of champagne, as if he were drinking beer. As soon as I arrived, the boss called. Say what? He said he had gone to great lengths to get this ticket from a client, and that he wanted me to work overtime. The monkey got angrier and angrier as it talked. Let me show my face to these big shots more often, get recognized, and let them know the name of our company. Chen Siyuan was stunned for a moment, and then he was speechless. Then why don't you go? The monkey rolled its eyes. Go to hell. Looking around, the place is full of elegantly dressed women, and I don't recognize a single one of them. How am I supposed to show my face? Am I supposed to offer myself up to their cold shoulders? He simply gave up and started to slack off. I don't care who it is, I'll just sit here until the banquet is over. Chen Siyuan shook his head with a wry smile. As the two were chatting animatedly, Chen Siyuan's gaze suddenly swept across the crowd and landed on the entrance to the banquet hall. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Yao Qingzhu walked in, following a tall, well-dressed young man. Although the two did not engage in any intimate actions, the way they walked side by side would make anyone who saw them think they were a couple. Chen Siyuan frowned almost imperceptibly. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed Yao Qingzhu's number. The entrance to the banquet hall. As Yao Qingzhu followed anxiously behind Gong Zihong, her cell phone suddenly started buzzing in her pocket. She looked down, and her pupils dilated instantly. It's Chen Siyuan. Almost instinctively, she immediately said to Gong Zihong beside her, I'm going to the restroom, and then turned around and quickly walked to the empty corridor next to her. She took a deep breath and pressed the call button. Hello. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and guilt that she herself was unaware of. On the other end of the phone, Chen Siyuan's calm and composed voice came through. Where is it? Upon hearing that voice, Yao Qingzhu felt a lump in her throat, and all the grievances she had been holding in instantly found an outlet. She immediately launched into a barrage of complaints. I'm at the Hongxing Hotel, on the 18th floor. It's all my sister's fault. She stepped on something in the parking lot and twisted her ankle. She was screaming in pain and was taken to the hospital. Then Gong Zihong, the one who went on a blind date with my sister, insisted that he couldn't be without a female companion and dragged me up to make up the numbers. If it weren't for my sister's sake, I wouldn't be that annoying guy's date. So annoying. He's so self-important. He insisted I link arms with him at the elevator, but I refused. Yao Qingzhu finished speaking in one breath, her chest rising and falling slightly from her rapid breathing. After she vented, her mind cleared up a bit. Etc. What did she just say? It seems that, in front of her ex-brother-in-law, she criticized her older sister's new blind date from head to toe. Moreover, they had only been divorced for a few days. My own sister found a new husband so quickly. It sounded awkward coming from her own sister. Yao Qingzhu's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She held her phone carefully and asked tentatively, That? Chen Siyuan, should I not have told you this? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Siyuan's voice remained calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Look to the southeast. Oh. Yao Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction he indicated. My gaze passed over the elegantly dressed crowd and through the dazzling crystal chandelier. Finally, it settled on an inconspicuous sofa in the corner. A man in a black casual suit was holding up his phone, looking at her calmly. Who else could it be but Chen Siyuan? Chapter 23, A Useless Trash Man? Yao Qingzhu's eyes widened instantly. A tremendous surge of joy coursed through my body like an electric current. She almost instinctively hung up the phone, lifted her skirt, and walked quickly toward that corner in her high heels. Chen Siyuan. She ran up to him, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. How did you get here? Here. Chen Siyuan put down his phone, a faint smile appearing on his face. A friend asked me to come. He pointed to Hou Yuding, who looked completely bewildered, beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my college classmate, Hou Yuding. You can just call him Monkey. The monkey was still in shock at, why is old Chen talking on the phone with such a beautiful woman? and immediately stood up upon hearing this. He looked at Chen Siyuan, then at the incredibly beautiful girl in front of him with a pure and innocent air, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, old Chen, you're something else. The monkey slapped Chen Siyuan on the shoulder and made a face at him. He just got divorced, and he's already dating someone else? And such a stunningly beautiful girl at that. You're moving like a rocket. Boom. Yao Qingzhu's cheeks turned bright red as if they had been set on fire, the redness spreading all the way to her ears. She stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do with her hands. Chen Siyuan smiled helplessly. He glanced at the monkey indifferently and calmly dropped a bombshell. Don't talk nonsense. This is my ex-wife's younger sister, Yao Qingzhu. The monkey's smile froze instantly. The expression on his face changed from shock to bewilderment, and then to extreme embarrassment, all in just 1 second. This. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That sister-in-law, no, Miss Yao. The monkey waved its hands hastily and apologized incoherently. I'm so sorry. I have a sharp tongue and don't know how to say things properly. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Yao Qingzhu burst out laughing. She waved her hand, and the blush on her face faded considerably. It's okay, I don't mind. The atmosphere had just calmed down. A cold voice, clearly displeased, suddenly rang out from behind them. Yao Qingzhu. The three of them turned around at the same time. Gong Zihong was standing not far away, his hands in his trouser pockets, his brows furrowed, looking at them with impatience. He strode over with his long legs. His gaze first swept down over Chen Siyuan and Hou Yuding. That look in his eyes carried undisguised contempt and scrutiny. It's like looking at two worthless items. Finally, his gaze returned to Yao Qingzhu's face, and he spoke arrogantly. You went to the restroom. Why did it take you so long? So you came to see these two waiters. What's wrong? Is there something you need their help with? Waiter? These three words made Hou Yuding, who was standing next to him, pause for a moment. He looked down at the designer casual suit he was wearing, which he had specially pulled out of his closet to make a good impression. Although it can't compare to the high-end custom-made items that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's still several $1,000s more. How did I become a waiter/waitress? Chen Siyuan's face remained completely expressionless. His gaze swept lightly over the exquisitely tailored haute couture suit worn by Gong Zihong. He glanced again at the real waiters in the distance, dressed in matching black and white uniforms, refilling drinks for the guests. The styles are completely different. Chen Siyuan sneered inwardly. That bastard did it on purpose. Yao Qingzhu's face turned pale instantly, and she was about to explain. But Chen Siyuan spoke first. He didn't even look at Gong Zihong, but asked Yao Qingzhu beside him in a casual tone. Qingzhu, who is this idiot whose eyes are higher than his eyebrows and whose nostrils are so upturned they could catch rainwater? The moment the words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Hou Yuding's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his face practically screaming, "Holy crap! Awesome!" Yao Qingzhu was so shocked by this earth-shattering statement that her mind went completely blank. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to defend Chen Siyuan. He is Mr. Gong. She quickly gave Chen Siyuan a meaningful look, frantically signaling him to stop talking. Mr. Gong? Chen Siyuan immediately realized what was going on. The system notification sounded instantly in his mind. Ding. Target detected. Eligible bachelor, Gong Zihong. Oh, so this guy is that eligible bachelor. Chen Siyuan then raised his eyelids and seriously looked at the man in front of him. He does look quite presentable. He's tall with long legs and has a decent presence. His entire being, from the hair to the tips of his shoes, exuded a strong air of pretentiousness. That sense of superiority was practically overflowing from his nostrils, making people feel physically uncomfortable just looking at him. On the other side, Gong Zihong's face had completely darkened. Idiot? From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to use those two words to describe him. A surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart to the top of his head. His handsome features were slightly distorted with anger. He stared intently at Chen Siyuan, gritting his teeth as he asked Yao Qingzhu. Qingzhu, who are these two people? Before Yao Qingzhu could answer, Chen Siyuan gave Gong Zihong a very friendly, bright smile. He took a step forward and extended his hand. Hello, I'm your brother. Gong Zihong got even angrier and completely ignored the hand that was being extended to him. Don't try to take advantage of me, he sneered, saying disdainfully. At your age, you don't seem like someone who can be my older brother. Hey, you can't say that. Chen Siyuan smiled even more broadly and slowly withdrew his hand. Age-wise, I am indeed younger than you. But I'm your senior. Senior? Gong Zihong frowned even more, his face clearly showing his confusion. Looking at his foolish appearance, Chen Siyuan's smile became even more amused. He kindly, and with a smile, explained the situation to him. What? Don't you recognize me? Let me introduce myself. I am Yao Menglan's ex-husband. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding above Gong Zihong's head. The expression on his face instantly became incredibly interesting. Ex-husband. Of course he knew that Yao Menglan had just gotten divorced a few days ago. He even believed that Yao Menglan divorced her useless husband for his sake. He was quite pleased with himself for several days because of this. And today, the person in question actually appeared right in front of me. Gong Zihong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. His chest heaved violently as a sense of humiliation, as if he had been slapped in the face, surged up. He looked Chen Siyuan up and down again, the contempt in his eyes almost tangible. Oh, so it's you. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You're the good-for-nothing man Menglan mentioned to me? Chapter 24. You probably don't even know how to open an account, do you? He looked at Chen Siyuan's ordinary casual suit, his disdain growing even stronger. How? Did you hear that Menglan was coming here today? So you came here specifically to stake out the place? Huh. What a shameless and persistent person. Persistent pursuit? Shameless? Chen Siyuan burst out laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Stake out her. He looked at Gong Zihong like he was an idiot. What kind of international joke are you talking about? Why would I squat down on her? Gong Zihong's mockery deepened, as if Chen Siyuan's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Of course it's for the money. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a condescending quality that clearly resonated throughout the surrounding area. I heard that when you divorced Menglan, you left with nothing and didn't ask for anything. What? You were so tough back then, now you regret it. His smug look suggested that he had seen through all of Chen Siyuan's embarrassment and misery. If you really can't make ends meet and you're out of money, just tell me. I'll give you 1,000 or 800 to get rid of you. Upon hearing this, Hou Yuding's anger flared up instantly. 1,800 yuan. They're treating Brother Yuan like a beggar. That bastard, he's obviously got a few bucks, and he's deliberately acting like a jerk. The monkey clenched its fists, veins bulging on the back of its hands, and was about to charge forward. Chen Siyuan, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and grabbed his arm with a backhand. The monkey was taken aback and turned to look at Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan winked at him and shook his head slightly. Don't be impulsive. You're here to work overtime. It's one thing to leave the work unfinished, but we can't afford to mess it up. After calming the monkey down, Chen Siyuan looked at Gong Zihong again, still wearing that playful smile. 10 or 8 million? He deliberately drew out the words, his tone filled with surprise. Mr. Gong is really generous, giving away an entire house in one go. Gong Zihong's face instantly darkened. 18 million. This good-for-nothing really dares to dream. You fucking dream. He raised his voice sharply and shrilly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'm in 1,000 or 800 yuan. 1,000. Do you understand? He stared intently at Chen Siyuan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Who do you think you are, to even mention millions to me? Have you ever seen what $1 million looks like in your entire life? Those words were really hurtful. Yao Qingzhu's face also turned completely cold. She knew it was time for her to step up. She took a step forward, looking at Gong Zihong with neither arrogance nor servility, her voice cool and clear. Mr. Gong, I think you've misunderstood. A few million is really nothing to Brother Siyuan. After all, she paused, then parted her red lips slightly and uttered a number that shocked Gong Zihong. Just a few days ago, he made more than 5 million in less than 3 days. Boom. The air froze again. Gong Zihong's expression froze instantly, as if he had been struck by lightning. 5. More than 5 million? He turned his head sharply and stared at Chen Siyuan in disbelief. Him? Is this good-for-nothing dressed in cheap clothes from a street vendor? Him. The monkey's anger flared up again, and he cursed inwardly. Grass. He called my brother Yuan a piece of trash again. I'll stomp your arrogant face into the ground and rub it against the ground today, or I'm not a hoe. Hou Yuding's anger was burning to the point of his throat. Just as he was about to rush forward, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Chen Siyuan gave him a wink, his gaze as calm as a deep pool, instantly extinguishing half of Hou Yuding's anger. He then turned his head and met Gong Zihong's shocked gaze, as if he had seen a ghost. but his face still held that calm and composed smile. Yes. Chen Siyuan nodded, his tone so sincere that it sounded like he was admitting he had eaten a bowl of rice for lunch. I'm such a good-for-nothing, but I made over 5 million in less than 3 days. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Gong Zihong's handsome yet contorted face with interest. I just wonder if Mr. Gong, as my successor, can also earn 5 million within 3 days to broaden my horizons. Upon hearing this, Gong Zihong's face turned from green to white, a dramatic display resembling a color palette. His first instinct was to retort, saying that a mere 5 million was nothing to him. But Chen Siyuan was like a tapeworm in his stomach, never giving him a chance to speak. Oh right. Chen Siyuan seemed to remember something and added with a smile. Let's not even talk about taking 100 million yuan as capital and trying to make 5 million yuan. His smile carried a hint of pity. That would only make you, Mr. Gong, seem even more useless. After all, that amount of money is almost enough to earn the daily interest from the bank. Gong Zihong felt as if a large wad of cotton was stuffed into his throat. All his rebuttals and disdain were stuck in his chest. For a moment, they were speechless. Because what Chen Siyuan said was true. How can he make 5 million in 3 days without relying on his family's capital? He really doesn't have that experience. His chest heaved violently, and after a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a weak and feeble question through gritted teeth. Who knows if you earned this money through legitimate means? Even he himself felt unsure when he said those words. Chen Siyuan's smile became even more amiable. Of course it was through legitimate means, he shrugged, looking completely at ease. The money was given to me by the government. Was it given to you by the government? This is even more outrageous than saying he earned 5 million in 3 days. Gong Zihong's first reaction was disbelief. He turned his head sharply and stared intently at Yao Qingzhu with a look of inquiry. He wanted to get a reasonable explanation from this woman. Yao Qingzhu met his gaze with a cold expression, showing no sign of backing down. She knew it was her turn. Mr. Gong, Brother Siyuan didn't lie to you. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. That money was compensation for the demolition of Tianxing residential area. Compensation for demolition? Boom. Gong Zihong's mind went blank. He almost died of anger on the spot. So after all that, he's either some damn business genius or just a lucky person who got rich from a land expropriation. A tremendous sense of absurdity and the anger of being mocked instantly overwhelmed his reason. What the hell is this supposed to do to make money? He practically roared, his handsome features contorted with rage. You call this opportunism? You call it good luck. Do you understand? He grasped at a straw as if it were a lifeline and rediscovered his sense of superiority. He proudly puffed out his chest and looked at Chen Siyuan with utter contempt. I am Gong Zihong, a graduate of the Department of Finance at the University of Hong Kong with a master's degree. During my junior year of college, I used the 500,000 yuan my dad gave me to triple my money in the stock market, earning my first 1.5 million yuan. After graduation, every time I managed a fund, I accurately bought at the bottom and cashed out at the top amidst the ups and downs of the stock market. That's what I call strategic planning. His voice grew louder and louder, as if he wanted to use the volume to prove his power. He looked at Chen Siyuan with a mocking gaze, his contempt and disdain almost overflowing. Someone as useless as you probably doesn't even know which way the stock market door faces, does he? Open an account. You probably don't even know how to open an account, do you? Chapter 25, Buy them all. He relentlessly showered Chen Siyuan with his sense of superiority, one sentence after another. Talking to you about finance and trading is like casting pearls before swine. Anyone like you who gets lucky with land expropriation will never even get close to the real upper class. Don't go too far. Yao Qingzhu couldn't stand it anymore. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her face showed obvious anger. Brother Siyuan is just an ordinary person. So what if he doesn't know these things? What does it have to do with you? Gong Zihong never expected that Yao Qingzhu would so openly defend her useless ex-brother-in-law right in front of him. An unnamed anger suddenly welled up from the bottom of his heart. He stared intently at Yao Qingzhu, his eyes icy. What? Yao Qingzhu, your sister just divorced him, and you're already so eager to speak up for your ex-brother-in-law? Don't forget, he has absolutely nothing to do with you now. The coldness in Gong Zihong's eyes was almost tangible. He wanted to continue speaking, using even more vicious words to completely crush Chen Siyuan into the mud. But Chen Siyuan beat him to it, slowly taking out his phone from his pocket. He casually swiped his finger across the screen twice, and an interface filled with red and green lines appeared. He didn't even glance at it before casually waving the phone screen in front of Gong Zihong's eyes. Oops. Chen Siyuan's face showed just the right amount of confusion. Which way does the door to the stock market open? He looked at Gong Zihong earnestly, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. I really don't know. How about? Master Gong, could you tell me? Gong Zihong's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at the glaring account opening page, momentarily stunned. This piece of trash actually opened an account? After a brief moment of astonishment, came an even stronger surge of contempt and ridicule. Heh. Gong Zihong grinned as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century, his lips curving into an exaggerated smile. Having just made a few bucks from land expropriation, you can't wait to pour them into the stock market? I'm telling you, Chen Siyuan. His voice carried a condescending pity. The easier it is for you to make money, the easier it will be for you to lose it. As if suddenly remembering something, he changed the subject, his eyes sweeping coldly over Yao Qingzhu beside him. What Qingzhu said just now was quite right. Stocks are not something an ordinary person like you can handle. If you lose everything, don't come looking for money from Menglan again. He emphasized the word again heavily, making it sound insulting. The smile on Chen Siyuan's face finally faded. Your use of the word again is really disgusting. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold awl, piercing straight into Gong Zihong's ears. When did I ever ask Yao Menglan for a single penny? You just made things up out of thin air and then rushed to establish it as fact. Chen Siyuan chuckled softly, too lazy to waste any more words on him. He seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look at Yao Qingzhu. Qingzhu, have you opened an account? Yao Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. It's open. Chen Siyuan patted Hou Yuding, who was already flushed red from holding back his laughter. Monkey, why don't you go and open one too? Later, come with me to buy some. All right, brother Yuan. Hou Yuding had long disliked Gong Zihong, and upon hearing Chen Siyuan speak, he immediately pulled out his phone, his excitement as if he were about to join a great victory. Yao Qingzhu's face was full of trust and expectation as she looked down and started operating the phone. This scene completely stunned Gong Zihong. He was initially shocked, but then a surge of anger at being ignored and provoked almost made him laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard, he almost fell over, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Buy it from you. He pointed at Chen Siyuan as if he were pointing at a complete idiot. You're a country bumpkin who can't even understand candlestick charts, and you expect them to buy from you? Do you want them to lose everything along with you? He suddenly turned to Yao Qingzhu, his tone carrying a hint of urgent advice. Qingzhu, you absolutely mustn't listen to his nonsense. He's playing with your money. However, Yao Qingzhu simply raised her head and winked at him playfully. But her voice was clear and melodious, yet it was like a resounding slap across Gong Zihong's face. I made several million last time I listened to him. She tilted her head and smiled like a cunning little fox. That's true. You made it in less than 3 days. Boom. Gong Zihong's smile froze instantly. That handsome face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, went from flushed red to ashen, and finally turned completely black. It's even blacker than the bottom of a pot. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to even breathe. It was at this moment that no one noticed that a line of pale gold characters, visible only to Chen Siyuan, quietly appeared before his eyes. System notification, target locked. Longting Technology, 688 ****, affected by rumors of core technology leakage, is expected to experience a flash crash in its stock price within 10 minutes, hitting the daily limit down. Recommendation: buy at the limit down price with your entire position. The pale gold characters in Chen Siyuan's eyes slowly disappeared. His gaze refocused, landing on Yao Qingzhu and Hou Yuding's faces, which were filled with trust. Time is running out. He ignored Gong Zihong, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and said in a very fast voice, "Listen carefully. Stock code 688 ****. Longting Technology." He paused, his voice carrying an undeniable certainty. There will be a flash crash later, hitting the daily limit down. Remember, at the price where it hits the daily limit down, buy in with all the funds you have available. Don't leave a single penny behind. Good. Understood, brother Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Qingzhu and Hou Yuding immediately bent down and quickly operated their phones to add Longting technology to their watch list, waiting for that moment to arrive. Chapter 26, He was my father's savior. Gong Zihong heard everything clearly from the side. He was stunned at first, and then the suppressed anger and contempt seemed to find an outlet and erupted instantly. Ha 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 ha! He laughed so hard he bent over, tears welling up in his eyes. Longting technology? He pointed at Chen Siyuan as if he were looking at a hopeless madman. Are you fucking here to be a joke? The entire market knows that Longting Technology's core technology has been leaked, and it's about to go bankrupt. It's all over the news. You want our Qingzhu to buy this. Chen Siyuan, I really overestimated you. I thought you were just stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so wicked. Are you trying to drag everyone down with you, making them pay for your pitiful demolition compensation? Gong Zihong's voice was shrill and loud, full of extreme sarcasm. The commotion was so great that it instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. The guests all turned to look and whispered among themselves. What's going on over there? It seems to be that kid from the Gong family arguing with someone. A person standing nearby lowered their voice, a look of anticipation on their face. You guys didn't hear that? That country bumpkin over there actually told his friend to buy Longting technology with all his funds. Upon hearing this, a chorus of suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd. What? Buy Dragonair? Has he lost his mind? Today's financial headline. Longting technology is facing bankruptcy. Whoever buys it will be doomed. I guess he's a nouveau riche who just received compensation for his demolished house. It's so pitiful that he has to send the money back before he even has a chance to enjoy it. Shoo, keep your voice down, just enjoy the show. For a moment, the gazes cast upon Chen Siyuan were filled with sympathy, disdain, and schadenfreude. Amidst the mocking chatter, a calm and slightly magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Chen. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into a pond, instantly silencing all the noise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions froze instantly. A middle-aged man dressed in a custom-made Zhongshan suit, with a refined and composed demeanor, was looking at Chen Siyuan with a surprised expression. Someone in the crowd gasped, their voice trembling. That's Gu Changfeng, the richest man in Linhai. My God, it really is Chairman Gu. How could he know that young man? And why did he call him so affectionately? The guests who had just been loudly mocking Chen Siyuan were now dumbfounded, falling silent as if their cheeks were burning with pain. Gong Zihong's maniacal laughter froze on his face, as if it had been paused. Gu Changfeng actually took the initiative to greet this good-for-nothing? At the same time, an utterly absurd thought popped into everyone's mind. Could it be that Gu Changfeng told him about the idea of buying Longting technology? That's impossible. But if not, why would the richest man have this attitude? Gu Changfeng had already walked through the crowd and stood in front of Chen Siyuan, a gentle smile on his face. I thought I was seeing things. What are you doing here? He glanced curiously at the tense scene. What are you all talking about? It's so lively here. Before Chen Siyuan could speak, Gong Zihong had already taken the initiative, putting on a respectful and ingratiating smile. Hello, Mr. Gu. It's nothing serious, just that my friend wants to get everyone involved in investing in Longting technology. He emphasized the words Longting technology to see how Gu Changfeng would react. Chen Siyuan smiled indifferently. Yes, Mr. Gu, just having some fun. Gu Changfeng frowned slightly upon hearing this. He glanced at Chen Siyuan, his eyes carrying a hint of elder's concern and advice. Mr. Chen, Longting technology is now a fire pit. Its fundamentals are completely ruined. Anyone who touches it will get burned. Take my advice and don't touch it. Then, he changed the subject. If you really want to play, you can take a look at Haitian New Energy and Jingsheng Pharmaceutical. I am quite optimistic about these two, and they will have good gains in the short term. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding guests lit up instantly. The richest man himself recommends this golden stock. This is more valuable than any insider information. Immediately, some people couldn't resist and quietly stepped aside to take out their phones and place orders. Buy it now? Buy Haitian. Jingsheng Pharmaceutical. Buy it all. However, Chen Siyuan just smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. However, I still think my stock is better. The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Chen Siyuan as if he were an idiot. He actually refused the richest man's advice and even said his choice was better? Chen Siyuan seemed oblivious to everyone's gazes, instead turning to Gu Changfeng and saying, half-jokingly, "If Mr. Gu has some spare money, he might as well buy some for fun. Maybe there's a surprise." This time, even Gu Changfeng was stunned. Gong Zihong could no longer hold back and broke the silence with a sneer. Just for fun. His voice was filled with an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if he were speaking on behalf of Gu Changfeng. Chairman Gu is the richest man in Linhai. How could he not have spare money? But do you know that even the richest man's money doesn't come from thin air? He gave Chen Siyuan a disdainful look. Every penny must be spent wisely. How could I possibly waste it on a layman like you, skipping stones on the water? Gong Zihong's words were sharp and sarcastic, echoing in the air. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Changfeng, the richest man in Linhai, didn't even bother to look at him. His brow furrowed only slightly, his gaze remaining fixed on Chen Siyuan. He was examining it. He wanted to see a hint of panic at being exposed, or the foolishness of being used, on Chen Siyuan's face. But no, there was nothing there. What he saw was a pair of clear, yet resolute eyes. There was not a trace of wavering or confusion in his eyes. It was a kind of unwavering faith. A ripple suddenly stirred in Gu Changfeng's heart. Previously, Chen Siyuan had accidentally saved his father, and when his father transferred 200,000 yuan to him, his father refused to accept it. This is enough to prove that he is a person of high moral character. Would someone like that, like someone with a screw loose, drag their friends into a fire pit? Gu Changfeng didn't believe it. Then look at the mocking gazes around him, and Gong Zihong's smug face. Gu Changfeng made up his mind. Fine, consider it repaying the favor of 200,000 yuan, and also to support this stubborn young man. He suddenly laughed, a nonchalant laugh. Okay. The two words, spoken softly, were like a thunderclap in the banquet hall. Everyone was stunned. Gong Zihong's smug expression froze instantly. Gu Changfeng looked at Chen Siyuan and said slowly, "Since you've put it that way, Mr. Chen, then I'll play along with you. Just consider it joining in the fun." This caused an uproar among the crowd. What's going on? Is Chairman Gu really going to buy it along with him? Are you crazy? That's Longting technology. A middle-aged business owner who had some connection with Gu Changfeng could no longer contain himself and quickly stepped forward, urgently advising. "Chairman Gu, please reconsider. This young man is of unknown origin and talks nonsense. You must not be fooled by him." "Yes, Mr. Gu, this is clearly a trap." Gu Changfeng waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He looked at the boss, then glanced at everyone around him, and spoke calmly. "He's not a fraud." He paused for a moment, then dropped an even bigger bombshell. "He was my father's savior." Chapter 27. Even the richest man is supporting them. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, a collective gasp of realization rippled through the crowd. "Oh, so that's how it is. So that's why? He's Mr. Gu's benefactor. I understand. Chairman Gu is returning a favor. Spending a little money to please his benefactor. That's quite a character. No wonder he's the richest man. 200,000 is a lot of money for us. But for Chairman Gu, it's just a meal." Everyone thought they had figured out the key, and their gazes toward Chen Siyuan became even more tinged with jealousy. This kid is incredibly lucky. He saved old Master Gu, and now he can get the richest man to spend money to play along with his nonsense. Just then, Chen Siyuan's phone screen lit up. He glanced at the time, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It's almost time. He looked at Yao Qingzhu and Hou Yuding. "Prepare." "Good. No problem, Brother Yuan." The two immediately focused intently, their fingers hovering over the top of the phone screen. Gu Changfeng also became interested and said to his assistant behind him, "Xiao Wang, open an account and buy 200,000 worth of Longting Technology shares." Chen Siyuan turned to look at Hou Yuding, whose honest-looking brother was staring nervously at his phone. He knew that Hou Yuding's family was not well off and that it was not easy for them to save money. This time, he had staked everything he had on it. Chen Siyuan directly opened the mobile banking app and performed some operations. "Monkey, I'm transferring 200,000 to you. You can use it first." Hou Yuding was taken aback, and his phone immediately received a notification that the money had been deposited. "Brother Yuan, this. Stop talking nonsense. Take it. I borrowed money from you before, and you lent it to me without hesitation." Chen Siyuan patted his shoulder. "Consider this a loan from me. You can pay me back when you have the money." Hou Yuding's eyes instantly reddened. He nodded heavily, without saying another word. but expressed all his gratitude and trust through the gestures of his fingertips. Brother Yuan, I've put all my savings from the past few years, plus your 200,000 yuan, into it. Chen Siyuan himself only kept 200,000 yuan as a reserve fund, and set up buy orders at the limit down price for all the remaining funds. Yao Qingzhu, standing to the side, also pursed her lips and silently operated the machine. She invested all the millions she had earned with Chen Siyuan last time, along with all the pocket money she had saved up during this period. This scene made Gong Zihong's eyes twitch. He suppressed his jealousy, walked to Yao Qingzhu's side, pretended to be concerned, but his voice was full of schadenfreude. Qingzhu, don't cry if you lose all the money. He deliberately puffed out his chest, looking like he was rich and powerful. It's okay, my brother-in-law has plenty of money. I'll give you your allowance from now on. Yao Qingzhu didn't even bother to lift her head, but out of the corner of her eye, she gave him a disdainful and speechless look, as if she were looking at a clown. That disdainful and speechless gaze was like an invisible needle, precisely piercing the balloon of self-esteem that Gong Zihong had forcibly inflated. The muscles in his face twitched involuntarily. Money? What he was most proud of seemed to be the most worthless trash in Yao Qingzhu's eyes. Just as the awkward atmosphere was about to freeze, a relaxed laugh came from Gu Changfeng's side. He put away his phone, his smile gentle and composed, as if the 200,000 yuan he had just thrown into the wishing well was just a coin he had casually tossed into the well. He looked at Chen Siyuan and asked with great interest, Mr. Chen, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come to this kind of occasion today? These words instantly drew everyone's attention away from the stock market, which was about to open, and back to the gossip of reality. Yeah, who exactly is this kid? How did he end up here? Chen Siyuan smiled and pointed to Hou Yuding beside him. Mr. Gu, I'm here today to attend a reunion with my old classmates. He introduced himself in a very generous manner. This is my best buddy from college, Hou Yuding. You can just call him Monkey. Then, he shrugged, his tone tinged with a helpless mockery. He had managed to get 2 tickets for this place, saying he wanted to bring me here to broaden my horizons and have some fun. Who knew that he would be tricked by his boss? He said it was a party, but he was actually tricked into coming here to work overtime, thinking he could come here to promote his own company. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Hou Yuding, who was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands. Your classmate's boss is quite interesting. His gaze inadvertently swept over the name tag hanging on Hou Yuding's chest. What is the company's name? Hou Yuding was still reeling from the shock of Brother Yuan standing up for him and the richest man betting with him. But when he was called out by name, he suddenly snapped to attention. He then realized that the richest man in Linhai was asking him a question. He quickly straightened his back and stammered as he introduced his company's name and business scope. Mr. Gu, our company is called Qiming Electronics. We mainly manufacture precision electronic components. Gu Changfeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Oh, Qiming Electronics. He seemed to remember something. I think I vaguely remember it. Your company's products are of good quality and have a good reputation in the industry. Upon hearing this, Hou Yuding's eyes widened instantly. His own company, and even the richest man knows about it? Gu Changfeng continued slowly. I have been looking for opportunities to cooperate, but our group has not yet fully ventured into this niche business. He patted Hou Yuding on the shoulder, like a kind elder. Keep up the good work, young man. We hope to have the opportunity to cooperate when our group's industrial chain extends in this direction in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan immediately understood. This was clearly Uncle Gu praising Monkey out of consideration for him. This is not just polite talk. This is practically golden advice. It's a disguised advertisement for the monkey. Really, what was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. The surrounding guests were all listening intently. The richest man himself said, "The product quality is good." The richest man himself said, "I hope there will be an opportunity to cooperate." This amount is more effective than any advertisement. Many people immediately memorized the name, Qiming Electronics, and Hou Yuding's honest face. This is a business partner of a potential billionaire. I must try to build connections when I have the chance. All of this, in Gong Zihong's eyes, was even more painful than being slapped in the face. Today's banquet should have been his show. This is the stage where Gong Zihong, with his beautiful companion, makes his official debut in the high society of Linhai City. He should be the center of attention. He deserves all the envious, jealous, and fawning looks from everyone. But what about now? The limelight was completely stolen by Chen Siyuan, that poor guy who appeared out of nowhere, and his rustic classmate. Even the richest man in Linhai is supporting them. On what grounds? Gong Zihong was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, and he almost blurted out, "Fuck." He instinctively wanted to find his special assistant, Lu Charlie, the one who was best at reading his expressions and helping him solve problems. Where are they? Where did Charlie Lu go? He scanned the crowd with bloodshot eyes, but couldn't find anyone. Then it suddenly dawned on him that Yao Menglan had sprained her ankle, and he had asked Lu Charlie to drive her to the hospital. Oh shit. Chapter 28. Tonight you are my date, Gong Zihong. A single swear word caused Gong Zihong internal injury. He forced down his anger and managed to force a smile that looked worse than a grimace. He then approached Gu Changfeng, trying to salvage some face. However, Gu Changfeng only nodded politely to him, his mind clearly elsewhere. He smiled at Chen Siyuan and said, "Mr. Chen, I have some things to take care of, so please excuse me. Let's meet up another time when we're free." After saying that, he and his assistant turned and calmly left amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. With the departure of the richest man, the climax of this farce seems to have come to an end. The guests felt there was no point in staying any longer, and they dispersed in twos and threes. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling corner was left with only Chen Siyuan, Yao Qingzhu, Ho Yuding, and Gong Zihong, who stood there with a livid face, like a statue of a plague god. The atmosphere became awkward once again. Chen Siyuan broke the silence. He looked at Gong Zihong with a leisurely air, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Gong, look at your face. It's as black as the bottom of a pot. What? Do you have some opinions about my stock picks just now and want to ask me for advice?" These words were like rubbing salt into Gong Zihong's wounds, along with 2 spoonfuls of chili powder. Before Gong Zihong could react, Chen Siyuan stroked his chin, looking like he was deep in thought. "I heard you graduated from an Ivy League university? It seems to be something like a Master of Finance." He paused, then nodded as if suddenly realizing something, but his tone was full of condescending judgment. In that case, you barely meet the threshold for discussing stocks with me." Puffed. Gong Zihong couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing in anger. He pointed at Chen Siyuan's nose, his finger trembling. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Who do you think you are? You dare to talk to me about entry requirements? You poor wretch who lives off the demolition compensation." Chen Siyuan's smile remained unchanged. Getting impatient? It seems that Mr. Gong's cultivation is nothing more than this. Gong Zihong's chest heaved violently. He knew that he wouldn't gain anything by arguing with this kind of person. He glared fiercely at Chen Siyuan and uttered a harsh remark. "You bought that worthless stock. Just wait until we meet on the rooftop. When the time comes, let's see how you'll pretend you're all broke." After saying that, he turned around abruptly, furiously wanting to leave this place that had made him lose face. But he stopped after taking only 2 steps. He discovered that Yao Qingzhu was still standing there, motionless, and had no intention of following him at all. Gong Zihong's expression immediately turned even more unpleasant. He turned around, his tone carrying a hint of impatience as he gave a command. "Qingzhu, what are you still standing there for? Let's go." Yao Qingzhu frowned slightly, not even bothering to look at him. "Can I say a few words to Brother Siyuan?" With just one sentence, Gong Zihong was completely shut down. "Brother Siyuan?" Gong Zihong's eyes turned red. The address felt like a knife stabbing into his ears. "Don't forget, tonight you're my date, Gong Zihong." Yao Qingzhu finally raised her eyelids, her eyes filled with coldness and disdain. "I came here with my sister. If you insist on putting it that way," she said, taking out her phone as if to dial. "I'll call my sister right now. She twisted her ankle, but she should be feeling better by now. I'll have her come over and continue being your date." When her sister Yao Menglan was mentioned, she subconsciously glanced at Chen Siyuan out of the corner of her eye. She suddenly felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. My sister is injured. Will he feel sorry for him? He used to be so good to her sister. Could it be that he still can't let go of her? However, Chen Siyuan's expression remained as calm as a deep pool, without the slightest ripple. It was as if the person Yao Qingzhu was talking about was just a complete stranger to him. Gong Zihong, however, did not frown. Instead, he looked at Yao Qingzhu with great dissatisfaction. "Your sister's foot is so badly injured, and you, as her younger sister, don't you even feel sorry for her?" His voice was full of insincere concern and accusation. "What? Do you expect your ex-brother-in-law to feel sorry for your sister?" Qingzhu, I really misjudged you. As he spoke, he took a step forward, his gaze falling on Yao Qingzhu's fair wrist. He suddenly raised his voice, as if to declare his ownership to the whole world. And don't forget, you're still wearing the diamond bracelet I just gave you. Several question marks appeared above Yao Qingzhu's head. Mr. Gong Yu. She then showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I understand. So Mr. Gong was planning to use this bracelet to hire me as your date tonight? Since it's a transaction, she raised her other hand and unhesitatingly unfastened the bracelet's clasp. I'll return this hiring fee to you now. These actions and words are more hurtful than any vicious curse. Gong Zihong's face instantly turned a deep liver color. This woman really dared to take off that expensive bracelet and return it to him in public. If he really accepts, where will the Yao family's face be? And where will the Gong family's face be? If word gets out that Gong Zihong bought a female companion with a bracelet and was returned on the spot, how will he ever be able to face people in Linhai City again? The most crucial question is, once the Yao family learns that he is this kind of person, will the two families still be on good terms? No, no, no. Gong Zihong panicked instantly, and without thinking, he took a step forward, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Qingzhu, what are you doing? I was just joking, just kidding with you. He explained incoherently, beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. A gift. I already told you this was a gift for us. Yao Qingzhu stopped untying her bracelet, her expression still a little sullen. Now it's back to a greeting gift. Of course, it's a gift to mark our meeting. Gong Zihong gritted his teeth. He knew that he could never regain his lost face today. He glared fiercely at Chen Siyuan, his eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. He gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Qingzhu, since you want to chat with your friend, then you two chat. After saying that, he couldn't stay any longer, so he flung his hand away and practically fled. Watching his hasty departure, Yao Qingzhu looked down at the diamond bracelet on her wrist that was still flashing with dazzling light, and she felt extremely displeased. What a load of rubbish gift, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. They made such nice promises before, and now they're bringing out this disgusting stuff to piss people off. She irritably fiddled with the delicate pendant on her bracelet. I really want to throw this thing away. Chapter 29. Did he really think he was a stock market genius? Chen Siyuan shrugged and said, why throw it away? It's such a waste. Yao Qingzhu looked up, still fuming. I just feel disgusted. Chen Siyuan said slowly. Even if this thing is no good, we can sell it on a second-hand platform. That's a way to make use of waste. He paused, his smile widening. Just imagine, if that young Master Gong knew that the gift he used to curry favor with you was resold online by you, how angry would he be? Yao Qingzhu was taken aback at first. Immediately, the image of Gong Zihong's face flashed into her mind, turning from blue to purple, then from purple to black, and finally exploding with rage. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, her eyes crinkling with joy, all her previous irritation and anger vanishing. Chen Siyuan smiled at her and smiled back, then asked curiously, speaking of which, who exactly is this Gong Zihong? Mentioning this name, Yao Qingzhu's smile faded slightly, and she sighed. The Gong family and our Yao family have been business partners for a long time. My dad and his dad have a pretty good relationship. However, Gong Zihong had been studying abroad all along, and this was the first time I had met him since he came back. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ho Yuding suddenly interjected. Looking at him, he exudes a strong air of pretentiousness. The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. Chen Siyuan could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Yao Qingzhu was also amused by Ho Yuding's precise, yet vulgar description, and she laughed heartily, her body trembling with laughter. Not far away, Gong Zihong held a glass of champagne, like a venomous statue, staring intently at the three people who were laughing hysterically. The crisp laughter, reaching his ears, was more jarring than the most vicious curse. Especially Yao Qingzhu. Her bright smile shone under the crystal chandelier, and her heartfelt joy pierced Gong Zihong's heart like red-hot steel needles. What the hell? Yao Qingzhu, the second young lady of the Yao family, is having a great time playing with two country bumpkins, while completely ignoring him, the eldest young master of the Gong family. He's also her future brother-in-law. A surge of anger shot up from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. He took out his phone and tapped the screen rapidly, finding Yao Menglan's WeChat account directly. Menglan, I ran into Chen Siyuan at the Hongsheng Hotel. At this moment, In the luxurious bedroom of the Yao family villa, Yao Menglan was leaning against the headboard, with an ice pack on her ankle, her face full of impatience and irritability. The phone rang with a ding. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Gong Zihong. Chen Siyuan? She was taken aback at first, then an uncontrollable smug smirk curled up at the corner of her mouth. Hongsheng Hotel? Isn't that the venue for tonight's banquet? That good-for-nothing must have found out I was coming. So he came here specifically to wait for me. Huh. Even after the divorce, she still can't forget me, and she's even resorting to this kind of persistent and clingy behavior to get attention. Men, they're such shameless jerks. The unpleasantness Yao Menglan felt due to her foot injury vanished almost instantly, replaced by a sense of superior control. However, before she could finish feeling smug, Gong Zihong sent her a second message. Your sister Qingzhu's relationship with him? Isn't it a little too good? Yao Menglan's smile froze for a moment. She recalled how Yao Qingzhu had lent Chen Siyuan 3 million yuan in one go, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. But she quickly relaxed. How could that be? Qingzhu's standards are far higher than mine. So many talented young men have pursued her over the years, but she hasn't agreed to a single one of them. She tapped her finger lightly and replied, Didn't he help Qingzhu earn millions this time? My sister is just so naive. She gets close to whoever is nice to her. The implication is that it's nothing more than a false friendship built on money. On the other side of the screen, Gong Zihong looked at the reply and sneered. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a line of words that struck at the heart. Really? It seems to me that Qingzhu has fallen for him. When Yao Menglan saw this message, she was stunned. A full 3 seconds. She burst out laughing as if she'd heard the funniest joke of the century, her chest heaving. Ha ha. Zihong, stop joking. Impossible. Even if my sister were blind, she wouldn't want a poor bastard like him. Ultimately, isn't it all because she made several million by working with Chen Siyuan? Gong Zihong thought about it and agreed. If someone could make me millions in 3 days, I would greet them with a smile every day. However, thinking about the stocks that Chen Siyuan had asked Yao Qingzhu to buy today, Gong Zihong immediately sent the message over as well. Since we're on the topic of money, there's something I must tell you. Just now, Chen Siyuan persuaded Qingzhu to invest all her money in the stock of Longting Technology. The moment the message was sent, Yao Menglan's chat window went silent. Gong Zihong could imagine that the expression on her face at that moment must have been quite something. As expected, the next second, his phone screen lit up and the name, Yao Menglan, flashed wildly on the caller ID. Gong Zihong's lips finally curled into a smug, sinister smile. He answered the phone slowly and deliberately. Hey, Menglan. Gong Zihong. On the other end of the phone came Yao Menglan's voice, which was still extremely sharp despite her suppressed anger. What did you mean by that? What do you mean Qingzhu invested money in Longting Technology? Gong Zihong sighed heavily, feigning a somber tone. Menglan, don't get agitated. Just as you heard, Chen Siyuan bought all of Longting Technology's shares at the banquet in front of everyone, even though they had hit the daily limit down. And it seems that Qingzhu also voted along with him. Has she gone mad? Yao Menglan's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, filled with unbelievable anger. Is she blinded by greed? Everyone knows that Longting Technology is a money pit, and she still dares to jump in. That good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan. He just got lucky and made money once, and he actually thinks he's a stock market genius. He'll lose everything sooner or later. Hearing Yao Menglan's roar on the phone, Gong Zihong's frustration vanished. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He spoke in an extremely innocent, yet slightly aggrieved tone. Menglan, I've already tried to persuade her. I really tried to persuade Qingzhu, but she just wouldn't listen to me. He paused, as if gathering his emotions, and then, in a tone full of meaning and loss, delivered the final, fatal blow. Well, it seems that in Qingzhu's heart, Chen Siyuan, her ex-brother-in-law, is much more trustworthy than me, her future brother-in-law. On the other end of the phone, when Yao Menglan heard the words future brother-in-law, her pretty face, which had been tense with anger, inexplicably blushed slightly. But she didn't refute it at all. Humph, Qingzhu is just a child. She does things based on her whims without thinking at all. Her tone was full of disdain for her sister and absolute confidence in her own judgment. Let her be. Once she loses everything following that good-for-nothing, she'll naturally know who truly cares for her in this world. I'll teach her a lesson then. Chapter 30, Let me take you somewhere. Upon hearing these words, Gong Zihong's smile grew even more smug. The two chatted sweetly for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the burst of laughter triggered by Gong Zihang's embarrassment had gradually subsided. Chen Siyuan held a glass of juice and looked around. The air was filled with the fragrance of fine clothes and the rustling of hair. Wine cups clinked and toasts were exchanged. The men in suits and the women adorned with jewels gathered in small groups, and all they talked about were venture capital, mergers and acquisitions, and going public. Each topic represents a flow of capital, often amounting to tens or even hundreds of millions. He looked at himself again. She was dressed in casual clothes of unknown origin, surrounded by a boisterous monkey, and a rich young lady who had been forced to come and be her companion. Previously, he only thought the Hongxing Hotel was magnificent and splendid, so he planned to come in and broaden his horizons. But now, a strong sense of separation overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He suddenly realized that he and the people here were from completely different worlds. They are eagles soaring through the heavens, while I am at best a sparrow that has just learned to flap its wings. This place does not belong to him. At least for now, he doesn't belong here. Chen Siyuan suddenly felt an overwhelming longing for the smoky, hearty atmosphere of roadside stalls, filled with the scents of cumin and charcoal. Compared to the insincere formalities under the crystal chandelier, he felt much more at ease at the food stall on the plastic bench. He turned his head and nudged Ho Yuding's arm. "Monkey," Ho Yuding immediately asked with concern. What's wrong, Brother Yuan? Your mission is complete, so shall we retreat?" Chen Siyuan's tone carried a hint of weariness that even he himself didn't realize. "I'm so comfortable here, no wonder." Upon hearing this, Ho Yuding immediately nodded vigorously in deep agreement, his expression as if he had received a pardon. "Damn, you finally said it. I've been holding it in too. These people always talk so high and mighty. Aren't they tired of it?" He grabbed Chen Siyuan's shoulder and said with great enthusiasm, "Come on, let's go out, and I'll treat you to some street food. All you can eat." The two exchanged a smile, and the unspoken understanding between them instantly dispelled the sense of distance around them. Immediately, their gazes fell on Yao Qingzhu. The smile on Yao Qingzhu's face had faded, and a barely perceptible hesitation and struggle flashed in her eyes. On one side is a friend who just helped me a lot and shares my interests. On one side is Miyako, who, despite being detestable, could potentially become her older sister's boyfriend. She remained silent for a few seconds. In the end, he gently shook his head. "You may go." Her voice sounded somewhat downcast. "Although I really dislike Gong Zihang, it's not right to just leave him alone like this." Chen Siyuan looked at her and nodded. He understands. Even a lady from a respectable family still needs to consider some basic decorum. "Okay, we'll head out now. We'll contact you again when we have time." He didn't try to persuade him further. After saying that, he picked up his cup and walked over to Gu Changfeng, who was not far away, to give him a brief greeting and express his gratitude. Gu Changfeng smiled and patted him on the shoulder, telling him to contact him anytime if he needed anything. Having done all this, Chen Siyuan had no lingering regrets. He waved to Yao Qingzhu and then walked out of this troublesome place side by side with the monkey. Chen Siyuan and Ho Yuding disappeared completely at the entrance of the banquet hall. The gilded door slowly closed, as if separating two worlds. Yao Qingzhu stood there. The initial excitement and joy in her heart instantly drained away, leaving only an indescribable sense of loss. She glanced instinctively at another corner of the banquet hall. Gong Zihang was surrounded by several familiar rich kids, his face showing an expression of embarrassment and anger, and he was cursing something incessantly. A hint of undisguised disgust flashed in Yao Qingzhu's eyes. "Go find him." "Impossible." She looked away, refusing to glance in that direction again, and turned to walk to a secluded corner where no one would notice her, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Slender fingers swipe across the phone screen, aimlessly scrolling through short videos, seemingly trying to fill the emptiness in her heart with the noisy background sounds. Underground parking lot. The crisp sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty space. Ho Yuding was still grumbling incessantly about the pretentiousness of the people at the banquet. Chen Siyuan just smiled and took a car key out of his pocket. He gently pressed a button on something not far away. Beep beep. A crisp unlocking sound rang out. Among the row of luxury cars ahead, an all-black Audi Q7, resembling a beast of the night, suddenly flashed its headlights twice. The lines, full of technological sophistication and power, gleamed with a cold and expensive sheen under the parking lot lights. Ho Yuding's mouth instantly opened into an O shape. The expression on his face changed from astonishment to disbelief, and finally to a state of near-dumb shock. I'm fucking mad. He rushed over in one stride, reached out his hand, but dared not touch it, and just circled around the Q7. Brother Yuan, this is your car. When the hell did you get rich behind my back? Ho Yuding's voice changed, as if he had seen some kind of world wonder. This thing must cost at least $1 million to get its hands on. Chen Siyuan walked over slowly, leaned against the car door, and smiled calmly. Just a means of transportation. Ho Yuding's eyes twitched violently upon hearing this, feeling as if his worldview had been severely impacted. He looked at the imposing Q7, then at Chen Siyuan, who seemed completely indifferent, and felt like he was dreaming. Chen Siyuan patted him on the shoulder. Monkey, don't rush. Once Longting technology takes off, you should also get one, and we can take turns driving it. Ho Yuding's eyes lit up instantly, filled with tiny stars. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his face full of admiration and fanaticism. Really, Brother Yuan? Damn it, from now on I'm following you. You're like my own brother. I'll do whatever you say. Chen Siyuan smiled and opened the car door. All right, stop joking around, get in the car. I'll take you somewhere so you can reminisce about our glorious past. Chapter 31 For what you said, I respect you. Half an hour later. The Chengnan night market in Linhai City is still bustling with people and filled with the aroma of cooking. The brand new black Audi Q7, seemingly out of place in the noisy surroundings, slowly pulled up in front of a roadside food stall. The wheel crunched over the beer bottle caps on the ground. Instantly, this behemoth became the focus of the entire scene. The diners at the surrounding tables who were playing drinking games all stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to him. Inside the food stall, the owner, shirtless and wearing a greasy apron, poked his head out. He glanced at the four-ringed car logo, then at his own smoky stall, and clicked his tongue in amazement. My goodness, when did my little shabby shop become so prestigious? People driving Q7s are coming here to eat barbecue. Chen Siyuan and Ho Yuding got out of the car, completely ignoring the probing gazes around them. Old Wang, the usual. Chen Siyuan called out familiarly. 20 skewers, each of kidney, beef tendon, and cartilage, plus a case of beer. The two found a plastic table and sat down, skillfully rinsing their bowls and chopsticks with boiling water. Soon, sizzling grilled skewers and ice-cold beer were served. Ho Yuding took a big gulp of beer and let out a satisfied sigh. Damn, this is the best place. Acting like a pushover in the hotel almost suffocated me. Chen Siyuan smiled as he picked up a skewer of grilled kidneys and ate it with relish. Just then, bursts of girls' laughter came from not far away. The two looked up. 3 scantily clad, exquisitely made-up young girls were seen posing seductively around their Q7. The phone's flash kept clicking. After taking the photos, they started whispering among themselves, their eyes scanning the entire food stall like radar. They quickly identified their target. After all, among all the food stalls, only Chen Siyuan and Ho Yuding's table was dressed reasonably well. The 3 girls exchanged a knowing glance and swayed over. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Handsome guy. One of the girls leading the group had a sickeningly sweet voice. Do you have any empty seats here? Can we share a table? Without saying a word, they each pulled out a plastic stool and were about to sit down next to Chen Siyuan and Ho Yuding. Ho Yuding stared wide-eyed, about to say something. Chen Siyuan put down the wine bottle in his hand. He raised his head, a harmless smile on his face, and looked at the 3 girls in front of him. Then, he clearly uttered 2 words. Cannot. The sweet smile on the girl's face froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered and put on an even more cloying smile. Handsome young man, don't be so cold. We just wanted to share a table so it would be more lively with more people. It's not like we're asking you to treat us. Another girl with smoky eye makeup immediately chimed in, her tone carrying a hint of superiority. Yeah, at a street food stall like this, how much money could it possibly cost to treat someone? The fact that the 3 of us sisters are willing to drink and dine with you is a favor we're doing you, a great honor. Don't you understand? Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan finally raised his eyelids and slowly put a piece of grilled sausage into his mouth. He chewed twice before speaking calmly. Then you should give this gift to someone else. I'm not interested. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3rd short-haired girl, who hadn't said a word until now, suddenly exploded. What's wrong with you? You really don't know what's good for you. The girl in the lead was also losing face. She crossed her arms and said irritably, We came over politely. What kind of attitude is this? Chen Siyuan finally put down the wine bottle in his hand and calmly swept his gaze over the three of them. I think the ones who really don't know what's good for them are you. I've already made it clear that we can't share a table, but you guys still insist on forcing yourselves together. That's just not very nice. The three girls' faces changed simultaneously, turning pale and then flushed, as if they had been slapped in public. The girl in the lead, enraged, sneered in a shrill voice, "TCH. So what if you have an Audi Q7? What's so great about that? What are you pretending for?" Chen Siyuan suddenly chuckled, his laughter filled with undisguised mockery. "Who told you that car is mine?" The air seemed to freeze. Ho Yuding almost spat out his beer, barely suppressing his laughter as he looked at Chen Siyuan with admiration. The three girls, on the other hand, were completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. They looked at each other, their expressions shifting from shock to bewilderment, and finally to deep contempt and disgust. "So after all this time, the car isn't even yours? Then what were you pretending to be, acting all high and mighty just now?" They all rolled their eyes in unison, as if looking at Chen Siyuan would offend their eyes. Unlucky, the three turned around without hesitation, the plastic stool legs scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. Like radar, they began to scan the entire food stall again, searching for their real target. Soon, their gazes settled on a table not far away. At that table, a shirtless, bald man with a huge beer belly was bragging to his friends, spitting as he spoke. "Let me tell you, this Audi Q7, that Quattro all-wheel drive system, wow, it's definitely this one." He gave a thumbs up, his face beaming. "It's incredibly stable to drive. After driving the Q7, I can't stand any other SUV." The three girls exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. They immediately put on those sickeningly sweet smiles and swayed their hips as they walked over. "Brother, it's so lively here. Can we share a table?" The bald man and his friends were ecstatic when a beautiful woman struck up a conversation with them. "Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Beautiful lady, please have a seat. Order whatever you like, it's on me." In the blink of an eye, the three of them had become friends with the people at that table, and their laughter and toasts filled the air. Ho Yuding finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He slapped the table, laughing so hard he almost fell over. "Holy crap, Brother Yuan, I'm truly impressed. To be honest, the Q7 is pretty good, but it's not some kind of supercar like a Bugatti or Ferrari, is it? Are these women really acting like cats that have seen fish?" Chen Siyuan calmly took a sip of beer, his gaze falling on a noisy table not far away, his eyes carrying a hint of worldly wisdom. "Monkey, isn't this still a matter of social class?" he said casually, "because the people eating at this food stall have no idea that they could possibly have access to the top-of-the-line luxury cars you're talking about. Think about it again. Would those second-generation rich kids who actually drive Ferraris and Porsches really lower themselves to eat at this kind of smoky roadside stall?" He shook his head. "Impossible. Therefore, here, an Audi Q7 is most likely the ceiling that they can reach in their lifetime." Ho Yuding's burst of laughter slowly froze. He stared blankly at Chen Siyuan, a hint of shock and contemplation flashing in his eyes. He looked again at the girls who were smiling sweetly at the bald man, and suddenly felt that the scene just now was no longer so ridiculous, but rather had an indescribable sadness. "Damn," Ho Yuding muttered to himself. "Brother Yuan, you see things most clearly." He picked up the bottle and slammed it against Chen Siyuan's bottle. "Come on, I salute you for what you just said." Chapter 32, I'm doing this all for your own good. The bottles clinked together crisply. Ho Yuding tilted his head back and gulped down half a bottle of beer. He wiped his mouth, feeling a surge of pride welling up inside him. "Brother Yuan, eat up, it's on me tonight." The two devoured the skewers on the table in no time. Ho Yuding rushed to scan the code and pay, his face showing a righteous expression that said, "Don't try to take it from me." Chen Siyuan smiled and didn't argue with him. The two stood up and walked toward the conspicuous Audi Q7 parked by the roadside. Not far away, the giggles of the three girls and the boasting of the bald man could still be clearly heard. Out of the corner of their eyes, however, they couldn't help but follow Chen Siyuan and Ho Yuding. They wanted to see where these two pretentious paupers were going to hail a taxi. Then they heard a soft beep. The headlights of the Audi Q7 flashed twice in response. Chen Siyuan opened the driver's side door quite naturally. He turned to Ho Yuding and said, "Get in the car." Ho Yuding smiled, opened the passenger door, and got in. The noisy chatter at that table instantly fell silent. The smiles on the three girls' faces froze completely, like a waterfall frozen in ice. The girl with the smoky eye makeup had her mouth wide open, big enough to fit an egg. He said the car wasn't his, didn't he? She asked in a trembling voice. The girl in the lead suddenly snapped back to her senses, and a surge of anger shot up to the top of her head. She turned around abruptly, her eyes fixed on the bald man beside her. This car isn't yours, is it? Her voice was so sharp it almost pierced eardrums. The rosy glow on the bald man's face vanished instantly, leaving his expression stiff. His eyes darted around as he stammered. I never said this car was mine. Holy shit. The girl in the lead completely lost it, grabbed her counterfeit bag, and stood up abruptly. She pointed at the bald man's nose and yelled, "Then what the hell were you doing here, trying to act tough with me? You bald bastard. You stinking loser. You pervert." A barrage of vulgarities erupted from the air. The surrounding diners immediately stopped eating and turned to look at the scene with expressions of anticipation. The bald man was utterly humiliated by being insulted like that in front of his friends and a beautiful woman. Enraged, he slammed his fist on the table. "Who are you calling a bitch?" He raised his large, fan-like hand and, without the slightest hesitation, snapped it open with a crisp snap. A resounding slap landed squarely on the girl's face. The girl staggered from the blow, and half of her face instantly swelled up. She screamed and lunged at him like a madwoman. "You dare hit me. I'll fight you to the death." The two immediately began to tear at each other. The other two girls screamed and rushed over to help, and the scene instantly turned into chaos. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting." People around quickly got up to break up the fight. "Quick, call the police. Someone has already taken out their phone." Chen Siyuan, the instigator of all this chaos, was completely unaware of it. The Audi Q7 drove smoothly through the night. He drove Ho Yuding to the entrance of his residential compound. Before getting off the bus, Chen Siyuan instructed, "Monkey, keep a close eye on your phone these next few days. I'll call you when Longting Technology's stock price reaches its peak. When the time comes, I'll tell you to cast your ball, and you should cast it all immediately without hesitation for even a second." Ho Yuding now completely trusts Chen Siyuan. He nodded repeatedly, as if making a guarantee to his leader. "Don't worry, brother Yuan. Just say the word, and I'll do exactly what you say. I'm sure I'll make a fortune following you, brother Yuan." Chen Siyuan hummed in response, waved goodbye, and then drove away towards his home. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage of the Hongqing Hotel, the banquet finally came to an end. The atmosphere inside a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was terrifyingly oppressive. Gong Zihong gripped the steering wheel and drove without saying a word. Since Chen Siyuan left, he has hardly spoken a word to Yao Qingzhu. Yao Qingzhu watched the fleeting night view outside the window and remained silent. As the car drove onto the elevated road, Gong Zihong finally couldn't hold back any longer. He began in a seemingly calm but actually didactic tone. "Qingzhu, I know that Chen Siyuan made you money a few days ago, and you are probably very grateful to him." He paused, a hint of contempt in his voice. "But a mere few million is nothing to your Yao family, or to our Gong family. Moreover, with his gambler-like approach, if he wins this time, he is very likely to lose it all next time. You don't need to have any contact with someone like him for such a small amount of money." Gong Zihong's knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the steering wheel. He glanced at Yao Qingzhu's calm profile in the rearview mirror and continued in that self-righteous tone. "Qingzhu, if you really want to make money, you can come with me. I have plenty of high-quality projects at my disposal. Any one of them is better than following Chen Siyuan, who knows nothing." His words were filled with disdain for Chen Siyuan and absolute confidence in his own abilities. "He is not even in the same social class as us. If he hadn't used some kind of seductive trick back then to bewitch your sister and make her determined to marry him, he would never have had any contact with you sisters in his life. We and him are from completely different worlds." Gong Zihong's voice turned cold, carrying a condescending tone of judgment. "What are friends for? They are for helping each other and supporting one another. If someone can't help you at all, then there's no need to continue being friends with them." Yao Qingzhu, who had been silent all along, finally turned her head slowly. The lights inside the carriage reflected in her clear but somewhat impatient eyes. She was truly fed up with hearing it. "Mr. Gong." Her voice was soft, yet like a sharp knife, instantly shattering the sense of superiority Gong Zihong had cultivated. "You're not even my brother-in-law yet, and you're already lecturing me? My parents don't interfere with my freedom to make friends, so aren't you being a bit too nosy?" Yao Qingzhu's lips curled slightly, and her tone became serious. "Moreover, I completely disagree with your opinion. People who are useful to you are called partners or connections. Friends are for sharing your heart. I don't make friends with just anyone who is useful to me. She paused, looking at Gong Zihong's face that had instantly stiffened, and slowly added, Mr. Gong, if you say that, it makes me think. You may have never had a true friend. You. Gong Zihong was so shocked by her words that his heart clenched, and his handsome face instantly turned a deep purplish red, then turned pale, and then flushed. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and forced out a sentence. I'm doing this all for your own good. Chapter 33 Brother Siyuan is not a waste. I'm fine. Yao Qingzhu shrugged. On the contrary, it's you who's lecturing me in such a fatherly tone that it's making me feel a little bad. The phrase full of fatherly influence was like a red-hot needle, piercing Gong Zihong's pride. He couldn't hold back any longer. Boom! Gong Zihong slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the Mercedes-Benz S-Class engine roared, propelling the car forward like an arrow. The sudden push startled Yao Qingzhu, who instinctively cried out and quickly grabbed the handle above the car door. She steadied herself, looked up at Gong Zihong, whose face was contorted with anger, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. I wasn't planning on coming to this banquet today. She glared at Gong Zihong resentfully. My dad told me to come and check you out on his behalf. A bright, even slightly mischievous smile suddenly bloomed on Yao Qingzhu's face. Let's see if you're suitable to be my brother-in-law. I will tell my dad everything about your wonderful performance today when I get back. Gong Zihong slammed on the brakes like a rooster being choked. Screech. The ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out. The car suddenly slowed down. Gong Zihong's face was even darker than before, so dark it looked like ink could drip from it. He finally remembered that what Yao Zhenbang valued most was the character and composure of the family members. If Yao Qingzhu were to report his outburst to Yao Zhenbang, Gong Zihong clenched his fists. He forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and his tone also changed 180 degrees, becoming extremely gentle. Qingzhu, don't misunderstand. I really wasn't lecturing you just now. I was just worried about you and hoped you wouldn't be deceived by anyone. Seeing his inconsistent behavior, Yao Qingzhu's smile faded. She simply uttered a plain, unremarkable monosyllable from her nose. Oh, a single word, yet it carries endless sarcasm and perfunctory attitude. Gong Zihong was truly devastated. He felt like he had punched cotton, and though he was seething with anger, he dared not utter another word. He was afraid that if he misspoke another word, Yao Qingzhu would say something terrible next after that. Oh. For the rest of the journey, the carriage was deathly silent. Gong Zihong could only suppress his pent-up frustration and sheepishly escort Yao Qingzhu back to the Yao family mansion. The sound of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class engine seemed somewhat jarring in the quiet villa area, and Gong Zihong ultimately didn't dare to utter a single word. The car window slowly rolled up, blocking Yao Qingzhu's view. He hesitated, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something in his own defense, or perhaps he wanted to try and get a chance to come in and have a cup of tea. Yao Qingzhu didn't even bother to give him a second glance. It's getting late, Mr. Gong. You should go back and rest early. She didn't want Gong Zihong to come to her house. She's annoyed. The pitiful hope on Gong Zihong's face vanished instantly, and he deflated completely like a punctured balloon. He could only nod dejectedly, step on the gas, and drive away sheepishly. Watching the two bright taillights quickly disappear into the night, Yao Qingzhu withdrew her gaze and turned to walk towards her own front door. Unlock with your fingerprint and push open the heavy solid wood door. The huge crystal chandelier in the living room shone brightly, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Yao Menglan was half reclining on the sofa, holding a cushion in her arms, watching the financial news on TV with a bored expression, while one leg was propped up high on the coffee table. Her sprained ankle was still swollen high, like a white steamed bun. Hearing the door open, Yao Menglan's eyes lit up instantly. You're back. She craned her neck to look at the doorway, but saw no one else. Did Zihong bring you back? Why didn't you invite him in for a seat? Yao Qingzhu changed into slippers, casually placed her bag on the cabinet in the entryway, rolled her eyes, and told a little lie without changing her expression. Oh, he said he had something to do, so he left first. She walked to the sofa, squatted down, and carefully examined her sister's ankle. How is your foot? Does it still hurt? Hurt? I won't die. Yao Menglan snorted irritably. My feet don't hurt that much anymore. It's my heart that hurts. She snatched the remote and turned off the TV, staring sharply at Yao Qingzhu. Yao Qingzhu, you've really gotten bold. They were easily fooled by that good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan's few words and dared to throw millions into it. I have to talk to you about this today. Just as Yao Qingzhu was about to retort, there was another noise at the door. The eldest brother, Yao Yensong, walked in, loosening his tie, a hint of fatigue on his face. What's going on? What's all the noise about in the middle of the night? He was taken aback when he saw Yao Menglan's sullen expression and then looked at Yao Qingzhu squatting on the ground. Qingzhu, what happened? As if she had found a pillar of support, Yao Menglan immediately began to embellish her complaint. Big brother, you've come at the right time. You need to keep an eye on Qingzhu. She got scammed by that good-for-nothing Chen Siyuan today. She invested millions in some Longting Technology stock. Yao Menglan became increasingly angry as she spoke, and her voice rose 8 octaves. Do you think Chen Siyuan has lost his mind? He made a fortune through land expropriation, and now he thinks he's Warren Buffett? He even dared to touch a piece of junk stock like Longting Technology. Yao Qingzhu finally couldn't hold back any longer, stood up, and said with a resentful look, Sister, you're being too rude. What do you mean by deceiving me? Brother Siyuan is helping me make money. Take you to make money? Yao Menglan slammed her fist on the soft sofa in anger, almost causing the ice pack on her ankle to slip off. Is he helping you make money? He's leading you into a fire pit. Do you even know what kind of company that is? It's just an empty shell. He's trying to swindle all your money. Upon hearing this, Yao Yensong, who was standing to the side, also frowned deeply. He looked at Yao Qingzhu and said in a deep voice, Qingzhu, you really acted rashly in this matter. I admit that Chen Siyuan has a lot of luck that is hard to explain. But luck can't put food on the table. Longting Technology is a company. The waters are too deep. It's not something he can handle at all. Today, its stock has already hit the daily limit down. Yao Menglan immediately chimed in, with a C. You heard that. Even Big Brother said so. Gong Zihong also advised you not to buy it. They are both genuine business elites. Don't you trust their judgment? She pointed at Yao Qingzhu and said with a look of disappointment, You'd rather believe a good-for-nothing than your brother in Zihong? He's not a piece of trash. Yao Qingzhu was both angry and anxious, stubbornly raising her head until her cheeks turned red. Brother Siyuan is not a good-for-nothing. If he says he can make money, then he definitely can. She seemed to be trying to convince them, and even more so, herself. Her voice was clear and firm. Who believed that house in Tianjin community last time? But what happened? He made over 5 million in just 3 days. Chapter 34 I pulled his leg. Upon hearing this, Yao Menglan rolled her eyes in anger and kicked her uninjured foot hard on the sofa. Has our Yao family mistreated you, or what? What kind of bewitching potion did Chen Siyuan give you? You were bought off for a few million? She pointed at Yao Qingzhu's nose, looking at her with a disappointed expression. I think you're getting old. You're just the kind of fool who holds the phone, listens to a few words from someone, and buys a bunch of useless health products. You just wait. Once all these millions have gone down the drain, let's see how you cry under the covers. Yao Qingzhu was dizzy from her scolding, but she still stubbornly said, Anyway, most of the money invested was earned by Brother Siyuan when he helped me last time. Even if I lose everything, I won't feel bad. You. Yao Menglan almost choked on her breath, so she simply ignored her and turned to look at Yao Yensong, who had been silent all along. Brother, listen to what she's saying. Luckily, Dad had the foresight to not let her get involved in the company's business. He let her be a wealthy idler. Otherwise, our Yao family's meager fortune will be completely wiped out by her within 3 years. Yao Yensong's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed at that moment. Looking at his stubborn little sister, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he couldn't help but smile. Who told her to be the youngest sister in our family? Aren't we, as her older brothers and sisters, there to cover for her when she needs us? His voice was gentle, with a hint of doting, as he walked to Yao Qingzhu's side and gently patted her shoulder. All right, stop arguing with your sister. If we really lose everything this time, then we can give you a good wine and plead with your brother. I'll give you some pocket money. These words sounded comforting, but to Yao Qingzhu, they were even more grating than her sister's insults. She suddenly raised her head, her face flushed with anger. I don't want to. If I really lose money, I'll just find a job myself. I'll go work. I can support myself. The words had barely left his mouth. Yao Menglan and Yao Yensong exchanged a glance, as if they had heard the funniest joke of the century. The next second, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The brother and sister were doubled over with laughter, unable to contain themselves. Yao Menglan exaggeratedly clutched her stomach, laughing and wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Working? You. She looked Yao Qingzhu up and down, her eyes full of undisguised mockery. You're a pampered young lady who's never lifted a finger and's been raised in luxury since childhood. What can you do? If you were to go and serve someone a meal, you probably couldn't even hold the tray properly. Yao Qingzhu trembled with anger, her pretty face turning from red to white. She looked at her older brother and sister, who were laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight and couldn't say a word. Finally, she stomped her foot hard. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. After saying that, he turned around and rushed upstairs to the second floor, locking himself in his room. The laughter in the living room continued, like needles pricking her heart with pain. Yao Qingzhu collapsed onto the soft bed and buried her face in the pillow. She didn't cry. She's waiting for the high point Chen Siyuan mentioned. Wait until we throw that bright red profit report in their faces and dazzle them. The night was as dark as ink, and Chen Siyuan's Audi Q7 came to a steady stop in front of his house. He turned off the engine, but did not get out of the car immediately. He rolled the car window down halfway and leaned out, like a thief, cautiously peering into the brightly lit living room window. After confirming that he didn't see any of his extended family members, he breathed a long sigh of relief and went home. Chen Zhengwo happened to come out of the main room and rolled his eyes at his son's furtive appearance. What are you doing? You're coming home like a thief. Chen Siyuan chuckled. Dad, I was just worried that those people hadn't left yet. Leave? Chen Zhengwo snorted, taking a sip of hot tea. What time is it? No matter how thick-skinned they are, they can't really stay overnight at our house, can they? At this point, he seemed to remember something, and the look of disgust on his face deepened. The few groups that came after you left were just trying to get you to help them make money in a roundabout way. Then your second cousin came along, and wow, the first thing he asked was to borrow $1 million from you. Chen Zhengwo emphasized the words $1 million, as if they were burning his tongue. I was baffled. Is $1 million such a common amount these days? His family and our family have practically no contact except for exchanging likes and sending group greetings during holidays. How could he have the nerve to ask for that? Chen Siyuan chuckled and asked curiously, why didn't he say what he needed the $1 million for? I told you. Chen Zhengwo slapped his thigh. He said he'd give it to his son, your distant cousin, to start a business. He also said that if the business succeeds, he will return the principal and interest to you. Chen Siyuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Huh. Paying back debts is a matter of course, but he insists on adding a precondition. Exactly, Chen Zhengwo exclaimed indignantly. I asked him one question back then. What if the business doesn't succeed? He mimicked that relative's expression, pursing his lips. Guess what they said? They said, then consider it a donation from you, the younger brother, to your older brother. And they even said, Siyuan has already made so much money, he won't miss a mere $1 million. My blood pressure spiked instantly. Chen Zhengwo said, getting angrier as he spoke, pointing to the broom in the corner. If your mom hadn't stopped me, I would have grabbed that broom and chased him away. As they were talking, Zhang Guilin came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't listen to your dad's bragging. When your second uncle was around, he was always concerned about saving face for his relatives and explained things to people in a nice and polite way. As soon as they said that, your dad's face turned green, and he almost fainted on the spot. Chen Zhengwo blushed when his wife exposed his shortcomings, and then grumbled indignantly. These guys, do they really think we're rich fools with money to burn? How could they say such shameless things? Zhang Guilin also sighed and pushed the fruit plate towards her son. What your father said is true. At least when someone comes to the door, you can see a person. The calls we received were incredibly varied. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengwo's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again, and he slammed the thermos down on the coffee table. Some of those people still know to ask you indirectly whether you've been busy lately or if the project is going well. More often than not, they've even abandoned that fig leaf. He mimicked the tone of the people on the phone, saying sarcastically, Hey, Zhengwo, Siyuan's made a fortune. Don't forget about us poor relatives. We all come from the same ancestor. If you have a way to make money, you have to help us out. Chen Zhengwo shook his head angrily. I'll pull his leg. What was our family like before? They all avoided us more than anyone else. Now look what's happened. We've all become like family we haven't seen in ages. Chapter 35. Are you looking down on my ability to make money? Chen Siyuan picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and the juice overflowed, sweetening his heart. But the words he uttered carried a hint of coldness. Dad, let's just pretend we don't have these kinds of relatives from now on. His eyes were calm, but his tone was resolute. They're practically unrelated people. Many of them are beyond the fifth degree of kinship. What's the point of keeping them around? Just to cause trouble for ourselves? Zhang Guilin listened from the side, somewhat hesitant. That's true, but then there's the matter of social etiquette. Chen Siyuan interrupted his mother, turned his gaze to Chen Jiangwo, and his tone became exceptionally serious. Dad, there's one thing I'm worried about. I'm afraid you two won't be able to refuse. We're afraid that outsiders will gossip about us, saying that as soon as we have a little money, we've become estranged from our relatives and look down on our poor ones. He stared into his father's eyes. I know my mother. She's soft-hearted. And you? You've always been very concerned about your image, and you love to show off in front of your old neighbors and relatives. If you feel uncomfortable putting on this act if you cut ties, then let's keep playing along with them. Chen Siyuan made his point very clearly. He understood that his parents' generation had suffered for most of their lives, and now that they had finally been able to hold their heads high, they wanted to show those who had looked down on them before. This kind of mentality is perfectly normal. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Jiangwo slammed his hand on the sofa armrest. What am I afraid of? The old man's voice was loud and clear, so loud that Chen Siyuan was stunned for a moment. It's over. It has to be over. Chen Jiangwo glared, his face filled with determination. That would be best. Perfect. It saves me from getting so angry at these bastards every day that my high blood pressure is about to flare up. Uft. Chen Siyuan couldn't help but almost spit out the watermelon in his mouth and burst out laughing on the spot. His father is just so adorable. He thought about it again and realized that it made sense. I really misunderstood. What difference does it make whether or not I have any contact with these so-called relatives? As long as my parents are happy, that's enough. There's no need to deliberately show off such a good life to anyone. Those people, naturally, would use all sorts of channels to find out everything their family was doing, like flies drawn to blood. The most heart-wrenching look is that which is a mixture of envy, jealousy, and regret. This kind of subtle showing off is the most deadly. You're still laughing. Chen Jiangwo was even more furious when he saw his gleeful expression, and he raised his hand and gave him a light pat on the back. You dumped all the mess on me and your mother. You little rascal, you're so fast. You can slip away faster than anyone else. Chen Siyuan chuckled and, instead of dodging, moved closer. He stretched out his two hands and began to pat his father's back affectionately. Dad, I'm just thinking of you. I'm afraid that if I go inside and see those people's faces, my anger will flare up and I won't be able to control it. Chen Siyuan rubbed his back and sighed repeatedly. What if I can't hold back and take action? That would be terrible. He abruptly changed the subject, showering the other person with flattery. I am not as calm and composed as you, strategizing and winning battles from afar. Dad, you don't want me to become a millionaire so soon, only to end up in jail for assaulting someone, do you? Chen Jiangwo was so pleased by his combination of pounding and flattery that his eyes almost closed. He hummed twice, clearly pleased, and his stern face couldn't hold back any longer. That smugness spilled out along the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He turned his head, lowered his voice, as if he were talking about some huge secret. Then, next time you run away, remember to take me with you. Chen Jiangwo cleared his throat and, mimicking his son's tone, said in a serious manner, You don't want your dad, who just became a millionaire, to end up in jail for beating someone up, do you? Chen Siyuan shook his head like a rattledrum. No, absolutely not. He looked terrified. Dad, think about it. If we both run away, won't Mom be all alone at home? Unless we never go home again. Otherwise, tsk. Chen Siyuan looked his father up and down. At most, I'll just end up with bruises all over my body. He drawled out the sound and made a gesture of disintegration. I reckon it'll be scattered here and there. Chen Jiangwo imagined the scene, leaving Zhang Guilin alone at home, facing that group of ravenous relatives by herself. He suddenly shivered. The old man instantly realized that his son was absolutely right. This is indeed a bit unethical. He let out a long sigh, and his face, which had just been so assertive, was instantly filled with sorrow. Sigh, but these people keep coming to our house every day. It's not a good thing. Even if the person doesn't come, the phone calls keep coming in, which is annoying enough. Chen Siyuan stopped massaging his back and frowned as well. He pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, how about this? I don't have enough money right now, so it's definitely too late to buy a new house. How about we go stay at a hotel first? No. Without a second thought, Chen Jiangwo shook his head repeatedly, rejecting the suggestion on the spot. Then we might as well just rent a place. Staying in a hotel? How much would that cost per day? It's expensive and inconvenient. He glared at his son as if he were a spendthrift. Besides, who knows how long these people will cause trouble? Are we going to stay in hotels forever? Where would I get so much spare money to stay in hotels every day? Chen Siyuan couldn't help but laugh as he listened to his father's old-fashioned advice. Dad, you just don't understand. He leaned closer and winked mysteriously. Who said staying in a hotel isn't convenient? We're not staying in those budget hotels. We're going to go to the best. Chen Siyuan waved his hand dismissively, as if he were already there. Book a presidential suite right away. Think about it. The room is cleaned by professionals, so we don't have to lift a finger. Kitchen, living room, bedroom, everything you need. Want to do laundry? Just press a button for the washing machine or dryer. Our bed sheets and duvet covers are changed every day, he said, getting more and more excited, his eyes shining. The hotel has a top-notch restaurant with 24-hour room service. If we get tired of the food, there's a kitchen in the suite, so we can cook whatever we want. After listening, Chen Jiangwo looked at him like he was looking at a landlord's foolish son and snorted heavily. I know. How could I not know about this kind of hotel? He squinted at him and said irritably, staying here for one night is enough to rent a nice place for a month. The old man spoke earnestly, with a hint of disappointment in his words. Siyuan, I know you've made some money now, but we can't just waste it like this. Money should be spent wisely. Chen Siyuan's smile faded, and he looked at his father with an expression that was more serious than ever before. Dad, do you look down on my ability to make money? Chapter 36 by a new one. The moment those words were spoken, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Chen Jiangwo's hand, holding the thermos, froze in midair. He hadn't expected his son to suddenly say something like that. Chen Siyuan, however, seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, his tone filled with an undeniable confidence. A week at most. He held up one finger. Then I'll have money to buy our family a brand new big house. It's just a week's stay. How much could it cost? But what if we rent a place? Chen Siyuan countered. Which place outside doesn't have a minimum 3-month lease? In the end, it's not much different from staying in a hotel. Most importantly, staying in a hotel is so convenient. We can leave whenever we want. Just grab our bags and go. Chen Jiangwo was stunned by his son's series of words. His mind was buzzing, and he could only grasp one unbelievable point. Buy a house in a week. He stared intently at Chen Siyuan, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. From what you're saying, it sounds like you didn't use the millions from the previous demolition compensation? Chen Siyuan smiled, a smile that was calm and serene. Of course not. He sat back down next to his father, his tone softening, yet carrying a comforting quality. Dad, please don't worry. The reason I didn't use those millions to buy a house directly was because I wanted to make money from money. He paused, then said, word by word, wait a few days, until I use this money to generate even more money. Then, let's just buy a big villa. We'll hire 2 more nannies to take care of you and my mother. Let you two enjoy yourselves and see what real life is all about. Chen Jiangwo fell silent. Looking at his son's confident face, he felt a turmoil in his heart. Reason told him that his son's words were mostly boasting. Buying a villa in a week? That sounds like a fantasy. But deep in his heart, a voice was screaming wildly. How he wished it all were true. Chen Jiangwo was still immersed in the grand blueprint his son had drawn up, his heart surging with emotion, unable to calm down for a long time. Chen Siyuan didn't give him much time to overthink. He had barely finished speaking when he dashed into the kitchen like a gust of wind. Mom, I need to tell you something. Zhang Guilin was bending over, slowly washing the fruit plate she had just used by the sink, when she heard her son's loud voice and turned around irritably. What is it now? Chen Siyuan excitedly went over, a bright smile on her face. I've discussed it with Dad. We're moving out tomorrow. Let's stay at the best hotel in the whole city. Zhang Guilin's hand trembled, and the plate in her hand almost slipped from her grasp. What? Staying at a hotel? She vigorously wiped her hands on her apron, stared at her son as if he were an alien. What nonsense are you talking about, you child? Would your dad agree to this? Chen Siyuan thumped his chest loudly. Of course. My dad is very open-minded. Zhang Guilin looked on incredulously. How could he possibly agree? How much would it cost to stay one night? What a spendthrift. Knowing his mother was worried about the money, Chen Siyuan quickly put on a pitiful expression and lowered his voice. Mom, think about it. These relatives are leaving today, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? If we can't get through on the phone, they'll definitely come knocking on our door again. We can't just stay home and argue with them every day, can we? It's so annoying. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guilin couldn't help but sigh, and the expression on her face visibly softened. Her son was right. She was really overwhelmed by the commotion caused by those people these past few days. Seeing that things were looking promising, Chen Siyuan immediately pressed his advantage. And don't worry, we're not staying here all the time. At most 1 week. Once I make another big profit, we'll just buy a big villa and settle down in one go. Just as Zhang Guilin was about to agree, she was stunned by these words. Ew. You make a profit? Chen Siyuan's eyes shone brightly under the lights, brimming with boundless confidence and ambition. Yes. And this time, it's not just a matter of a few million. He held up 3 fingers and waved them vigorously in front of his mother. It's tens of millions. Even hundreds of millions. Boom. Zhang Guilin felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her mind. Hundreds of millions? For a moment, she thought her son must have gotten so rich that he'd lost his mind. She subconsciously reached out to touch Chen Siyuan's forehead to see if he was delirious from a fever. But when she met her son's unwavering eyes, which seemed to see through everything, her outstretched hand froze in midair. She recalled that a few days earlier, her son had looked at her with the same eyes, telling her that he could earn money for the family. As a result, a miracle she never dared to imagine actually happened. A strange yet incredibly strong sense of confidence surged up from the deepest part of my heart. She slowly withdrew her hand and exhaled a long breath. There was worry and doubt in that tone, but more than anything, there was anticipation. Okay, she nodded emphatically. Mom believes you. Our family will do whatever you say. After saying that, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes revealed an undisguised curiosity and longing. Then, is that presidential suite you mentioned really that good? Your father and I have never even stepped inside a 5-star hotel in our entire lives. Chen Siyuan immediately hooked his arm around Zhang Guilin's neck. It's wrapped. Let's do it. That evening, the family of 3 immediately set to work and began packing their things. Zhang Guilin opened the wardrobe in the master bedroom and started taking out clothes as if she were moving house. I need to bring this jacket. It'll get chilly at night. And your dad's new jacket. Make sure you look presentable tomorrow. She quickly stuffed the largest suitcase to the brim. Seeing this, Chen Siyuan walked over, both amused and exasperated, and pressed down on her mother's still busy hand. Mom, you don't need to bring so much. We only need to bring 1 set of underwear to change into. Zhang Guilin and Chen Zhengwo, who came from the living room, exchanged a glance, both of them stunned. What should I wear tomorrow? Zhang Guilin asked, puzzled. Chen Siyuan said matter-of-factly, buy a new one. Buy it. Chen Zhengwo frowned immediately upon hearing this. The older generation's habit of thrift and frugality made him instinctively want to object. Aren't all the clothes at home perfectly fine? Why waste money on that? Zhang Guilin nodded with heartache and echoed. Yes, Siyuan, we should save money wherever we can. We can't spend money like this. Chen Siyuan laughed. He looked at his lovely parents and slowly offered a reason they couldn't refute. Dad, Mom, we're going to stay in the presidential suite tomorrow. Isn't it only natural to dress decently? We can't let those 5-star hotel staff look down on us behind our backs, can we? After those words were spoken, the air in the living room fell silent. Chen Zhengwo and Zhang Guilin were both stunned. The couple looked at each other, both seeing a hint of realization in each other's eyes. Chapter 37. My heart aches so much I can hardly breathe. Yes, what my son said actually makes a damn good point. If you're staying in a presidential suite but still dressed like a country bumpkin, wouldn't that make you a laughingstock? We can't afford to lose face like this. Chen Zhengwo was the first to react. He cleared his throat, tried to keep a straight face, and said in a serious tone, Yes, Siyuan has considered things carefully. Zhang Guilin immediately smiled and folded the clothes she had just taken out one by one, putting them back in the closet. Okay, I'll listen to my son. Let's go and experience what it's like to live the life of the rich. The family of 3's luggage ultimately amounted to only 1 small backpack, containing 3 sets of underwear and toiletries. carrying backpacks that had nothing to do with moving. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin felt empty, yet filled with a strange and exciting anticipation. To avoid being cornered at home by those persistent relatives the next day, the three of them quietly slipped out of the house before dawn, not even daring to eat breakfast at home. Chen Siyuan drove his parents straight to the busiest downtown area of Jiangcheng. Dad, Mom, the mall isn't open yet. Let's grab a bowl of noodles to tide us over. In a noodle shop that looked to have been around for quite some time, three people sat down around a greasy little square table. The steaming bowl of beef noodles was served. Zhang Guilin slurped up a mouthful of noodles and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Every day, it's like I'm doing something illegal. Chen Jiangwo glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen to your son's arrangements. Even so, he ate his noodles much faster than usual, clearly feeling uneasy. Chen Siyuan smiled and didn't say anything, but simply put a large piece of beef into each of his parents' bowls. As the heavy glass doors of the mall slowly opened, Chen Siyuan led his parents and became one of the first customers to enter. His goal was very clear. We headed straight to the mobile phone section on the third floor. Hello, please replace all three of our phones with the latest flagship models, Chen Siyuan said to a young male sales clerk, pointing to the most prominent phone in the display case. The shop assistant, who was in his early 20s and had dyed blonde hair, lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at the family of three. When he saw Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin's faded, old-fashioned clothes and their slightly uneasy expressions, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Santai? His tone was somewhat impatient. Uncle and Aunt, this phone has a lot of complicated functions. Are you sure you want to buy it? Zhang Guilin felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and whispered to Chen Siyuan. Siyuan, how about we just buy a cheaper one, as long as it can make phone calls? The blonde-haired shop assistant curled his lip, as if to agree. That's right, ma'am. You're so old, you don't need many of the functions. It's a waste of money. Why don't you take a look at this one? It's specially designed for the elderly. The font is large, the sound is loud, and it's only a little over 800. As he spoke, he casually pulled out a feature phone from the corner, treating it like a beggar's gift. Chen Jiangwo's face immediately darkened. Zhang Guilin also felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in public. The smile on Chen Siyuan's face gradually turned cold. Do I need you to teach me what kind of cell phone my parents use? He looked at the blonde-haired shop assistant, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling coldness. We want the best. Also, please be patient and teach my parents how to use it. The blonde-haired shop assistant was taken aback by his retort, then scoffed dismissively. Teach you? I don't have time for that. Buy it or leave. There are other people in line behind you. He pointed behind him, where there was clearly no one. Okay. Chen Siyuan nodded, very good. He turned around and looked at his parents, whose faces were flushed with anger. Dad, Mom, let's go. The phones in this store are not good enough for us. After saying that, he led his parents out of the store without looking back. The blonde-haired shop assistant was still muttering sarcastically behind his back. TCH, pretending to be rich when he's broke. Chen Siyuan led his parents directly into the official flagship store of the mobile phone brand across the street. The service here is completely different from what I just experienced. The pretty female shop assistant in uniform smiled and served tea and water. She then patiently took out three brand new flagship phones and taught Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin how to turn them on and off, how to make calls, and how to use WeChat. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin had never been treated like this before, and for a moment they were at a loss for what to do. But their faces were filled with the glow of being respected. Chen Siyuan swiped his card and changed the number in one smooth motion. Looking at the dumbfounded expression on the face of the blonde-haired shop assistant across the street, Chen Jiangwo felt an indescribable sense of relief. He straightened his back and realized for the first time what his son meant by dignity. After buying the phone, the next step is clothes. Chen Siyuan knew that his parents were used to being frugal, so he didn't directly drag them to those luxury stores where a single item could cost tens of thousands of yuan. He chose mid to high-end brands that are well known in China, have tasteful designs, and are priced within the reach of ordinary people. Dad, try this jacket on. Mom, this dress will definitely look good on your skin tone. At first, Zhang Guilin and Chen Jiangwo were hesitant, waving their hands as soon as they saw the four-figure price tag. Too expensive. Too expensive. This is enough for us to make a month's worth of vegetables before. Without a word, Chen Siyuan shoved the clothes into their hands. Go try them on. Just consider it playing with my son. Don't worry about the money. When Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin, dressed in their new clothes, stood in front of the mirror, they were both stunned. The man in the mirror, his well-tailored dark jacket accentuating his upright posture, seemed to conceal years of hard work, adding a touch of refined leadership to his appearance. Zhang Guilin, in a simple and elegant dress, looked at least 10 years younger, exuding gentleness and poise. Beautiful, Chen Siyuan exclaimed sincerely. My parents' natural beauty was just held back by their old clothes. The couple looked at themselves in the mirror, then at each other, their eyes sparkling with a mixture of surprise and delight. Next, Chen Siyuan completely let go of his inhibitions. From coats to shirts, from trousers to leather shoes, from the inside out, I prepared 3 or 4 sets for each of my parents. He stopped again as he passed by jewelry and watch counters. Ignoring Chen Jiangwo's objections, he directly picked out a brand-name mechanical watch worth over 20,000 yuan for him. A man should have a decent watch. Then, he pulled Zhang Guilin, who was still feeling bad about the cost of the watch, and put a dazzling platinum necklace on her, along with a warm jade bracelet. My mom has worked hard all her life. It's time for her to dress up nicely. When it came time to pay the bill, I looked at the long string of numbers printed on the POS machine. The total bill was over 80,000. With a beep, the card was successfully swiped. Zhang Guilin's heart also started bleeding with a drip. She clutched the brand-new shopping bag tightly in her hand. Her palms were sweaty, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. More than 80,000. In just a short while, he's wearing them all? She felt a sudden dizziness, and her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. Chapter 38 is even more about ensuring they live with dignity. Chen Siyuan saw through his mother's thoughts at a glance. He stepped forward, gently patted Zhang Guilin on the back, and comforted her with a smile. Mom, this is nothing. Don't even mention 80,000. Even 800,000 or 8 million. It won't be a problem for our family in the future. In a few days, once our son has made some money, we'll buy a big villa and live there. You really need to change your mindset as soon as possible. Zhang Guilin was both amused and annoyed by his words, and rolled her eyes at him, saying, I've never spent this much money in my entire life. I feel sorry for your mom. Is that not allowed? Chen Siyuan laughed heartily. Sure, of course. But don't worry, when we have more money in the future, this 80,000 yuan will be no different from spending 8 yuan now. After a brief interlude, the family of 3, carrying large and small bags, headed straight for the Hongsheng Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Linhai City. The hotel entrance was so magnificent it resembled a palace. The doormen, dressed in crisp uniforms, immediately smiled and opened the heavy glass door as soon as they saw them. But as soon as they stepped onto the gleaming marble floor that reflected their images and smelled the luxurious fragrance in the air, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin unconsciously slowed their pace. Both of them wore expressions of barely concealed unease and nervousness, and some even hesitated to go inside. Chen Siyuan, however, acted as if he were at home, holding his head high, smiling, and walking straight to the brightly lit front desk. Hello, I'd like to book a presidential suite. He placed his ID card on the marble countertop. The receptionist looked up, her professional smile freezing instantly when she saw Chen Siyuan and his family. Her gaze swept over their brand new, but not top-tier luxury, clothes, before finally settling on the shopping bags in their hands, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flashing in her eyes. Sir, I'm sorry, our presidential suite requires advance booking. Her tone was polite, yet distant. Then she added, moreover, only our VIP members are eligible to make a reservation. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin behind him immediately changed their expressions. Chen Siyuan laughed. He didn't argue with the receptionist. Instead, he turned around and looked at his mother. Mom, did you see that? Zhang Guilin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously exclaimed, huh? Chen Siyuan's voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for the receptionist to hear clearly. This is called, respect the clothes before respecting the person. In their eyes, our outfits don't make us millionaires. That's why they're not even willing to book a room for us. These words were like an invisible slap in the face to the receptionist. Her face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly explained, Sir, you've misunderstood. This is our hotel's policy. Regulation? Chen Siyuan raised an eyebrow, turned around, and said slowly, Your hotel has quite a few rules. He took out his newly purchased flagship phone and quickly tapped a few times on the brand new screen. Why don't I see so many rules for booking the presidential suite on your hotel's official booking page? He turned his phone screen toward the receptionist, his gaze sharp as a knife. These rules, you didn't make them yourself, did you? No, it wasn't me. The receptionist's face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and her voice was tinged with panic and a hint of tears. That's what our lobby manager stipulated. He said. In her panic, she shifted the blame upwards. I'm just a receptionist. I only follow orders from my superiors. Just then, the familiar, cold, mechanical voice rang in Chen Siyuan's mind. Bite. The system has detected the current scene and triggered information reading. The hotel's lobby manager had explicitly instructed staff during training. Anyone who doesn't look wealthy and whose room costs over 1,000 yuan should be avoided if possible. Reason. Remember, poor people are troublesome, have low manners, and make a mess of the room, which we have to clean up ourselves, affecting the hotel's image. Chen Siyuan sneered inwardly. Arguing with a condescending receptionist is pointless. If you're going to do something, do the manager who sets the rules. Too lazy to say another word, he directly gave the system a command in his mind. System, change the location. I recommend a hotel that's about the same class as this one, but with better service. Bite. Kinda. However, this recommendation will consume one message of your daily quota. Chen Siyuan raised an eyebrow. Any other news about making money today? As of today is the weekend, major global financial markets are closed, and there is no significant news. That settles it. Chen Siyuan replied in his mind. Then I'll recommend it. This thing is much better than any search engine. The system seemed taken aback by his sudden praise and remained silent for a moment. We have filtered hotels of the same level in Linhai City for you. Based on comprehensive service reviews, facilities, and security levels, we recommend the Junyuan Mansion International Hotel. Address. Done. Chen Siyuan put away his phone, and his calm and composed smile returned to his face. He turned around, pulling a suitcase in each hand, and said to his still somewhat dazed parents, Dad, Mom, let's go. This kind of place is not worthy of U.S. living. After saying that, he pulled his suitcase and walked towards the gate without looking back. As he passed the front desk, he paused slightly, turned his head, and gave the pale-faced receptionist a genuinely kind smile. Don't worry, I won't complain about a young girl like you. But your lobby manager. He drew out his words, speaking clearly and distinctly. I will appropriately file a complaint with your hotel group headquarters. Good luck. After saying that, he didn't linger. He led his parents and strode out of the magnificent Golden Gate. Only the receptionist remained, frozen in place, her face instantly turning from deathly pale to ashen. Stepping out of the hotel, the cool night breeze on my face dispelled the stuffiness I had just felt. Zhang Guilin and Chen Jiangwo exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion and a hint of grievance in each other's eyes. Son, this. Chen Jiangwo was about to speak when Chen Siyuan interrupted him. Dad, Mom. Chen Siyuan stopped and turned to look at them, his expression extremely serious. Now you see, right? When we went to buy a phone before, the salesperson looked down on us. Now when we come to stay at a hotel, they won't even let us in the door. This society is just that realistic. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice carrying a sense of vicissitude beyond his years. Many people look down on those who don't have money. I wouldn't say 100%, but that's how it is for the vast majority of people. They may not say they look down on you, but their attitude and their eyes are definitely different. These words struck Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin like a heavy hammer blow. The two fell silent instantly. Yes, today's experience feels more real and more painful than anything I've experienced in the past few decades. They were immediately deeply moved. It turns out that the son was desperately trying to earn money not only to give them a good life, but also to let them live with dignity. Chapter 39. 5 minutes later, Longting Technology hit the daily limit. The family of three hailed a car and headed straight to the Junyuan Mansion, hotel recommended by the system. Sure enough, the service was worlds apart. From the moment I got off the bus, a doorman proactively came forward to take my luggage, and the receptionist's smile was genuinely warm. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Book a presidential suite. Chen Siyuan handed over his ID card. Yes, sir. The price for one night in the presidential suite is. Let's book for a week first. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without any difficulties or questioning. Soon, led by their personal butler, the family of three entered the presidential suite located on the top floor. The moment they pushed open the door, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin were both stunned. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the dazzling night view of the entire coastal city. The living room was large enough to host a ball, and the luxurious decoration and exquisite furniture made them feel like they had stepped into a movie. Oh my God! Zhang Guilin stroked the velvet sofa, murmuring to herself. Chen Jiangwo walked to the window, looked down at the myriad lights below, and after a long while uttered a sentence. Being rich, it's so great. For the next 3 days, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin truly experienced what it meant to live a life of luxury. Chen Siyuan took them around Linhai City, visiting luxury stores, Michelin-starred restaurants, private clubs, places they never dared to dream of before. Spending money like water. The two elderly people's mindset gradually changed from initial heartache to numbness, and finally, even a touch of enjoyment. Time quickly passed, and it was already the 3rd day. On Monday morning, the sunlight streamed through the huge French windows and onto the soft carpet. Chen Siyuan woke up in the big bed and had just stretched when the cold, mechanical voice in his mind rang out right on time. Bite. Important information alert. After the stock market opens today, the share price of Longting Technology is expected to hit the daily limit at 3:25 p.m. It is recommended that the host sell all shares at this time. Chen Siyuan suddenly sat up in bed. Sleepiness vanished instantly. A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. It's here. The harvest time has finally arrived. He doesn't plan to go out today. On such a crucial day, staying in front of the computer is the best option. In the spacious presidential suite, Chen Siyuan sat with his legs crossed, sipping an iced cola brought by the butler while playing the latest AAA game on the huge LCD TV. He sent his parents to experience the hotel's rooftop heated swimming pool and spa, euphemistically calling it enjoying retirement life ahead of time. Time passed second by second, and the characters in the game fought fiercely, but Chen Siyuan's heart remained as steady as a mountain. It was exactly 3 p.m. He paused the game on time, picked up his phone, and made his first call. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hey, brother Yuan." The monkey's signature, slightly obsequious voice came over, brimming with barely suppressed excitement. "Get ready," Chen Siyuan succinctly stated. "Prepare to sell off." Clear. A rustling sound came from the monkey's direction, indicating that they had immediately sprung into action. These past few days, Huyuting has been thriving at the company. Since the banquet, several companies that have proactively contacted us for business have specifically mentioned Huyuting, saying that they learned about our company through Mr. Huyuting. The boss's gaze toward him grew kinder with each passing day. This morning at the meeting, in front of the whole company, I praised him lavishly and announced that he would get a 3,000 yuan bonus. His colleagues' gazes towards him had changed from mockery to envy, jealousy, and hatred. This feeling is fucking awesome. And all of this was given to me by Brother Yuan. So when Chen Siyuan called, Monkey was as if he had received a royal decree. Without saying a word, he jumped up from his workstation and sprinted into the toilet stall. "Brother Yuan, I'm in position." He lowered his voice, his heart pounding with excitement. Chen Siyuan hung up the phone and dialed Yao Qingzhu's number again. "Hello, Siyuan." Yao Qingzhu's voice was a little soft, and the enthusiastic introductions from luxury store sales assistants could be faintly heard in the background. "Prepare to sell off," Chen Siyuan repeated. "Okay, Before Yao Qingzhu could finish speaking, a dissatisfied female voice interrupted. "Qingzhu, who are you talking to on the phone again? Why are you dawdling like that?" It was her older sister, Yao Menglan. Yao Qingzhu quickly covered the microphone and whispered to Chen Siyuan, "I have something to do. Send me a message later." After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. She put away her phone and quickly walked over to Yao Menglan, who was choosing a tie. "Sister, let's find a place to sit down. I'm a little tired." Without turning her head, Yao Menglan held a royal blue silk tie in her hand, gesturing at herself in the mirror, her tone full of impatience. "Sit down? You just had a drink at the coffee shop. Is your body made of paper?" Yao Qingzhu bit her lip. I have something urgent to take care of." "What urgent matter could you possibly have?" Yao Menglan finally turned around and gave her a disdainful look. "What could possibly be wrong with you all day? Go sit on the sofa over there." She waved the tie in her hand. "Take a look. How about this tie?" Yao Qingzhu's lips twitched. That's good. As long as you like it. You choose first. I'll go sit on the sofa over there for a while." After saying that, she turned around and walked to the rest area without waiting for Yao Menglan to say anything more, and sat down with a thud. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. She held the newly bought phone tightly, her palms sweaty. Time seemed to be stretched out infinitely. 3:20. The phone screen lit up. It was a message from Chen Siyuan. 5 minutes left. Sell immediately in 5 minutes. Without hesitation. Yao Qingzhu's heart jumped into her throat instantly. With trembling fingers, she tapped the stock trading software, displaying a mix of red and green. When she saw the eye-catching, almost vertically upward red candlestick of Longting technology, she was completely stunned. The numbers on the screen were jumping upwards like crazy. Her eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, Chen Siyuan? Is he really a god? At the same time, inside a suite at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Chen Siyuan leaned back on the sofa, thought for a moment, and then opened another chat window. Gu Changfeng. He slowly typed a line of text and sent it. Mr. Gu, Longting Technology will hit its daily limit in 5 minutes. Remember to sell all your shares. The message disappeared without a trace. Chen Siyuan smiled, not caring. He knew that Gu Changfeng would definitely read it. At this moment, in the top floor office of the Gu Group, Gu Changfeng was listening to reports from several department heads when his phone vibrated on the table. He didn't pay any attention at first, thinking it was just another unimportant social engagement message. During a break in his reporting, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the name that had lit up on the screen. Chen Siyuan. His heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten that name in the past few days. For him, 200,000 yuan was just pocket money he casually tossed around, and he didn't care about it at all. Why did he suddenly send a message? Gu Changfeng calmly picked up his phone and opened the message. 5 minutes later, Longting Technology hit its daily limit. His pupils suddenly contracted. Limit up? Are you kidding me? Almost instinctively, he said to his assistant, open the candlestick chart of Longting Technology. The assistant was taken aback, but immediately complied. When that almost insane, straight-up red line appeared on the big screen, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. All the managers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Has Longting Technology announced any major positive developments? Gu Changfeng stared intently at the screen, his heart pounding. He originally wanted to immediately have his secretary investigate and dig up the entire history of Longting Technology. But when he thought of Chen Siyuan's message that said 5 minutes later, he swallowed his words back. It's too late. This Chen Siyuan. Who exactly is he? Could it be that he has a bookmaker behind him? No, that's not right. Even the biggest market manipulators wouldn't dare use the term limit up to accurately predict a stock's movement 5 minutes from now. This is practically a trap set by the entire market. Chapter 40. What makes him so special? A cold sweat broke out on Gu Changfeng's back. He is completely baffled. The time is 3:25. Almost at the same second. In the toilet stall, Ho Yuding's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed the sell all button hard. On the sofa in the luxury store, Yao Qingzhu held her breath and, with trembling fingertips, pressed the confirmation button. In the office of the Gu Group, Gu Changfeng waved his hand, and his assistant pressed the enter key as quickly as possible. In the presidential suite of the Grand Hyatt residence, Chen Siyuan, with a playful smile on his face, lightly tapped the door. Sell off. Millions of dollars surged out in that instant. Harvesting complete. In the vast presidential suite, the air was so quiet that only the faint sound of bubbles bursting in an ice-cold cola could be heard. Chen Siyuan leaned back lazily on the sofa and refreshed the interface of his trading account. A series of numbers popped up instantly. 8 digits. More than 73 million. He stared at the number, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. TSK. Is that all? He originally thought he could at least reach 9 figures, or even break the 100 million mark. I didn't expect Longting Technology to be so fragile. It seems it's because it fell so sharply on Friday. Well, over 70 million is already pretty good, after all. Chen Siyuan had never seen so much money before. Chen Siyuan pursed his lips, casually closed the interface, and picked up the game controller again. Meanwhile, in the company restroom stalls, Ho Yuding, also known as Monkey, was staring intently at his phone screen. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints from shock. The gleaming account balance on the screen struck him like a heavy hammer blow to the top of his head. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions. His lips trembled as he counted the zeros at the end of the string of numbers over and over again. 5,600,000. A full 5,600,000. He was completely stunned. His mind went blank, as if his soul had been ripped out. Is this my money? In just a few days, I made more than 5 million. Even if he worked his whole life without eating or drinking, he might not be able to save up this much money. But now, it just lies quietly in my account. The monkey felt as if it were dreaming, an absurd and bizarre dream. He even reached out and slapped himself hard. Smack. It was crisp and clear. My cheeks were burning. It's not a dream. It's all real. Brother Yuan. The monkey muttered to itself, its eyes instantly turning red. These are fucking like second parents. Goose Group, top floor conference room. A deathly silence. All the department heads stared blankly at the red candlestick line on the big screen, which was almost perpendicular to the ground, as if they had been frozen in place. Gu Chongfeng's assistant, his palms sweating profusely, reported in a trembling voice. Mr. Gu, he has sold them all. Gu Chongfeng didn't speak, but stared intently at the final settlement numbers on the screen. Principal amount, 200,000. Profits, 2.13 million. In just 3 days, it increased more than tenfold. Gu Chongfeng slowly leaned back in his chair, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. He wasn't shocked by the mere 2 million. What shocked him was Chen Siyuan's prediction that the stock will hit the daily limit in 5 minutes. This is no longer just simple insider information. This is practically a divine decree. How did he manage to do that? A deep sense of regret instantly welled up in Gu Chongfeng's heart. Damn it. If I had known, I shouldn't have only invested 200,000. If only I had invested all 20 million of my spare money back then. Gu Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat. He dared not think any further. This young man named Chen Siyuan is terrifying. Inside a luxury store, Yao Qingzhu sat motionless on the sofa, like a fine sculpture. Her eyes were fixed on the phone screen, as if trying to see through the string of numbers. Her account, including the money her father had given her and her own savings, totaled nearly 10 million. And now that number has become over 134 million. In other words, she made money. Over 120 million. Yao Qingzhu's mind completely went blank. She felt like the whole world was spinning and everything around her seemed unreal. Just then, an extremely impatient voice pulled her out of her reverie. Yao Qingzhu. Yao Menglan walked over, looking down at her with disdain on her face. What are you doing sitting here like an idiot? Didn't you say it was urgent? Is it done yet? Yao Menglan slammed a tie onto the coffee table. Come over as soon as you're done. Help me see if this is suitable for Zihan. Yao Qingzhu slowly raised her head, her eyes still somewhat vacant. Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. The matter is now settled. It's just, I haven't quite come to my senses yet. Come back to your senses. Yao Menglan frowned and asked irritably, what's wrong with you? Is the sky falling down? Yao Qingzhu took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her strength. She looked at her mother and said, word by word, Sister, I bought these stocks following Brother Siyuan's advice, and they hit the daily limit today. I just sold all my stocks. She paused for a moment, as if encouraging herself. Then, she dropped a bombshell. I earned over 120 million. The air froze instantly. Yao Menglan's impatience and disdain froze on her face. Another tie on the counter beside her slipped silently off. Snap! A soft sound rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet shop. The next second, a piercing scream, almost enough to shatter eardrums, suddenly erupted. What did you say? Yao Menglan's eyes widened like copper bells as she grabbed Yao Qingzhu's shoulders and shook her frantically. Say it again. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting to me? Yao Qingzhu was shaken until she felt dizzy and lightheaded, but her mind was still in a daze. She didn't even have the strength to respond to her sister's sharp questions. Instinctively, she shoved the still-lit phone in front of Yao Menglan's eyes. Look for yourself. Her voice was light and airy, as if it came from beyond the heavens. Yao Menglan instinctively snatched the phone away. The next second, her gaze was fixed on that frighteningly long string of numbers. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions. 134,215,876.54. Yao Menglan's pupils shrank to the most dangerous pinpoints in an instant. My entire brain felt as if all the oxygen had been instantly sucked out. A blank page. The hand gripping Yao Qingzhu's shoulder loosened weakly. He was frozen in place, as if he had been frozen in place by a spell. The dazzling crystal chandeliers in the luxury store lost their luster in her eyes at that moment. She remembered clearly, that Qingzhu had told her that these were stocks Chen Siyuan had asked her to buy. Yao Qingzhu. Her own younger sister has earned over 100 million. What about Chen Siyuan? Even if he doesn't earn as much as Qingzhu, it's still an astronomical figure. After all, she had heard Qingzhu say that Chen Siyuan received more than 5 million yuan in cash during the last demolition. In an instant, Yao Menglan felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned, with all sorts of feelings surging up wildly. Happy? No, she didn't feel happy at all. He didn't even feel a shred of happiness for his sister. There is only endless jealousy. She was not only jealous of Chen Siyuan, who suddenly had a stroke of good luck. She was even jealous of her own younger sister, Yao Qingzhu. On what grounds? How could someone earn hundreds of millions of yuan in just a few days? If I told anyone this, they'd all think I was bragging. But the truth is laid bare before us in a bloody and brutal way. The string of numbers stung her eyes. Yao Menglan had no choice but to believe it, whether she wanted to or not. But the more she felt this way, the more distressed she became, as if she were being gnawed at by 1,000 ants. It's one thing that her sister earns so much, since she's family. But Chen Siyuan, that good-for-nothing. What makes him so special? Chapter 41, A Searing Pain. Just as the word useless came to mind, Yao Menglan felt a little dazed. She suddenly asked herself, Chen Siyuan, is he really a good-for-nothing? In this world, what good-for-nothing could earn in just 3 days what an ordinary person couldn't earn in several lifetimes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But if Chen Siyuan wasn't a good-for-nothing, for the past 2 years, he's pretended to be so incompetent and timid in front of me. A fury even more intense than jealousy instantly overwhelmed Yao Menglan's reason. He's playing me. That bastard. How dare he treat me like this? Just as Yao Menglan was struggling internally and on the verge of collapse, Yao Qingzhu finally recovered a little from the huge shock. She stared at the unreal string of numbers on her phone screen, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She needs to make a phone call. She wanted to tell her father the news immediately. She wanted to show him she wasn't some clueless, easily bribed fool. With a trembling hand, she snatched her phone back from Yao Menglan, who was completely stunned. But her fingers hadn't even had time to press the dial button. The phone screen lit up by itself first. Caller ID. Dad. Yao Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat, and she answered almost instantly. As soon as the call connected, Yao Chengfeng's father's hurried and even distorted voice came through the receiver, omitting even a simple hello. Qingzhu, did you buy shares in Longting Technology? Yao Qingzhu was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. All those words could be summed up in a single, forceful nod. She nodded heavily, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. However, her silly appearance almost made Yao Menglan, who had just caught her breath, faint from anger again. Yao Menglan's face was extremely ugly, and her tone was full of speechlessness and sarcasm. Dad called you. He didn't send you a video. If you nod here, can he see you? One sentence was like a bucket of cold water, waking Yao Qingzhu from her extreme excitement. Her face flushed red as she realized how stupid she had been. Oh. She quickly put the phone back to her ear, her voice rising several octaves with excitement. Dad, I bought it. I really bought it. On the other end of the phone, Yao Chengfeng's voice clearly became more urgent because of this definite answer. How much did you buy? No. How much did you make? Yao Qingzhu subconsciously glanced again at the string of numbers on the screen that made her heart pound, took a deep breath, and recited them in a trembling voice. 1. More than 100 million. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. It was so quiet that Yao Qingzhu could even hear her own heart pounding. A few seconds later, a very clear gasp came through the receiver. Hiss! Immediately following was Yao Chengfeng's exclamation, filled with shock, elation, and even a hint of disbelief. My God, my precious daughter. You earn even more than your father. Yao Chengfeng's voice was filled with undisguised pride. After a year of hard work, all the costs are deducted, and this is all the net income one make. You've only been doing this for a few days? Yao Qingzhu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she answered tremblingly. 3 days. On the other end of the phone, Yao Qingfeng seemed amused by his daughter's honest answer, his tone carrying a hint of amusement and exasperation. Nonsense. How could I not know it's 3 days? I'm surprised. I'm amazed. Don't you understand? Hearing her father's familiar scolding, Yao Qingzhu's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. This laughter is the relief after all burdens have been lifted, The triumph after proving oneself. Yao Qingfeng chuckled twice on the other end of the phone, but his tone quickly became serious and deep. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Qingzhu, you and that Chen Siyuan have a good relationship. He's willing to help you make money. That's a blessing for you. You should continue to get to know him well in the future." Yao Qingfeng sighed deeply, his tone filled with emotion. "We really underestimated him before. This kid is really hiding his true abilities." At this point, Yao Qingfeng's tone suddenly changed, becoming angry, as if he felt extremely regretful and furious about something. "Anyway, if only this kid had shown even the slightest bit of his ability while he was still with your sister. If your sister dares to mention divorce, I'll fucking break her legs." These angry words were clearly heard by Yao Menglan next to her through the phone receiver. In an instant, Yao Menglan's face turned from white to green, then from green to pale. It felt like being slapped 100 times in public. "It's burning hot." She trembled all over and could no longer hold back, screaming at Yao Qingzhu's phone. "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" She snatched the phone, her voice shrill and sharp. "Regardless of whether Chen Siyuan can make money or not, I'm getting a divorce. Because there are no feelings left between us." Us. On the other end of the phone, Yao Qingfeng ignored his daughter's screams, simply letting out a cold, "heh," without any emotion. That laugh, light and airy, was like an invisible slap in the face, louder and more painful than 100 slaps combined. Yao Menglan felt as if a large wad of cotton was stuffed into her throat, making it impossible for her to utter a single word. When the phone was returned to Yao Qingzhu's hand, Yao Qingfeng's voice on the other end of the line had become gentle again, as if the extremely hurtful sneer from before had never existed. "Qingzhu, you guys shouldn't wander around outside anymore. Come back early. We need to have a serious talk about this as a family." After saying that, Yao Qingfeng hung up the phone decisively. Beep, beep, beep. Yao Qingzhu was still a little confused when she heard the busy tone on her phone. She subconsciously looked at her older sister beside her. "Sis, Dad wants us to go home early." Yao Menglan snapped back to reality, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and snapped back irritably. "I heard you." Yao Qingzhu shrank back at her sister's yelling, but looking at her sister's face, which was blacker than the bottom of a pot, she still mustered up her courage and asked cautiously, "Then, aren't you still going to buy a tie for Gong Zihong? You've looked at several options, but haven't decided yet. I'm free now. I can help you choose." Thinking of Gong Zihong, Yao Menglan couldn't help but think of Chen Siyuan again, and her irritability and anger instantly reached their peak. "What's there to choose?" she screamed, her voice so sharp that even the sales assistant next to her frowned. "With his vast wealth and power, does Gong Zihong really need my tie? Let's go back." After saying that, she didn't even glance at Yao Qingzhu, slung the luxury bag over her shoulder, and rushed out of the store without looking back, her high heels clicking on the floor. That figure was filled with both dishevelment and determination. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Gong Group, Gong Zihong stared intently at the glaring red line on the computer screen. "Loanting technology hits daily limit. The seal is firmly in place, not moving an inch." The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. His mind went blank, as if he had been hit hard on the back with a club. It was buzzing. How could this happen? What gives him the right to do this? Gong Zihong's mind was uncontrollably filled with the image of his arrogant demeanor in the banquet hall of the Hongxing Hotel last week. Every word he uttered felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing his face. Pain. It's burning hot. Chapter 42 Millionaire. Could it be that Chen Siyuan, the piece of trash he trampled underfoot, is actually a 1 in a million investment genius? The moment the thought popped into his head, Gong Zihong shook his head frantically, trying to banish it from his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He slammed his hand on the table and roared at himself in his mind. He just got incredibly lucky. Yes, that must be it. It's like those dilapidated houses he bought were suddenly included in a demolition zone. It's pure luck that he couldn't have accumulated in several lifetimes. Even though he tried to comfort himself like this, Gong Zihong's heart still felt like it was being frantically scratched by 1,000 claws. It's so agonizing. Knowing that Chen Siyuan had made a fortune was 1,000,000 times more painful for him than losing hundreds of millions himself. A surge of anger coursed through his chest, and he instinctively reached for his phone, wanting to call Yao Menglan. He wanted to join her in cursing Chen Siyuan, that smug bastard. He wanted to hear her say that thankfully she had already divorced that good-for-nothing. But his finger stopped abruptly a second before it touched the screen. Wrong. What if? What if Yao Menglan showed even the slightest hint of regret on the phone? The thought of that possibility made Gong Zihong's face turn extremely ugly. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely could not accept that the woman he had carefully chosen would show the slightest regret for a good-for-nothing in his eyes. With a snap, Gong Zihong slammed his phone onto the expensive mahogany desk. At this moment, Chen Siyuan had just hung up Gu Changfeng's WeChat voice message. In the presidential suite of the Grand Hyatt International Hotel, he leaned back comfortably on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the leather armrest. Gu Changfeng's voice still echoed in his ears, calm and composed, yet unable to conceal the shock that came from the bottom of her heart. Brother Siyuan, I must say, old Gu, am truly impressed by you this time. Longting Technology played that move brilliantly, fucking brilliantly. On the phone, Gu Changfeng explained to him in the simplest and most direct language the fundamental reason why Longting Technology's stock price staged this dramatic sky-high to floor fall. The core technical team of Longting Technology collectively resigned last night, taking their latest research and development results directly to their competitor. So this morning, everyone went crazy shorting the stock, thinking that Longting was doomed this time. But who the hell could have imagined this? Just before the market opened this afternoon, Longting's legal department suddenly released an announcement stating that the core technology had applied for global patent protection as early as 6 months ago. What those traders took away was nothing but a bunch of outdated and useless cases. As soon as the news broke, the stock price exploded. Those who shorted the stock are now begging to buy back in. It's no wonder the price hit the daily limit. After explaining, Gu Changfeng's tone carried a hint of probing. Brother Siyuan, tell me the truth. Did you receive some inside information beforehand? This is almost the only explanation. Otherwise, who would dare to go against the tide and place such a huge bet when the entire internet is bearish? However, Gu Changfeng knew better. Even if there were truly inside information, how could someone accurately predict the exact time of 3:25 p.m. today, 3 days ago? This can no longer be explained by news. This is brilliant strategy. Gu Changfeng had even secretly made up his mind. Regardless of whether Chen Siyuan admits it or not, this young man is absolutely a prodigy with extraordinary abilities. He must maintain this relationship at all costs. Of course, Chen Siyuan wouldn't tell him that he had a system. He just smiled faintly. In Gu Changfeng's view, his nonchalant attitude further confirmed his status as a master. Chen Siyuan's phone had just been placed steadily on the table. The screen lit up wildly once again. Caller ID monkey. As soon as the call connected, Ho Yuding's roar, which almost burst through the receiver, exploded out. Yuan. Brother Yuan. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Ah. His voice was a shout, choked with sobs, incoherent and rambling. 5,600,000. Brother Yuan. A full 5,600,000. I've never seen so much money in my entire life. I'm really not dreaming, am I? Chen Siyuan had no idea what he was saying. All he could hear was him repeating, thank you, and various interjections like a madman. Chen Siyuan's ears hurt from his noise, but the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. He waited patiently for a full minute, until the monkey on the other end finally finished roaring out all the breath it had released, leaving only heavy panting, before he slowly opened his mouth. All right, monkey. Catch your breath first. Don't let yourself die from not being able to catch your breath. His tone carried a hint of teasing. We're all brothers. Why say such things? It's fine as long as the money has been received. Ho Yuding on the other end of the phone remained silent. A few seconds later, Chen Siyuan clearly heard a loud, suppressed sob coming from the other end. A grown man in his 30s was crying like a child. Chen Siyuan smiled and added, Don't worry, I'll call you again if there are any more good things like this in the future. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, causing Ho Yuding to hold his breath for a moment. After a long while, he finally let out a heavy hum in an extremely hoarse voice. After hanging up the phone, Chen Siyuan tossed it aside and prepared to pour himself a glass of water. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound rang out. It's a text message from the bank confirming the deposit has been received. He glanced at it. Bank name. Your account ending in XXXX received 1 million renminbi on XX/XX/35. Message. Thanks, bro. Chen Siyuan was slightly taken aback when he saw the transfer amount of 1 million. Immediately, a genuine smile appeared on his face. That's why he's willing to make money by bringing monkeys along with him. Because this kid, although he seems loud and boisterous most of the time, is actually a very sensible person when it comes to important matters. He lent him 200,000 yuan. Logically speaking, returning 200,000 is only right and proper. Even if he doesn't return a single penny, Chen Siyuan won't say a word out of consideration for the more than 5 million he earned with him this time. But he still paid back 1 million. This number is just right, no more, no less. This expresses the immense gratitude and appreciation without allowing the brotherhood to be tainted by materialism. Know when to advance and when to retreat, and be grateful. People like this are worth getting to know better. Chen Siyuan put away his phone, feeling great. Putting away his phone, Chen Siyuan was in a great mood. He leaned back in the soft sofa that made him want to sink in, and for a moment, he lost even the desire to turn on the computer and play a couple of games. Nothing could be more interesting than this. He turned on his phone screen again and opened his securities account. In the total assets section of the account, a series of numbers flashed glaringly on the bright screen. 71,845,320.15 yuan. 71,840,000. He looked at each number one by one, back and forth, over and over again. Even though I've watched it several times, my heart still keeps pounding uncontrollably. All this money will be withdrawn to my bank card tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, he will no longer be a paper millionaire with only numbers on his head. He is a true multimillionaire with over 70 million in cash. The big villa I promised my mom is finally coming true. He could even imagine the shocked and ecstatic expressions on his parents' faces when he handed them the keys to a luxury villa. As he was thinking this, the suite door was swiped open. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan have returned. Chapter 43 tomorrow, let's go see the big villa. The elderly couple still wore smiles that lingered from their top-notch spa experience. A smile that was a mixture of excitement and a sense of unreality. Chen Siyuan immediately sat up straight on the sofa, a mysterious smile on his face. Dad, Mom. He looked at them with a smile. Tomorrow, let's go see the big villa. Zhang Guilan, who was about to pour herself a glass of water, paused upon hearing this and said without turning her head, Yes, you can see. But we don't have the money to buy it. Although she had thoroughly enjoyed herself these past few days and stayed in the presidential suite, Zhang Guilan was still very clear-headed. Buying clothes and jewelry and buying a villa were completely different concepts. Chen Siyuan's smile widened. Who said I'm broke? Zhang Guilan turned around and looked at him strangely. Didn't you say that before? All that money was invested, and it started making money from money. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized what she had said, as if a lightning bolt had struck her brain. Her eyes widened instantly, and her voice rose 8 octaves, trembling with disbelief. Could it be? It's born. Uft. Chen Siyuan burst into laughter at his mother's metaphor of being born. He nodded emphatically. That's right. It's born. With a crash, Zhang Guilan almost dropped the cup in her hand. But fortunately Chen Siyuan reacted quickly, caught it, and put it on the bar. Zhang Guilan's breathing became rapid instantly, and she was so excited that she seemed about to jump up on the spot. She rushed to Chen Siyuan, grabbed his arm, and her voice trembled as she asked, How many? How many have you had? Seeing his mother's expectant yet nervous expression, Chen Siyuan deliberately kept her in suspense. He stretched out one hand and made a 7 gesture. Zhang Guilan's pupils suddenly contracted. She gasped, and with all her might, managed to squeeze out 3 words. 7. 7 million. Oh my God. For million, turned into 7 million in 3 days. That's faster than robbing a bank. Chen Siyuan looked at his mother's expression, which was so happy she was about to faint, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He shook his head helplessly. Mom, isn't that a narrow-minded view? Didn't I already tell you? This time the target is tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Although we didn't make over 100 million this time. But, he paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Tens of millions, that's still possible. Zhang Guilan's brain buzzed. Tens of millions? The gesture of 7? That's not 7 million. It's 70 million. This thought struck her like a heavy hammer blow to the top of her head. Zhang Guilan felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. Her legs went weak, and her calves began to tremble uncontrollably, causing her to fall straight backward. Oh! Just as Zhang Guilan was about to fall straight down, Chen Siyuan reacted quickly, stepping forward and catching her firmly before she hit the ground. Mom, are you all right? He called out repeatedly and patted Zhang Guilan's back forcefully. With his support and pats, Zhang Guilan finally caught her breath, but she was still as limp as a lump of mud and could only lean on her son, panting heavily. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes were unfocused, and she was unconsciously repeating herself. 70 million. Chen Siyuan turned to the other side. Dad, what are you standing there for? Come and help. But Chen Jiangwo seemed to be frozen in place, completely still. His eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells, with unfocused pupils, staring straight ahead as if his soul had left his body. His lips were trembling uncontrollably. 70 million. His voice, barely louder than a mosquito's hum, carried a strong sense of dreamy mumbling. Then, how many zeros are there? He stretched out a hand that was also trembling, gesturing awkwardly in the air. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Thousands, millions. He counted and counted, but his mind was a complete mess. He couldn't figure out what that string of numbers meant. Seeing his parents' completely terrified expressions, Chen Siyuan knew he couldn't joke with them anymore. He helped Zhang Guilan move step by step to the sofa and let her sit down. Then, he took a deep breath, straightened up, and the playful expression on his face vanished completely. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness in his voice. Dad, Mom. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, carrying a calming power. Listen to me. Chen Jiangwo's gaze finally shifted from the void and slowly focused on his son's face. Meeting his parents' gaze, Chen Siyuan spoke each word with conviction. From today onwards, our family will be different. We are rich now. From now on, whether you want to buy something or do something, you don't need to worry about money anymore. No need to save anymore. No need to be afraid anymore. His gaze swept over his parents' brand new, yet somewhat uncomfortable, designer clothes, and his tone grew increasingly firm. Because your sons have plenty of money. And in the future, there will only be more and more. After saying that, he dropped a more concrete bombshell, enough to pull his parents back to reality from the vague notion of 70 million. From now on, I will give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. If you want to buy a car or a house, just ask me again anytime. The entire presidential suite fell into a deathly silence. If 70 million is a thunderbolt that splits open the skull, then 100,000 pocket money every month is a scalding hot knife that stabs into the heart. It's too specific. Specifically, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan were so shocked that they couldn't even react. The two just stared blankly at their son, their eyes vacant, as if listening to something unbelievable. After a long while, the elderly couple looked at each other. They both saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. A sense of disorientation, bewilderment, and an overwhelming feeling of unreality. It all felt like a dream. A lavish and absurd dream, so extravagant that even the plot couldn't be arranged like this. Just a week ago, Zhang Guilan was at the vegetable market, arguing with shoppers until her lips were worn out over a few cents worth of scallions and ginger. Just a few days ago, Chen Jiangwo was still worrying about the tens of thousands of yuan loan from his relatives, sighing and unable to sleep at night. Now their son, standing in the most luxurious hotel suite in the city, casually tells them, he gives me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. You can get reimbursed for expensive purchases. This. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to dream of something this outrageous. Chapter 44. So what if you're a nouveau riche? This night was destined to be sleepless. On the king-size bed in the presidential suite, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan tossed and turned, their bodies like branding irons. Beneath them were long staple cotton bedding, so soft it felt like sleeping on a cloud, yet neither of them could calm their hearts. In the darkness, Chen Jiangwo let out a long, long breath. That tone was a mixture of barely suppressed excitement and an almost surreal sense of gankai, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection. Guilan. His voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded particularly clear in the quiet room. Tell me, what kind of mess is this? I've lived most of my life, and I'm practically buried up to my neck in the ground. I never thought that even in my old age, I would still be able to live the good life of a rich person. Zhang Guilan didn't speak, but simply turned over in the darkness to face him. She could sense that the old man's voice trembled when he said the words, rich people. Isn't she the same? But after the excitement subsided, a deeper, more persistent worry, like a vine, tightly bound her heart. His father, Zhang Guilan's voice was low and tinged with unease. You tell me. Where did Siyuan get this money from? Why do I always feel so uneasy and restless? She paused, her voice becoming even softer, almost as if she were talking in her sleep. Just a few days, tens of millions. Where is there a legitimate way to make money like this? This couldn't be something illegal, could it? This question was like a bucket of ice water poured over Chen Jiangwo's burning heart. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. After a long silence, Chen Jiangwo finally spoke, his tone unusually firm. What nonsense are you thinking? He turned over and patted his wife's arm in the darkness, as if to comfort her, or perhaps to convince himself. Don't you know what kind of person our son is? Of course I do. He has always been upright and sensible since childhood, and he is not the kind of person who would take crooked paths. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath, as if searching in his mind for the most reasonable explanation for his son's extraordinary wealth. I reckon Siyuan has probably encountered some kind of serendipitous encounter. Isn't that how it's always portrayed on TV? They fall off a cliff, find a secret manual, or run into some master who gives them guidance. Our son must have met a benefactor. Although these words sounded mysterious, for some reason, when they came out of Chen Jiangwo's mouth, they carried a convincing power. Zhang Guilan's heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally settled down a little bit. Yes, he's my own son, I know him best. Although it still feels unreal, I feel a bit more at ease now. The next morning, their biological clock woke the elderly couple up very early. After washing up, the two sat on the sofa, still somewhat dazed, until Zhang Guilan's gaze fell on the room key with the hotel address written on it. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Oops. She slapped her thigh and stood up abruptly. Today, didn't Siyuan say he was going to take us to see a big villa? Chen Jiangwo was also jolted awake, instantly snapping back to his senses. Yes, buy a villa. The two exchanged a glance, and the next second, as if they had received an urgent order, they turned around at the same time and rushed towards the dressing room. Open the wardrobe, and there's a row of brand new luxury ready-to-wear clothes hanging inside, the tags still warm to the touch. Which one should I wear? Chen Jiangwo looked at all the clothes and was at a loss. Zhang Guilan's mind was unusually clear at this moment. She pulled out the most expensive outfit that Chen Siyuan had bought for them a few days ago. Wear this. You have to wear this. After being treated poorly when buying a mobile phone and then staying at the city's most luxurious hotel, the elderly couple had come to a profound realization. That's just how realistic society is these days. As Chen Jiangwo changed his clothes, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Back in the day, decades ago, there weren't so many rules. Everyone is dressed similarly, and no one will look down on you just because you're dressed badly. Zhang Guilan placed the newly bought leather shoes beside his feet and replied, without even looking up. Decades ago, it was because everyone was poor, everyone was the same, there was no comparison. Things are different now. She stood up, straightened her Chanel jacket, and looked at herself in the mirror again and again. If you go to buy a house or a car now, the saleswomen will see that you're dressed in shabby clothes and know you're not their customer. They won't even bother with you or waste their breath on you. Chen Jiangwo thought for a moment and then sighed deeply. Hey, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. He seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled. Isn't this exactly the same as when we used to sell vegetables? As soon as you see a middle-aged woman carrying a shopping basket with her eyes darting around, you know she must be a very calculating person. She'll haggle over a few cents worth of bean sprouts for ages, and she'll always try to take a few scallions from us before she leaves. But what if you run into some fashionable young people? They don't even ask the price. They just point at something, ask for a little bit of this and a little bit of that, scan the code with their phone, grab the bag, turn around, and leave. So quick and efficient. After hearing this, Zhang Guilan laughed and said, That's absolutely right. People are all the same. They all treat others differently based on who they are. After saying that, the elderly couple looked at each other and smiled. The anxiety and confusion of last night were no longer in his eyes. Instead, there is an unspoken, high morale that is about to lead them to the battlefield. The elderly couple took a deep breath, straightened their clothes, and then nervously walked out of the dressing room. In the living room, Chen Siyuan was already up. He wasn't wearing any formal attire, just a simple set of casual clothes. But he was handsome, energetic, and exuded an indescribable air of nonchalance just by sitting there. Hearing the noise, Chen Siyuan turned around. When he saw his parents, who had undergone a complete transformation, he was stunned for a moment. He looked him up and down, His eyes lit up, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. Dad, Mom, you guys didn't just change your clothes. You're practically completely different people. He walked around the two of them, marveling. Look at my dad's presence. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the big boss of some listed company. And my mom, her demeanor is that of a wealthy lady. Zhang Guilin blushed after being praised by her son and waved her hand somewhat embarrassedly, saying, Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it because you bought these expensive clothes? How can you not look energetic wearing them? Chen Siyuan shook his head, looking serious. Mom, you're wrong about that. Clothes are secondary. The key is the drive in your hearts. That kind of confidence that comes with knowing your family is rich and standing up straight with your back ramrod straight. This kind of thing can't be faked. It comes from the inside out. The saleswoman could tell at a glance that we were legitimate buyers. His words were so resolute that they stunned both Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin. Confidence? Chen Jiangwo touched the crisp fabric of his clothes, then looked at his reflection in the mirror, a reflection that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and muttered under his breath, What confidence or not confidence? We're just nouveau riche, aren't we? These words carried a hint of self-deprecation, as well as a deep-seated unease stemming from decades of life as an ordinary person. To everyone's surprise, Chen Siyuan burst into laughter after hearing this. Upstart. So what if you're a nouveau riche? He stepped forward, patted his parents on the shoulders, one on each side, his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness. Dad, Mom, having money gives you confidence. We're not stealing or robbing, so who cares what kind of household they are? Let's go? Let's go see the big villa. Chapter 45. I'll pay in full by card right now. Half an hour later, a taxi slowly pulled up in front of the sales center of Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. Just looking at the magnificent, palace-like gate made Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin's hearts pound. The three of them had just gotten out of the car and hadn't even reached the door yet. Splash. The heavy glass door was opened from the inside by a young woman in a business suit. Good morning, sir and madam, and welcome to Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. The girl had a flawless smile on her face, as if it had been measured with a ruler. Her gaze swept over the three of them without the slightest hesitation or scrutiny, only with enthusiasm. Please come in, gentlemen. This sudden enthusiasm left Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin somewhat flattered. Almost instinctively, the two of them straightened their backs. Inside the sales hall, the crystal chandeliers shone brightly, and their figures were reflected in the gleaming marble floor. As soon as they were ushered inside, another staff member came to greet them. Please come this way, gentlemen. Please rest in our VIP area for a while. As he spoke, he led them to an extremely elegant area separated by a screen, a plush sofa, and an elegant coffee table. Before I could even sit down properly, tea, snacks, and a plate of neatly cut imported fruit were served in quick succession. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of unreality in each other's eyes. This treatment, that's amazing. Zhang Guilin couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned close to Chen Siyuan's ear and whispered something in a voice that only the three of them could hear. Son, I thought it would be like when we bought the phone, and people would look at me askance. Chen Siyuan picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and smiled. Mom, that's different. In a typical shopping mall, there are all kinds of people, so the staff will naturally and subconsciously screen customers. But where is this place? He gestured with his eyes to the luxurious surroundings. This is the sales office of the most exclusive villa area in the city. Anyone who dares to step through this door, even if they're not here to buy anything, has a few coins in their pocket. They dare not neglect any potential customer. Just then, the saleswoman who had served tea and water earlier came over again with a warm smile on her face. She seemed to have overheard a few words by chance and said with a charming smile, Big sister, you're really overthinking it. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, which both eased Zhang Guilin's embarrassment and made her sound exceptionally sincere. Every employee at Yunshan No. 1 courtyard has undergone the most rigorous professional training, let alone distinguished guests like you and your uncle. Even if any friend just happens to be passing by and wants to stop by for a rest and a drink of water, we will definitely give them a warm welcome. Serving every guest well is our mission. That was said so perfectly, it was both heartwarming and dignified. Zhang Guilin's petty bourgeois unease was instantly soothed. The smile on her face suddenly became much more genuine, no longer the fake smile that was somewhat guarded. She leaned close to Chen Siyuan's ear, lowered her voice, and her tone revealed undisguised satisfaction. Son, I think this place is pretty good. With such good service, the house must be great too. Let's buy it here. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk. He chuckled and turned to his mother, saying, Mom, we haven't even seen the model yet. We don't even know what the house looks like. The saleswoman had very sharp ears. Her eyes lit up as soon as she heard that. This is a huge buy signal. Her smile instantly brightened even more, and she immediately followed up. Auntie, you have such good taste. Rest assured, the houses in our Yunshan No. 1 courtyard are absolutely top-notch in design and quality in the entire city. She stretched out her slender hand and gracefully pointed to the huge and exquisite architectural model not far away. We have cozy townhouses suitable for a family of 3, grand detached houses, and scenic villas nestled against the mountains and overlooking the water. The greening rate exceeds 60%, and it comes with a high-end clubhouse, a bilingual kindergarten, and 24-hour butler service. I guarantee there's one that you and your uncle will love at first sight. This series of advantages came down like they were free, leaving Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan completely bewildered. The two of them knew absolutely nothing about buying a villa. What is plot ratio? What is building spacing? What is pedestrian vehicle separation? To them, it's like listening to gibberish. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Listen to your son. So, for the rest of the time, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan acted like two dutiful background figures. When the saleswoman got to the exciting parts, they nodded along with, oh. When the saleswoman asked them what style they liked, they all said in unison, they're all good. When asked what their specific requirements were, the two of them spread their hands and looked at Chen Siyuan in unison. We don't understand. Well, listen to my son. The way he acted made it seem as if Chen Siyuan was the absolute authority who controlled the family's finances. Chen Siyuan, on the other hand, was even simpler and more direct than them. Because the moment he stepped into the sales office, the cold system notification in his mind had already given him the final answer. Ding. Host's housing needs detected. Optimal choice locked. Target, Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. A01, the king of lakeside villas. Features, largest floor area, best location, south-facing lake view, 3-sided natural light, full roof high-end brand name renovation, move-in ready. Available for sale, 19.7 million. System suggestion. This property was reserved by the developer, who is urgently listing it for sale due to cash flow problems. There is room for negotiation. This villa can be considered the most prized possession of the entire Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. Both its location and its decor are impeccable and top-notch. Chen Siyuan already had a decision in mind, but on the surface, he still pretended to follow the saleswoman and walked around in front of the huge model. He would occasionally point to a particular model and ask a question. How is the lighting in this townhouse? How big is the yard of that detached house? The way he was carefully selecting the items made the saleswoman even more convinced that this was definitely a huge deal. Finally, Chen Siyuan stopped in the very center of the model, in front of the most prominent lakeside villa, the one with the most exquisite model. He stretched out his finger and tapped it gently. This one will do. This one looks the best. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat. It's done. We've caught a big fish. Suppressing her excitement, she introduced the apartment in the most professional tone. Sir, you have excellent taste. This A01 is the most prestigious unit in our entire villa complex. Both the view and the layout are unique. Chen Siyuan waved his hand, interrupting her rambling. He looked at her, his eyes calm and unwavering. No introduction needed. The price, 19.7 million, right? The saleswoman paused for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Ah, yes. Chen Siyuan's lips curled slightly. 19.3 million. This price is acceptable. I'll pay the full amount by card right now. If we can't do it, we'll look at other companies. Chapter 46, is this buying a villa or buying cabbage? Simply, neat. Without any hesitation or delay, the entire sales hall seemed to be muted in that instant. The saleswoman's professional smile froze completely. She opened her mouth, but her mind went completely blank. What? Now should I swipe my card? Full payment? 19,300,000. She's been in sales for so many years and has met many straightforward people, but she's never met anyone this straightforward. Buying a house worth over 10 million is like buying a head of cabbage at the market. They won't even try to negotiate the price, and they won't even bother to visit the property in person. What? What kind of deity has descended to earth? Seeing her bewildered expression, Chen Siyuan didn't urge her, but simply took out a black bank card from his wallet. Smack! He gently placed the card on the coffee table in front of him. The crisp sound, like a thunderclap, snapped the saleswoman back to reality from her dazed state. She looked at the card, then at Chen Siyuan's calm and collected face, and swallowed hard. She knew this was no joke. Yes, I can do it. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and take care of the formalities right away. She practically tumbled and crawled towards the manager's office. A few minutes later, the contract and POS machine were all laid out in front of Chen Siyuan. Swipe card sign. Completed in one go. When the receipt with a long string of zeros came out of the POS machine with a buzzing sound, the saleswoman felt her legs go weak. She was still completely dazed, as if she were dreaming. Looking at the excessively young man in front of her, she almost instinctively asked a question. Mr. Chen, should we go and take a look at the house now? Chen Siyuan wanted to say no, but that was fine. How could something recommended by the system be wrong? But out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of my parents' eyes, which were filled with both anticipation and nervousness. There was anticipation for the new home, and also a strong curiosity about what the house would look like after spending nearly 20 million yuan. He had a sudden thought, but changed his mind before he could say it. He gave the saleswoman, who was still in a daze, a faint smile. I still have some formalities to complete. Please arrange a car to take my parents there for a visit first. These words not only gave his parents a great deal of face, but also made him appear calm and composed. The saleswoman, as if granted a pardon, snapped back to her senses and nodded repeatedly. Okay. No problem. Uncle and Auntie, this way please. We have a special vehicle for viewing RVs. She immediately called over another colleague and repeatedly instructed her to take good care of these two emperors. Soon, a brand new electric sightseeing vehicle arrived and respectfully invited Chen Zhengwo and Zhang Guilan onto the vehicle, which then slowly drove towards the building. Just then, the sales office manager, having heard the news, practically ran out of his office. His face was radiant, and he reached out his hand from a great distance. Mr. Chen, oh my, what a promising young man, so promising. The manager's demeanor was 100 times more humble than that of the saleswoman. Joke. He bought a villa worth nearly 20 million yuan in cash without even blinking. Such a super-rich client is one you might not encounter even once in 3 or 5 years, let alone a year. This must be incredibly lucky. Mr. Chen, to express our gratitude for your trust and support of Yunshan No. 1 Courtyard. The manager rubbed his hands together, his face crinkling with smiles. Our group has decided to give you 3 years of free VIP property services. In addition, we'll give you 10 free deep cleaning services for your entire house. If you need anything in the future, just give us a call, and we'll be there for you. These free gifts are quite valuable. But what Chen Siyuan values more is this attitude. He nodded in satisfaction. That's thoughtful. Those 3 simple words made the manager feel like he had received tremendous affirmation, and he was so excited that he almost bowed on the spot. The procedures were completed very quickly. Within 20 minutes, all the contracts and property ownership documents were placed in an elegant craft paper folder and handed to Chen Siyuan. After waiting a while, Chen Zhengwo and Zhang Guilan returned. The two of them had the same expression. They all looked dazed and confused, as if their souls had been stolen away by something. Zhang Guilan got out of the car. Her legs were even a little weak, and Chen Zhengwo helped her stand up. She looked at her son, opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. In the end, she just muttered to herself, "Oh my God, son, will our family live in that kind of place from now on?" The tone wasn't one of doubt, but rather one of extreme, unbelievable shock. Chen Zhengwo was slightly better, but his eyes were still fixed and gave off an unreal feeling. It's like a royal palace. He struggled for a long time before finally managing to utter this one sentence. Chen Siyuan smiled. He knew that the luxury of that villa had completely exceeded the elderly couple's imagination throughout their lives. It's fully furnished and ready to move in. He patted his father on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. Come on, Dad, Mom. Go home, pack your things, move. The old neighborhood I haven't been back to for several days still looks the same. Chen Siyuan's Audi A6L slowly came to a stop in front of the yard. As soon as the car came to a stop, Before the three of them could even get out, several neighbors who were chatting in the courtyard all turned their gazes toward them. The murmurs buzzed around like flies. "Oh, the Chen family is back. I haven't seen him for days. I have no idea where he went. TSK, TSK. Money really makes a difference. They don't even want this old house anymore." A man wearing a tank top and fiddling with walnuts in his hand spoke with a sour tone. "We received millions in compensation for the demolition, so of course we're spending it like crazy." Another plump woman lowered her voice, her tone full of jealousy. "It's only a few million. At this rate, spending money on hotels and luxury cars, I don't think they'll be broke in no time." "Exactly. Young people, they can't hold on to money." Then someone else offered a seemingly profound analysis. "I bet they bought a new house elsewhere and are coming back today to move in." These words caused another stir among the crowd. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin looked rather displeased as they listened to the harsh comments outside the car window. The elderly couple exchanged a glance. In his eyes, there was helplessness and frustration, but more than anything, there was a tacit understanding. Millions? If they knew that the number in their son's bank account was more than 10 times the amount of several million. If they knew that the new house I just bought in full cost 4 or 5 times more than the millions they were talking about. I wonder what kind of faces these people will have. Chapter 47. Money makes you great. But the elderly couple understands the principle of not flaunting their wealth better than anyone else now. So the two of them simply opened the car door silently, got out of the car, and ignored the pointing eyes and whispers around them. "Say whatever you want. My son is someone you can no longer imagine." Chen Siyuan followed behind his parents, ignoring all their sarcastic remarks. His current state of mind is no longer disturbed by the clamor of these frogs in a well. The three of them walked straight toward the iron gate of the apartment building without looking to the side. Just then, a figure darted out from the side of a small flower bed, blocking the three people's path. The visitor was Aunt Wang, who lived on the third floor across the hall. She was a well-known gossip in the neighborhood. "Hey, old Chen Guilin, you're finally back." When Aunt Wang opened her mouth, her voice was so shrill it could startle the birds in the trees. She had a forced smile on her face, but it looked completely fake. Her small eyes darted around the three of them, lingering on Chen Siyuan for a long time. "Where have you been these past few days? We tried calling you, but one of your phones was off, and the other was off too. We were all so worried." Her words sounded like concern, but in reality, every sentence was an attempt to probe. Chen Jiangwo paused, managing a forced, polite smile. "I went on a long trip. Thank you all for your concern." Aunt Wang refused to believe such nonsense. She immediately lowered her voice and leaned closer, feigning mystery. "Let me tell you, your house has been quite lively these past few days. Several groups of people have come looking for you, carrying big bags and small packages. No one answered the door when they knocked, but they were so angry that they took their things and went back." As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin out of the corner of her eye, trying to glean some clues from their expressions. Chen Jiangwo knew immediately that they were those annoying relatives. He waved his hand and said in a nonchalant tone, "Hey, it's nothing. I accidentally dropped my old phone a few days ago. That's why you can't get through. I just got a new phone and a new number." This explanation is reasonable. Aunt Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had grasped the key, and she immediately took out her old-fashioned mobile phone from her pocket. "Oh, you changed your number? That's great. Quick, quick, what's the new number? Save it for me right now, so that if anything happens in the future, I can let you know as soon as possible, right?" They looked so impatient, as if they would miss a huge secret if they were even a second slower. Chen Jiangwo was speechless for a moment, wondering how to get through this. Not far away, Chen Siyuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly shouted out. "Dad!" That voice, full of energy, instantly drew everyone's attention. "What are you still standing there for? Come on up and lend a hand. There's so much stuff to tidy up. If we don't finish today, where will we sleep tonight?" Chen Siyuan leaned against the car door, his brows furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of impatience as he urged him on. Chen Jiangwo immediately found a way to back down. He turned to Aunt Wang and smiled apologetically. "Hey, look at this. My child is urging me to go upstairs, so I have to hurry. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later." After saying that, he pulled Zhang Guilin along and, almost as if his feet were on oil, quickly walked towards the entrance of the building. Aunt Wang stood there, holding her phone, frozen in place. As she watched Chen Jiangwo's hurried departure, the fake smile on her face gradually faded, froze, and finally turned into an undisguised look of contempt. She shoved her phone heavily into her pocket. He spat on the ground. He rolled his eyes at the neighbors who were listening intently to the commotion and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Cut. So what if he has a little money? What's with the attitude? Bang. The old security door was slammed shut, completely shutting out the sour smell and prying eyes from the hallway. As soon as the door closed, Chen Jiangwo let out a long sigh of relief, like a deflated balloon. He leaned against the door, patting his chest, a hint of lingering fear still on his face. Oh my God! Thank goodness you called out in time, son. He turned his head, looked at Chen Siyuan, and his face was full of relief. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to deal with her. He felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled Aunt Wang's persistent and inquisitive manner. If I really tell her the new number? Chen Jiangwo shook his head, his tone full of certainty. In less than 2 days, she'll sell out all our family's secrets for that little bit of kickback she gets. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan simply smiled. He walked into the living room, looking at the old house that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, his gaze calm. Dad, you need to learn to say no, he said in a low but exceptionally clear voice. There's no need to make yourself feel bad for the sake of saving face. He turned around, looked at his father who was still somewhat frightened, and continued speaking. Once we move, we won't see these people even once a year. That sounds realistic, but that's the truth of the matter. There's no need to bother dealing with people you'll never cross paths with again. Getting involved with this kind of person is just asking for trouble. Chen Siyuan's words were like a sharp knife, directly cutting through the warm and sentimental surface of human relationships. Chen Jiangwo was helpless. He scratched his head and muttered, I was just thinking, we've been neighbors for decades. Zhang Guilan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. She walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at her son who had grown up to be somewhat unfamiliar with her, her eyes filled with worry and unease. Yes, son, we've just started to have some money, and suddenly they're ignoring us. Mom feels uneasy about it. The elderly couple shared the same idea. They were all afraid of being gossiped about behind their backs, accused of being heartless for the rich and looking down on poor relatives. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan was both amused and exasperated. He knew that his parents were honest and upright people who valued harmony and reputation among their neighbors the most. He walked to the water dispenser, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed them to his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm not telling you to cut off all contact with everyone. He patiently explained. I mean, there should be choices. Take that Aunt Wang from earlier. Chen Siyuan's gaze sharpened. We've lived here for so many years, don't we know what kind of person she is? In the past, whenever something happened in our family, wasn't she the first one to spread the word throughout the whole neighborhood? Dad, if you really give her your number, you'll only be asking for trouble. Chapter 48, Sudden Wealth. These words left Chen Jiangwo speechless, and he could only hold his water glass and nod repeatedly. That makes sense. Chen Siyuan softened his tone again. But isn't Uncle Zhu's family downstairs quite nice? When our family was in difficulty, they helped us a lot and never said a bad word about it. Now that we're doing better, people still treat us politely when we meet, just like before, and they never try to curry favor with us. These are the kind of neighbors we should continue to maintain contact with. If they ever need any help in the future, we absolutely cannot hesitate to help them. We must help them if we can. These words are well-reasoned and supported by evidence, offering both refutations and constructive arguments. It not only points out which ineffective social interactions need to be decisively abandoned, but also highlights which precious friendships need to be carefully maintained. Hearing their son's words, the elderly couple felt reassured. My previously troubled and frustrated feelings suddenly vanished. The two looked at each other and saw relief in each other's eyes. Zhang Guilan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Yes, my son is right. Mom has misunderstood. Looking at the relieved expressions on his parents' faces, Chen Siyuan knew in his heart that they had only just taken a small step over this hurdle. The elderly couple were honest and simple people who had been poor their whole lives. This sudden windfall is more like a heavy shackle for them. Although they have tried very hard to adapt, their inherent cautiousness still makes them hesitant in everything they do. He looked at his parents and softened his tone. Dad, Mom. Actually, you've got one thing backwards. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Guilan both looked at their son with suspicion. Chen Siyuan smiled slightly and continued. This sudden wealth is not meant to make you live a more tiring or cautious life. On the contrary, it allows you to live more freely and as you please. He looked at his father and said, word by word, before, we didn't have money. Living here, we had to be mindful of our neighbors' feelings, maintain good neighborly relations, and sometimes even suffer some grievances. That was because we had to survive here and integrate into this environment. But now, things are different. Now that we have money, we have the right to choose. You can choose who to be friends with, or you can choose to ignore who. You no longer need to compromise yourselves or deliberately adapt to others in order to survive. Chen Siyuan's gaze swept over his parents, his words carrying an undeniable force. From now on, let others adapt to us. Boom! These words struck the elderly couple like a thunderclap. Chen Zhangwo and Zhang Guilin exchanged a sudden glance, both seeing shock and sudden realization in each other's eyes. Yes, it's about making others adapt to us. Chen Zhangwo slapped his thigh. He remembered. Today they are going to buy a house in Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. Isn't that what their son told them? That composure, that confidence, isn't it all because they have money? Having money gives you that kind of confidence. I understand. Chen Zhangwo was so excited that he blushed slightly. Son, I understand. Zhang Guilin nodded repeatedly, and the last bit of hesitation and awkwardness in her heart completely disappeared. Seeing that the elderly couple had finally come to their senses, Chen Siyuan smiled with relief. All right, let's hurry up and pack our things. Let's try to move there today. At his command, the three immediately sprang into action. But soon, a new problem arose. Zhang Guilin picked up a chipped enamel basin and examined it closely. It's still usable. It's a shame to throw it away. She then pointed to an old cabinet with peeling paint. This can also hold things. Chen Siyuan walked over and glanced at it. Mom, a new basin only costs 20 yuan. Zhang Guilin was speechless. Chen Siyuan knocked on the old cabinet again, and it creaked and groaned. If you sell this as scrap, people will be doing you a favor by giving you 3 yuan. Uft. Zhang Guilin was both amused and exasperated by her son's words. She glared at her son and scolded him playfully. You talk too much. Even so, she still put the enamel basin into the bag she was going to throw away. What followed turned into Chen Siyuan's personal rant session. These chopsticks are so well worn. Are you keeping them as a family heirloom? This bed sheet isn't even as good as the rags in our new villa. Under her son's sharp critique, Zhang Guilin's reluctance quickly turned into throwing it away immediately. In the end, there are really only a few things that you need to take with you. Several yellowed old photo albums, Chen Zhangwo's award certificate from his workplace when he was young, and a pair of quartz clocks they bought when they got married that still keep very accurate time. They are all things imbued with emotion and commemorative significance. After all, the Yunshan No. 1 courtyard features fully customized luxury interior design. From large appliances and furniture to small pots and pans, the developers have prepared everything perfectly, so the developers don't need to worry about anything. The three of them finished packing everything in less than an hour. Several boxes and bags were piled up in the center of the living room. Look, Chen Siyuan pointed to the pile of things and said casually, I can take all that stuff in one trip from the trunk of my car, saving me the trouble of hiring a moving company. Looking at the empty house, Chen Zhangwo was filled with mixed emotions. He walked over and took out the set of keys he had used for decades from his pocket. He took one last look around the house that had held half a lifetime of joys and sorrows for them. Then, he walked behind the door and slowly pulled the old security door shut. Click! A crisp click of the lock clicked shut. This marks the end of the long-standing mission of this old house, where people have lived for over 20 years. The three of them, carrying large and small bags, walked down the creaking stairs. The dim motion-activated lights flickered on and off with their footsteps, as if bidding a final farewell to the family. In the stairwell, that familiar, complex smell, a mixture of cooking fumes, mold, and garbage, entered their nostrils for the last time. When you reach the corner on the second floor, you'll see the security door of Uncle Zhu's house downstairs. Chen Siyuan suddenly stopped. Dad. He turned to look at Chen Zhangwo behind him. Aren't you going? Chen Zhangwo was taken aback and looked at his son with some confusion. Where are you going? Say hello to Uncle Zhu. Chen Siyuan said matter-of-factly. We should at least let them know before we move. In addition, we also need to leave a new phone number for someone else. He paused, then added, from now on, in this old neighborhood, we'll only be interacting with Uncle Zhu's family. This echoes the point I made in the house earlier. Chapter 49, You Don't Know Anything. Chen Zhangwo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He nodded emphatically. Okay, that's only right. He handed the box to his son and turned to walk downstairs. Meanwhile, the Zhu family. The living room lights were still on. The family of three had just finished washing up and were preparing to go back to their room to sleep. Zhu Qingfa's son, Zhu Jijun, was wearing a tank top, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, playing on his phone while pouting. Dad, please stop nagging. He said it without looking up. Uncle Chen has now risen to a high position and become a phoenix. He no longer remembers us poor neighbors. Zhu Jijun is 2 years younger than Chen Siyuan. He just graduated from university and was not good enough for a job, so he decided to help out at the vegetable market with his parents. Young people often harbor a degree of resentment and cynicism. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingfa, who was wiping the table, immediately slammed the rag down on the table. Table, what nonsense are you spouting? He glared at his son, his face full of displeasure. Is your Uncle Chen that kind of person? Besides, we helped them in the first place not because we wanted anything in return. Zhu Jijun chuckled and put his phone down. Come on, please. He shifted to a more comfortable position, his tone full of sarcasm. Didn't you say you were very close to him? Last time he was almost beaten up, and it was you who went out and shouted to get him out of trouble. But look at the present. They made a fortune, bought a new car, and didn't even utter a peep to you. Is this what you call a close relationship? Zhu Qingfa was speechless and blushed deeply after hearing his son's words. What? What do you know? They probably just forgot because they were busy. You were so busy you forgot. Zhu Jijun thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Aunt Wang was shouting downstairs just now, and the whole neighborhood could hear her. She's changed her phone number. The old one is disconnected. He leaned forward, staring at his father. If you don't believe me, why don't you try calling it now? Do you think you can still get through? Zhu Qingfa fell completely silent. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a big gulp of cold tea, but it couldn't quell the frustration in his heart. Yes, they changed their phone number without even saying goodbye. Could it be that old Chun has really become that kind of person? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became somewhat awkward and somber. Zhu Jijun's mother sighed, wanting to say a few words of advice, but not knowing where to begin. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a clear knock on the door broke the silence inside the house. Zhu Cheng was stunned for a moment. It's almost 10 o'clock. Who could it be? He walked over with a puzzled look and opened the security door a crack. Standing outside the door was the very person he had been thinking about for so long, Chen Jiangwo. Old Chen. Zhu Qingfa looked surprised. Chen Jiangwo wore a familiar, honest smile. Old Zhu, still awake? No. Zhu Qingfa quickly opened the door completely. Come in and sit down. He turned and glared at his dumbfounded son, as if to say, see that? Chen Jiangwo waved his hand and pointed upstairs. No, I'm just moving. Moving? Zhu Qingfa was even more surprised. Moving today? Yes. Chen Jiangwo smiled and nodded, then took out his new phone from his pocket. That's why I thought I should tell you before I leave. I've changed my phone number, please write it down. He read the number aloud and watched as Zhu Qingfa saved it into his phone. If anything happens in the future, just call this number. Chen Jiangwo deliberately lowered his voice and leaned closer. Old Zhu, this number. I'm only giving it to you. Don't tell those gossipy women and men in the building. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. You know how troublesome my relatives are. If they found out, they would call me nonstop. I just want some peace and quiet. These words were spoken from the heart. This explained the reason for changing the number and expressed unique trust. The last bit of resentment in Zhu Qingfa's heart vanished instantly. He nodded vigorously, feeling a warm glow in his heart. I understand. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. He saved the number, then couldn't help but look up at the dark stairwell. Then, will you come back to live here again in the future? There was a hint of reluctance in his words. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo laughed heartily. He patted Zhu Qingfa on the shoulder and said half-jokingly, if my son hadn't gone bankrupt, I guess he probably wouldn't be coming back. Zhu Qingfa quickly spat out a pooey. Nonsense. On this joyous occasion of the new year. No, I mean, this is such an unlucky day. He looked at Chen Jiangwo with a serious expression. Don't worry. My nephew is very capable. He'll definitely make more and more money. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiangwo burst into laughter at his serious expression. Good. Thank you for your kind words. The two chatted for a few more minutes at the door. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand. All right, Lao Zhu, I'm not going to say any more to you. I have to go downstairs quickly Siyuan and his mother are waiting. Okay. You all get back to work. Zhu Qingfa escorted him all the way to the entrance of the building and watched him go upstairs before reluctantly closing the door. With a bang, the security door blocked out the dim light in the hallway. The atmosphere in the living room remained awkward. Zhu Qingfa turned around, glanced sideways at his son, who was still stunned on the sofa. He didn't say a word. He simply raised his chin slightly, straightened his neck, and let out a disdainful, drawn-out snort from his nose. Snort. The voice was filled with smugness that said, "You don't know anything," and boastful pride that, "I made the right choice." Then, with his hands behind his back and a steady gait, he went back to his room, beaming with pride. Zhu Jijun was left sitting alone on the sofa. His face turned pale and then flushed. It felt like I'd been slapped hard across the face, a burning pain. All those sarcastic remarks and assertions from before have now become boomerangs, piercing his own heart. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Chen Siyuan and his family had already driven back to Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was parked steadily in the private parking space of Villa A01. The villa area under the night sky is quiet and elegant, like two different worlds from the noisy and chaotic old neighborhood. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and lake water. A gentle breath is enough to make you feel relaxed and refreshed. The family of three chatted and laughed as they unloaded their belongings from the car. It was just a few boxes and an old quartz clock. Oh my, this will make going for a walk much more comfortable. Zhang Guilin carried a light bag, her face beaming with smiles. Chapter 50, A Very Beautiful Woman. Yes, Chen Zhangwo said, holding his precious quartz clock, deeply agreeing. Good air quality can help people live a few more years. Chen Siyuan locked the car, carried the two heaviest suitcases, and followed easily behind. Dad, Mom, I'll take you to the club in a couple of days. It has a gym, swimming pool, card room, and everything else. That's great. They were talking. A crisp sound of high heels approached from afar, exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Tap, tap, tap. The three of them stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction of the sound. The gate of the neighboring villa was pushed open, and a figure walked out. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, tall and slender, with chestnut-colored wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of languid charm. She wore a well-tailored black dress that perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, and under the courtyard lights, her skin appeared so fair it seemed to glow. A faint, yet sophisticated, scent of perfume seemed to waft through the air. The beautiful woman saw them, gave them a perfectly timed smile, and walked over. "Hello, are you the new neighbors?" Her voice is also very pleasant, gentle, and melodious. Chen Zhangwo and Zhang Guilin were a little reserved and didn't know how to respond. Chen Siyuan stepped forward and nodded politely. "Hello." The woman's gaze fell on Chen Siyuan, and her smile widened. "My name is Lin Cece, and I live in apartment A02 next door." She stretched out her slender, fair hand and pointed to the villa next door. "I heard this afternoon that the penthouse had been sold. I didn't expect you to move in so quickly tonight." This was both a greeting and a subtle inquiry. Chen Siyuan's face remained expressionless. He simply replied, "Hello, my name is Chen Siyuan. This is my dad, Chen Zhangwo, and my mom, Zhang Guilin. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take good care of me." He merely nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant, yet carrying an innate sense of aloofness. Lin Cece's gaze lingered on Chen Siyuan for a moment, and she immediately understood. In this family, the one who truly holds the reins is this young man who looks to be no more than 20 years old. The house was probably bought by him too. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Lin Cece's eyes. That's way too young. The person who can buy the penthouse of Yunshan No. 1 courtyard in full must have a net worth of at least 9 figures. Several questions popped into her mind instantly. Where will you find a good job? What kind of business do you run? What does your family do? But she swallowed the words back down her throat. Asking these questions on a first meeting is too abrupt. It makes you seem impolite and cheap. Her smile remained unchanged, and her tone was still gentle. "Of course, we should visit each other more often in the future. Since you've just moved, you must be quite busy. I won't bother you any longer." She ended the conversation very gracefully. "Okay, goodbye, Miss Lin," Chen Siyuan said politely. Lin Cece smiled at the three of them, nodded, and then turned around. The high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the smooth stone pavement. She walked gracefully back to the villa next door and closed the gate. The courtyard gate clicked shut gently. That graceful figure disappeared completely from the three people's sight. A night breeze blew by, carrying the coolness of the lake water. Chen Siyuan was still holding the old quartz clock, looking somewhat bewildered. Zhang Guilan's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new continent. She quickened her pace, moved closer to her son, and quietly tugged at Chen Siyuan's sleeve. "Hey, son." Her voice was low, carrying a sense of mystery and excitement. "What is it, Mom?" Chen Siyuan turned around. "I think this girl is quite nice." Zhang Guilan gestured towards the direction of A02 next door, saying, "She's polite, good-looking, and has a pleasant voice." She nodded repeatedly, as if she were evaluating a top-quality product. "If you're going to find another partner, you have to find someone like this." Upon hearing this, Chen Siyuan was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, what are you saying?" He glanced helplessly at his mother. "Look at their age. They must be in their early 30s. She probably lives in this villa with her husband. You can't expect me to break up someone else's family, can you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Guilan's eyes widened immediately, and she rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? I told you to find someone like her, not that it has to be her." She slapped her son lightly, but there was little anger on her face. Instead, her expression was full of anticipation. She couldn't help but glance at the next room again, clicked her tongue, and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, "But it really is beautiful. Look at her demeanor and her attire. She's worlds apart from those gossipy women in our old neighborhood. That's what you call the aura of a rich person, don't you understand?" As she spoke, her tone suddenly shifted, and her eyes revealed a defiant spirit. "Siyuan, Mom has something to tell you. Next time you find a girlfriend, you must find one who is prettier and richer than that Yao Menglan." Zhang Guilan's voice deepened when she mentioned this name. Clearly, the unrequited relationship from before left a bigger grudge in her heart than it did in Chen Siyuan's. As if she were about to vent all the resentment she had been holding back, she said, word by word, "I want her to know that even if she doesn't like or want our Siyuan, there are plenty of people 100 or 1,000 times better than her who would fight over her. Let her regret it." Seeing his mother's resentful expression, Chen Siyuan felt both amused and heartbroken. It's truly both laughable and absurd. It seems that Yao Menglan has really caused her mother a lot of psychological trauma. He smiled and reached out to take the heavy quartz clock from Chen Zhengwo's hand. "Don't worry, Mom." His tone was relaxed, yet carried an undeniable confidence. "Your son has made something of himself now. I promise that I will find you a beautiful, outstanding, and filial daughter-in-law in the future. She'll be nothing compared to her." Hearing her son's assurance, Zhang Guilan finally felt her resentment subside. A smile returned to her face, and she nodded emphatically with satisfaction. This is my son." As night fades and the first rays of dawn appear, the darkness recedes. Several days have passed in the blink of an eye since we moved into Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. These past few days, Chen Siyuan has spent most of his time in the villa, getting familiar with the new environment and the magical system in his mind.